Time travel stories aren't exactly groundbreaking, but a protagonist transmigrating into the villain of a novel. Now that's interesting. A beautiful woman from the modern era finds her soul unexpectedly freed from her body after a traffic accident. She then finds herself transported into a novel, becoming the antagonist. How will she face the male and female protagonists? Even more perplexing, she has a chance encounter with someone who leaves her utterly bewildered. Could this person also be from the modern world? In this class-conscious world, how will she overcome all the difficulties and take control of her own destiny? How will the gears of love turn? The opening scene is a classic time travel trope, but please note, do not attempt to replicate this under any circumstances. Rosalia was crossing the road when she was suddenly involved in a traffic accident. Rosalia thought her life was over, but who knew she would be transported into the world of a novel? When she awoke, she found herself in a luxurious palace, confronted by a blush-inducing scene. A blonde-haired man was embracing two girls. He immediately addressed her. "Now you're even coming to the bedroom." Rosalia faced him, staring directly into his eyes. His hair was so long and beautiful that, had it not been for the clearly defined six-pack abs, our heroine would have mistaken him for a girl. After a few disoriented moments, Rosalia finally regained her senses and asked in confusion, "Is this the afterlife? This world seems a bit decadent." As she observed the blonde man, he suddenly spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Honestly, I'm shocked by your persistence. As the future crown princess, someone who should be a shining example, how can you act like this?" Rosalia wanted to tell him just how impressive he was, having listened to his long-winded speech but still not understanding what was happening. She thought, what is he rambling on about? And he's been calling me a strange name since earlier. I still can't figure out what's going on. Suddenly, Rosalia felt a sharp pain in her palm. She wondered why she had clenched her fist so tightly that it left marks on her hand. The blonde man, however, laughed smugly and asked if she intended to just stand there and watch. Hearing him say this, she realized she was hindering his activities. He had been enjoying himself, his mood pleasant, but a stranger suddenly appeared, so it was understandable that he felt awkward. Thinking this, she immediately left the room to avoid disturbing him further. But this blonde man was not simple. Watching her leave, he called out, "Thank you for your understanding, my fiancé. It's not like this is the first or second time you've understood me." Rosalia was stunned upon hearing this. "Huh, what? This guy who looks like a girl is my fiancé?" The blonde man continued to flirt and laugh with the two girls in his arms. She didn't know what the two girls said to make him laugh so heartily. Then he asked, really? He looked at Rosalia and said in an extremely arrogant and sarcastic tone, "I didn't know Miss Rosalia wanted to join in. If you want, join us." He shamelessly continued, "But I mean, if you crawl over here and kiss my feet." Hearing these words, Rosalia turned around furiously and walked step by step towards the bed with an indifferent expression. Not expecting her to actually do this, the blonde man watched her smugly, speaking in an unpleasant tone. As he continued to spout nonsense, the heroine became increasingly enraged, clenching her teeth with barely contained fury. Then, unable to hold back any longer, our heroine, with her profound inner strength, delivered a resounding slap to the blonde man's face. The two girls the blonde man had been embracing were so frightened by this jealous outburst that they could only bury their heads and flee. The blonde man's face was contorted from the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while the heroine continued to berate him furiously. "You speak as if you're so favored. Drop dead, you lecherous, disgusting creature." She cursed directly at the despicable man. A few days later, within the sprawling Rosalia ducal estate, it became clear that even after assaulting the crown prince, Helena remained unscathed. In this life, she possessed the formidable shield of being the sole daughter of the nation's most powerful duke. Her mere presence commanded such deference that two maids trembled, heads bowed low, as she passed. Observing their fear, Helena coolly inquired, "Where's my father?" The simple question, delivered with an almost detached air, was enough to send shivers down the maid's spines. Stammering, one managed, "His grace is in his study, my lady." With a curt nod and a simple "I see," Helena turned, intending to seek out her father. As she departed, however, one maid noticed Helena heading in the wrong direction. Despite her fear, she felt compelled to offer a soft correction. "My lady, not that way. It's on the second floor, to the left." Still unfamiliar with the layout, Helena offered a quiet thank you for the guidance. The maids, however, stared back as if she'd sprouted horns. It seemed everyone in the household lived in terror of her. Her reputation, it appeared, preceded her in this new life, and her presence chilled the air like an Arctic wind. A week had passed since she'd awakened in this body. She was now free to move about, but initially, before she'd grasped the situation, her father had confined her. The guards had been rough, throwing her to the ground with painful force. She'd looked around helplessly, realizing the depth of her predicament. There was no one to save her. Her beautiful mother did nothing but weep, her face buried in her hands, while her father remained a chilling figure, his expression devoid of paternal warmth. Looking into her father's eyes, Helena feared she might be killed by him before she could even understand why she was inhabiting this body. Confined to her room for days, under the guise of self-reflection, she finally began to piece together her circumstances. Firstly, she had been transported to the continent's largest nation, the Kathaka Empire, a realm with a history spanning nearly 1,000 years. Secondly, her family, the Rosaria Dukes, were founders of the empire and one of its most prestigious swordsmanship lineages. Finally, and most shockingly, she was Elena Rosaria, the Duke's only daughter and the Crown Prince's betrothed. This was a world born from a novel. Even more bewildering, she was Elena. She remembered Elena Rosalia as a character from The White Rose Maiden, a book a friend had recommended. Initially hesitant to read it, she'd ended up reading it twice. The story followed Rosetta, the White Rose Maiden, and her burgeoning romance with the Crown Prince. The obstacle to their happiness, the very body Helena now occupied, the antagonist, Elena. She was the villain of the story. Recalling Elena's litany of offenses against the protagonist, spilling wine on her dress, slapping her repeatedly, and generally tormenting her, was a chilling exercise. But the most vicious act was Elena's attempt to poison Rosetta. Helena couldn't believe she was now this cruel and vicious Elena. No wonder the character had been beheaded by the Crown Prince in the story. However, remembering the philandering Crown Prince, she realized that the beheading occurred after Rosetta's arrival. This meant she was currently occupying Elena before her descent into villainy. A sudden burst of laughter escaped her. "Good," she declared, a newfound determination in her voice. "Now I know exactly what to do." With that, she strode purposefully towards the study and knocked. She knocked politely but firmly. Her busy father, the Duke, startled by the sound, looked up to see who it was. Elena, thinking that survival came first, gathered her courage and spoke. "Father, I have something to tell you. I wish to break off my engagement with the Crown Prince." The words felt right as she spoke them, driven by the primal need to disentangle herself from what she knew would become a disastrous love triangle. The moment the words left her lips, her father's sharp reprimand, delivered with a sting that left her face burning, followed. "What is the meaning of this? Wasn't this engagement something you yourself desired? Even if it wasn't, do you think you can simply break off an engagement with the royal family?" Father and daughter stood locked in a silent battle of wills, minutes ticking by without a word. A headache throbbed behind Elena's eyes. She knew this wouldn't be easy, and she hadn't planned to rush it. The important thing was what she did next. Nobility, power, immense wealth. These were luxuries she hadn't dared to dream of in her past life. Determined to savor them to the fullest, Elena plotted her next move, softening her tone as she addressed her father. "Yes, it seems I was too hasty regarding the annulment." Hearing this, the Duke could only respond wearily. "Well, this isn't the first time you've acted impulsively." He waved her away dismissively. But before he could regain his composure, Elena continued. "Then I have another proposal for you, father." Her voice rang out, clear and confident. "Please allow me to become the sole heir to this family." As she reveled in the delicious thought of inheriting the dukedom, her father's face darkened with rage. Without a word, he practically threw her out of the study. "What makes you think you can simply declare yourself the heir?" Blocked at every turn, Elena still refused to abandon her ambition. Eventually, she was formally forbidden from entering the study. Defeated, she collapsed on her bed with a sigh. "Damn it, this is so frustrating. Why won't he let me? I really want to be the heir." she grumbled, her head pounding. Even if I break off the engagement with the crown prince, if I can't inherit the dukedom, I'll probably just end up as some man's wife. And if that happens, I won't be free like I am now. What am I supposed to do? Restless, her thoughts continued to churn. She naively assumed her father would agree to her becoming the heir, but the Duke's defenses were proving far more formidable than she'd anticipated. The mere mention of inheritance had him practically frothing at the mouth. She sat there, feeling as insignificant as an ant trying to haggle for a fish at the market. If the crown prince didn't have her head, her father probably would. Cradling her head in her hands, she racked her brain for a solution. What could she possibly do? After a while, her back began to ache, and she lay down to continue her contemplation. Honestly, if the Duke wasn't insane, there was no logical reason for him to make her his heir. Even though she wasn't the real Elena, ever since she'd transmigrated into this body, all of Elena's past misdeeds were now hers to bear. The thought was a sobering reminder of her impulsive actions. Lost in thought, a sudden realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes snapped open, gleaming with a newfound hope. Sitting up, she forced herself to think calmly. Wait a minute, I need to calm down and assess the situation. Mentally ticking off the points she remembered, she realized she at least had some time before she had to marry the crown prince. The main protagonist of the story wouldn't meet until winter when the snow fell. Glancing out the window, she noted that it was only the beginning of winter. The thought that she still had time spurred her on. Elena finally made up her mind. Before winter arrived, she had to become the heir to the dukedom and break off her engagement with the crown prince. This was her ultimate goal. No sooner had she solidified her resolve than a knock echoed at her door. "Enter," Elena called out quickly. "Oh, mother," she exclaimed in surprise. As the door opened, her mother, Elizabeth, Rosalia in her past life, entered the room, her face a mixture of anxiety and timidity. A heavy silence descended, thick enough to choke the air. To ease the awkward silence, Elena felt compelled to ask, "Mother, what's wrong?" The question, unexpectedly, sent a wave of terror through Elizabeth, her hands turning pale. She stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Elena, utterly bewildered by her mother's fear, suddenly recalled a detail from the novel and softly said, "Mother, I won't knock over the teacups." Elizabeth's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really?" she stammered. Elena, a little exasperated, replied, "It was just a guess, but it seems I was right." Calming slightly, Elizabeth asked, "I heard you've been visiting your father every day. May I ask why?" Elena didn't hesitate. "Yes, I want to break off my engagement with the crown prince." Elizabeth gasped, her mouth agape. "Break off the engagement." "Not only that," Elena continued, her voice brimming with confidence. "I've told father I want to be the heir to the dukedom." Elizabeth's jaw dropped. Overcome with shock, she began to hiccup uncontrollably. "Ugh, the heir, you." She hastily took a large gulp of water to compose herself. Regaining some semblance of composure, she asked, her voice laced with a respectful trepidation, "May I ask why you wish to break off the engagement?" Elena replied obediently, "Of course." Noticing that despite her fear, her mother was listening intently, Elena realized that perhaps, with careful explanation, she could sway her. Seizing the opportunity, she began earnestly, "Honestly, I don't know why I was so fixated on the crown prince. Ever since that incident, while reflecting in my room, I've been having these thoughts." Her words seemed to resonate with her mother. "What kind of thoughts?" she inquired. Elena, who had just moments before referred to him as the crown prince, suddenly shifted, her face contorting with anger. That blonde trash. Forced to revert to the real Elena's demeanor, she launched into a tirade. "I was blind. That crown prince, he's a beast. How dare he flirt with another woman right in front of his fiancée? He's the scum of society. It's appalling. How can someone like that be the crown prince? With him in line for the throne, the empire is doomed." Unable to contain herself, Elena continued to curse the blonde bastard. Her mother, panicked, clapped a hand over Elena's mouth, silencing her. Insulting the royal family was a death sentence. Elena instantly realized her mistake. She'd let her anger get the better of her. "I don't need to break off the engagement immediately," she said, taking Elizabeth's hand sincerely, "but I truly don't want to marry him. I genuinely want to inherit father's position." With heartfelt conviction, Elena continued, "I want to learn at your side to help the family. That's all I want." Her mother, seeing her sincerity, brightened. "Elena, It seems you've truly changed. Very well. I believe you, but you must promise me something. Yes, mother, anything. I want you to promise that even when it gets difficult, you won't give up. Her mother looked at her with loving eyes. Don't throw away your books just because they're hard to read. Don't burn them. Don't throw away your dancing shoes just because your feet hurt. And don't curse your tutors. So, the wicked Elena had been illiterate. Yes, I won't do any of those things again. Finally, with tears welling in her eyes, Elizabeth softly said, "And please promise me you won't yell at me and tell me to get out anymore." It turned out that in this life, too, Elena had verbally abused her mother, her own flesh and blood. Her mother simply wished for her to change. Seeing her mother's heartfelt plea, Elena smiled radiantly and promised she never would. "Please believe me." Hearing these words alone brought a satisfied smile to Elizabeth's face. She had never seen Elena so compliant, not since the day she was born. Witnessing this transformation, it seemed she was already on her way to plead Elena's case to her father. But it appeared this would be no easy task. Today, as Elena sat in the study, she received news that, starting today, the heir's curriculum would officially begin. The news startled her, and she thought to herself, it seems mother's words had a significant impact on father. And so, Elena's studies commenced. She resolved to study diligently from morning till night, delving into the history of the empire with her tutor. She learned to dance, swirling in elegant gowns, then quickly changed into sturdy clothes for swordsmanship practice. Remarkably, she seemed to possess a natural aptitude, learning at an astonishing pace. Before long, she could effortlessly cleave the wooden training dummies on the practice field, her swordsmanship leaving her instructor and fellow students in awe. As she watched everyone applaud, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. Were their praises genuine or merely for show? After one particularly impressive flourish, her young instructor exclaimed, "My lady is truly a prodigy. One can see she possesses the makings of a true swordswoman." The instructor continued to heap praise upon her. "It's clear my lady was born for the sword. I was certain of it the first time I saw you. Even from a young age, you were taller than your peers, slender yet with a muscular strength that truly resembles your father's." But Elena paid little attention to the flattery. She simply continued to practice diligently, knowing she had many other lessons awaiting her. She departed, leaving her instructor staring after her in astonishment. "My lady, where are you going?" Elena merely turned, her reply cool and collected. "I dislike the heat, and I dislike excessive training. I have no intention of becoming a swordswoman. I have my next lesson. Please excuse me. Mr. Dior, you've worked hard." After she left, those who remained anticipated her return, murmuring amongst themselves, "If my lady changes her mind, she is welcome back any time. We will always be waiting." Thanks to her mother's persuasion, her plan to become the heir seemed to be progressing smoothly. She mused to herself, "No, this won't be necessary." But she hadn't anticipated that, during a family dinner, she would nearly clash with her father for the first time. Her father fixed her with a sharp gaze. "Elena, duel me with a sword." Elena's eyes widened in disbelief. She had only just begun her swordsmanship training. Her mother handed her a sword, and Elena trembled. "Oh, mother, is he serious? How could I possibly defeat father?" Because of her mother's suggestion, she nearly found herself in mortal danger once again. But this only solidified her understanding of the family's dynamics. "Elena, is your training finished?" Her mother smiled, offering her a cup of tea. Elena replied cheerfully, "Yes, mother." Her mother sat beside her and suddenly requested a more intimate form of address. "No, you should call me Mama." Ignoring Elena's nervous expression, she continued to implore her. "Come now, try calling me Mama." Although it felt awkward, Elena forced herself to comply, her face darkening. "Mama, yes, that's it. Though it sounds rather saccharine, Elena. My beautiful daughter." Her mother beamed like a child given a sweet. Yes, this was it. Her relationship with the Duke didn't matter. In this life, she only needed to maintain a good relationship with her mother, Elizabeth. The scene shifted. A slender hand knocked delicately on a door. "Enter," came the voice from within. The handsome man who entered was Elena's tutor, Wilton Tone, the Duke's second son and a renowned instructor. Wilton stepped into the Duke's study, where the Duke was working. Without looking up, the Duke asked, "How did she perform today?" The tutor regarded him seriously. "She performed exceptionally well today, grasping the lessons faster than I anticipated. Starting with the next lesson, the Duke's heir will begin studying the essential subjects." The Duke should have been pleased for his daughter, but his only response was the scratching of his pen against parchment as he continued to work in silence. The tutor, bored by the scene unfolding before him, watched for a moment before speaking. "If I may, your grace," he began. "Speak," the Duke replied. "While I am unaware of the extent of your expectations for the young lady, I believe Lady Elena is remarkably well suited to be the Duke's heir." The Duke, considering his daughter's abilities, responded, "Such praise is generous for a child who has only just completed her foundational studies." The handsome tutor continued, "Lady Elena possesses a keen ability to learn, comprehend, and apply knowledge. Though her words sometimes strike me as unusual, what I admire most as her tutor is her diligence." The Duke's eyes gleamed. He understood the implication. This might be what he had been searching for. Standing before the Duke, the tutor spoke frankly. "I implore you, your grace, do not dismiss the young lady's efforts within these opulent walls." Night fell. Within a lavish chamber, a vigil was kept beside a bed. The attending steward wept, for His Highness the Crown Prince was gravely injured. "Your Highness," he sobbed, perhaps having kept watch for days. The young man, lying there, possessed long hair and delicate features, his head bandaged. Suddenly, his hand twitched, the first sign of awakening from a comatose state. He opened his eyes, awake, but still bearing the marks of exhaustion and pain. It had to be said, he was strikingly handsome. The steward, seeing the prince stir, his eyes still brimming with tears, could scarcely believe the sight. He cried out from his place beside the bed, "Your Highness." "Prince Lloyd." It was a cry of joy, but the prince lying there seemed anything but joyful. The shout aggravated his head pain. The prince winced, as if struck by a sharp pang. My head, he groaned. The steward, astonished to hear the prince speak, found his mouth agape and had to cover it with his hand. The prince abruptly sat up, the room swimming back into focus. Seeing him sit up so suddenly, the steward asked with concern, "Your Highness, if you sit up so quickly." Before he could finish, as if in answer to his concern, the prince immediately turned and glared at him fiercely. The steward was startled, for this might have been the first time he had seen His Highness wear such a ferocious expression. "Who are you? Where is this?" he asked, his memory gone, remembering nothing. The prince's bewildered questions stunned the steward. "Why does your Highness ask such a thing?" "What do you mean?" The steward asked plainly. "Does your Highness not remember me? I am Dan." The prince didn't recognize the man. Hearing the steward's words, he understood nothing. Right? Memories I should have. The scene he recalled was the last image he held. A banquet, two men raising their glasses. The prince remembered celebrating with his brother, raising a toast in the room, when suddenly, snapping back to the present, he saw his own slender frame like that of a girl. His hair was not as it was in his fragmented memory, nor were his clothes. Panic swelled. Why is my hair so long? Could I have been unconscious for so long? He thought frantically. He called out to the steward, "Bring me a mirror." The steward immediately replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." The steward quickly brought a mirror to his side. "Your Highness, here." Looking at his reflection, he couldn't believe his eyes. Confronted with his current appearance, his mind seemed to cease functioning. He was dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. He had woken up in a completely different body, with a completely different face. Was this him or someone else? His mouth fell open. He, too, was being called Your Highness. He cautiously asked the steward his own name. The steward, his voice laced with worry, said, "Your Highness, it is Dan. Do you truly not remember?" The steward's face looked as if he might burst into tears. Understanding the situation, the young man immediately tried to compose himself and spoke to the steward. "Yes, it seems my head injury is quite severe. Please explain." Hearing this, the steward began to recount the situation. Before His Highness clashed with the Crown Prince, he fell down the stairs. That's why this happened. His Highness has been unconscious all this time. If the doctors had treated him sooner, perhaps your memory wouldn't be impaired. The Crown Prince thought, "It seems my position here isn't very good. I'm the eldest son, but not the Crown Prince." The steward, overjoyed to see the Crown Prince awake, recounted in detail the events of the past few days, bringing him up to speed. The scene shifts to the palace the next morning. Elena's name echoes through the air. It's her father, the Duke, accompanied by her tutor and mother, summoning her. Elena is surprised. Her father has never called her name so intimately in private. "Father, what is it?" Elena asks, standing respectfully before him. Her father looks at her and replies, "Prepare to leave." We are going to the Imperial Palace. At these words, Elena's face changes. The Imperial Palace. Her father continues, get ready. We're going to the Imperial Palace. Seeing his daughter still standing there dumbfounded, the Duke prompts her again, aren't you going to greet His Majesty before the announcement of the heir? Elena's mother, standing beside them, also stares wide-eyed in surprise. Even she, his wife, hadn't known of this plan. Her mother grips Elena's hand tightly, a blissful smile on her face, tears welling in her eyes. Perhaps she is even happier than Elena, for that day has finally arrived. A satisfied smile graces Elena's lips as the magnificent Imperial Palace comes into view. Before them stands Emperor Lauren Kartika, the current ruler of the Kartika Empire, the most powerful person in the land. Her father leads her in a bow before His Majesty. The Emperor begins, how has the Duke been faring lately? Let's speak casually. Elena, observing the Emperor's amiable demeanor, thinks that he seems easy to get along with, quite unlike the Crown Prince. She and her father bow respectfully once more. The Emperor asks curiously now, what brings the Duke and Duchess to see me? The Duke continues, his face expressionless, his voice serious. Nothing in particular, Your Majesty. The heir to the dukedom has been decided, and so we have come to pay our respects. Surprise flickers across the Emperor's face. His voice rings out through the hall, finally. The Duke has an heir. The Emperor's laughter echoes through the room. Perhaps he hadn't expected the Duke, with only a daughter, to choose an heir so quickly. He looks at the Duke and asks, could it be? The Duke nods immediately, without hesitation. Yes, Your Majesty. The heir to the dukedom is my daughter, Elena Rosaria. Elena bows happily, unable to conceal the radiance and pride on her face. As soon as the Duke finishes speaking, the entire palace erupts in a buzz of astonishment, everyone murmuring about this incredible news. The news spreads, shocking the entire Imperial Palace. As Elena strolls through the palace's expansive grounds, she recalls the earlier events. The Emperor had repeatedly asked her father, Duke, are you giving up on this empire? Her father had simply replied, no. After speaking with her father, the Emperor had turned to her, stammering, would the Duchess like to see her fiancé? At this, Elena immediately understood. He was subtly trying to dismiss her, and so she had no desire to linger. As she walks, she thinks to herself that the Emperor was indeed shocked by the news. Seeing him stammer like that had given her a sense of satisfaction. After the Emperor dismissed her, she knew perfectly well that he wanted to tell her father to reconsider his choice of heir. Lost in thought as she walked, Elena stopped abruptly. This, too, will be difficult. He was trying to block her path, but it seemed he still couldn't force her father's hand. The matter of a noble heir was something not even the Emperor could interfere with. And if her father had made up his mind, he would never change it. If her mother didn't object, she could break off the engagement this way. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Elena spotted a maid. Wait a moment, Elena called out, causing the maid to flinch. Though frightened, the maid replied, yes, my lady. Where are the Crown Prince's chambers? Elena inquired. If you follow this path, you will reach the Crown Prince's palace, the maid answered. What? Elena exclaimed in surprise. The maid, unsure why Elena was so startled, became even more afraid. Elena turned and changed direction. She had nearly walked straight towards the very place she was trying to avoid. But she didn't know then that in her attempt to avoid the Crown Prince, she would encounter someone else entirely. Elena wandered into a beautiful garden, filled with a profusion of vibrant blossoms. She wasn't sure where she was going, only that she needed to get as far from the Crown Prince's palace as possible. Looking around, Elena wondered where she had stumbled upon. It seemed rather small for a garden within the Imperial Palace. Yet, it was clear that whoever tended this garden cherished it deeply. A closer look revealed the meticulous care and attention that had gone into its upkeep. Lost in admiration of the flowers, Elena suddenly heard sound. Someone was approaching. Before she could turn, a warm voice called out, "Who's there?" The voice startled her. She turned to face a strikingly handsome young man, his expression stern as he questioned her. "Who are you, to enter this place so casually?" Elena looked at the young man, her gaze drawn to the icy blue eyes that met hers. This was the first prince from the story. Elena quickly curtsied, offering a respectful greeting to the first prince. He continued to watch her in silence, offering no response. She felt compelled to introduce herself. "I am Elena Rosaria, daughter of the Duke of Rosalia." It was understandable that he wouldn't recognize her. Elena thought. The frail first prince rarely made appearances at banquets. The first prince's expression shifted in recognition. I apologize. I didn't recognize you. Elena offered a polite reply. It's quite all right. It was I who was rude, entering your highness's garden without permission. I was also rude, the first prince responded immediately, surprising Elena with his quick reply. He then asked amiably, what brings you here? The crown prince's palace is in the opposite direction. Elena offered a smile. It has been a while since I've been to the palace, and I seem to have lost my way. I happened upon this beautiful garden and couldn't resist taking a look. Amidst the greenery, the two continued to converse. Is this garden arranged to your highness's liking? Yes, the first prince confirmed without hesitation. Perhaps it was fate that we met here. He then extended an invitation for tea. But Elena, sensing something amiss, declined. I appreciate the offer, your highness, but I came to the palace with my father and must return soon. I'm sorry to hear that, the first prince said gently. There's no need to apologize. Then, until we meet again, Lady Rosalia, please be careful on your way back. With that, the first prince turned and departed, leaving Elena alone. Watching his retreating figure, Elena found it all rather strange. The solitary first prince in the novel was a shy individual, constantly bullied by the crown prince, ultimately unable to even speak to the female protagonist. Yet, judging by his comfortable demeanor and gentle tone, this man was completely different from the first prince she knew from the story. So, who was the true person behind the face of the first prince? Just as Elena left the garden, the first prince called out to his steward, Dan, who had been hiding in the bushes for some time. The steward poked his head out, and together they watched Elena's receding form. What is the meaning of this? The first prince demanded. This isn't what you told me at all. Dan, equally perplexed, replied, Indeed, your highness. She's completely different today. I heard the Duchess has changed, as if she's become a different person entirely. The steward's words struck the first prince like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. He whirled around, his voice sharp with irritation. A different person? What are you talking about? Though startled by the prince's vehemence, Dan pressed on. Ever since the Duchess slapped His Highness the Crown Prince, strange rumors have been circulating. They say she's become someone else. She suddenly declared her desire to be the heir and began studying ducal affairs. But seeing her today, she really is like a different person. The first prince stared after Elena, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He realized she was like him. They were both utterly transformed, inhabiting bodies that felt foreign. Perhaps not entirely certain, but something had undeniably shifted. A slow, satisfied smile spread across the first prince's face. The story, it seemed, was becoming interesting. Night fell upon the Rosalia ducal residence. Elena's maid gasped as she listened to her mistress recount the morning's events. My lady met the first prince. Elena replied calmly. He was completely different from the person I met before. The maid's eyes widened. He woke up, my lady. Elena frowned. Woke up? What do you mean? Doesn't my lady know? Everyone's talking about it. The first prince fell down the stairs during an argument with the crown prince. He was unconscious for over 2 weeks, but thankfully he's awake now. Everyone feared he might never wake up, but thank goodness, things are different now. Elena's mind raced, connecting the dots. The accident, the unconscious prince, and now this utterly changed demeanor. Could he too have crossed over like her? What am I even thinking? Transmigrating into a book isn't exactly commonplace. How could such a thing happen? And yet, she couldn't dismiss the possibility entirely. Wasn't her own arrival in this story equally absurd? She would have to investigate this further. On such a beautiful day, Elena found herself forced to endure 2 hours in the company of someone she detested. They sat in a lavish room, the air thick with tension. The reason for this meeting? A royal summons. Elena suspected the emperor was attempting to persuade her through the crown prince. Didn't he realize this was the worst possible approach? She loathed the crown prince. Elena anxiously inquired about the remaining time with a servant, just as the crown prince spoke. You seem quite greedy, my lady. Quite greedy indeed. Isn't a position by my side enough for you? His words dripped with disdain. Elena inwardly scoffed. Do you believe yourself to possess such exceptional qualities, my lady? Or do you think you became my fiancé because you deserved it? No, it's only because you are Rosalia. The blonde prince continued his taunts. Well, I suppose having a capable family is a quality in itself. So know your place and behave accordingly. Don't think that becoming the heir allows you to shake the foundations of the empire. Simply exist by my side, bathe in luxury, and breathe. Elena could no longer contain herself. Your Highness is absolutely right, she interjected. The Crown Prince blinked, surprised by her agreement. Elena calmly took a sip of tea, her composure unsettling him. She had agreed with him, so he assumed she was playing some sort of game. She set down her cup and continued, just as you said, I am indeed greedy. I must have what I desire, both the position of crown princess and the heir to the dukedom. But upon further reflection, perhaps I am being too greedy. My hands cannot grasp both at once. My capabilities do not permit such avarice. Therefore, I have decided to relinquish one. The crown prince nodded smugly. Exactly. I must commend you for knowing your place. Elena continued, let's break off the engagement. Isn't that what your highness wants? Her words plunged the room into stunned silence. The crown prince stared at her, aghast at the suggestion. Let's break off the engagement. It's what you want too. Let's free each other from this tangled mess. She had intended to address the broken engagement later, but the opportunity felt ripe. If she could settle it with the crown prince today, the annulment would proceed smoothly. As crown prince, he wouldn't like her becoming the heir, but he would loathe her even more as his crown princess. She had assumed it would be straightforward, but the crown prince was furious. What did you say? I asked you, what did you just say? Was he deaf? Elena calmly repeated, I said I want to break off our engagement. Our engagement was merely based on my own stubbornness anyway. So I've reflected on those days and want to sever this connection, this tie that troubles your highness. The crown prince gritted his teeth, hearing her words with his own ears. He flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table. How dare she utter the words break off the engagement with that mouth? It was unacceptable. If she considered his honor, she should relinquish her claim as heir, not the engagement. Even now, his thoughts revolved solely around his own pride. This first act upon her arrival was enough to shatter her honor and pride. Though seething inside, Elena maintained a placid smile. In that case, let all the blame for breaking off the engagement fall on me. Any reason would do. Elena thought she had the upper hand, but she was met only with the crown prince's fury. He roared her name again, seemingly unwilling to agree to the broken engagement. Elena couldn't understand his anger. Doesn't your highness despise me? I thought you would be delighted when I offered to break off the engagement. How can you say such a thing? He demanded sharply. Just then, at this tense moment, the attendant announced that the 2-hour time limit was up. The announcement silenced them both. The crown prince, without finishing their discussion, made a hasty move to leave. Watching his retreating back, she quickly stood up and called out, Wait, your highness. We're discussing something important. The crown prince paused at the door. Elena pleaded earnestly, Your Highness, you must agree to break off our engagement. He replied coldly, Time's up. As per the Emperor's orders, I've spent 2 hours with you. I have no further business here now. With that, he vanished, leaving Elena dumbfounded. Since when did he listen to the Emperor so obediently? That insufferable wretch actually knows how to obey the Emperor. Utterly bewildered, she stood frozen. A moment later, Elena sank into a chair, fuming. She couldn't accept the crown prince's behavior, running off without a proper answer. Elena thought to herself, why is this so different from what I imagined? Doesn't he loathe me? And the engagement wasn't of his volition either. Why wouldn't he be jumping for joy when Iju Dong Ly offered to step down from the position of crown princess? The matter of the heir could be dealt with later. Elena sat alone, lost in thought. Why won't he agree? Her mind raced, trying to find any clue she could deduce. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in shock. Could it be one of those 3 classic K-drama scenarios? Scenario 1. She's the first woman to hit him. In this scenario, she would angrily declare, If you ever appear before me again, I'll kill you. And he'd be delighted. You're the first person to treat me like this. Scenario 2. She hates him, but he becomes infatuated with her pride. Scenario 3. The moment you said you hated me, I realized my feelings. At this thought, Elena shuddered involuntarily. It can't be something like that, can it? Just imagining it is terrifying. In her study, Elena dwelled on the events of the previous day. A frustrated sigh escaped her lips. This is so exasperating. Overhearing her, the handsome tutor offered to end the lesson there, seemingly misinterpreting her words. Flustered, Elena denied his assumption. No, that's not what I meant. Her mind preoccupied, she pleaded with him to continue. The tutor regarded her thoughtfully for a long moment, then closed his book. Whatever it is you're thinking about, he said slowly, it seems you're in no state to continue this lesson. Let's end it here for today. Before Elena could fully process what was happening, the tutor had already taken his leave. That jerk, she muttered under her breath. It's all because of you that I'm so stressed. Elena's curses, directed at the crown prince, echoed through the otherwise serene landscape of the ducal estate. The following day, as Elena fumed, a servant rushed in with news of an invitation from the imperial palace. Curious as to the sender, she accepted the missive. It was from the first prince. Opening the letter, Elena realized his previous words hadn't been mere pleasantries. He wished to invite her to the palace again, just as he had suggested in the imperial garden. He seemed entirely different from the crown prince. She acknowledged this difference. My lady, do you know the first prince? The maid inquired curiously. Elena shook her head. Not at all, she replied. Clutching the letter, Elena thought, not at all. And yet, as the fiancé of his estranged younger brother, is it really necessary to send such a formal invitation? Elena meticulously committed every detail about this world to memory. In truth, she possessed a hazy recollection of the world already, making note-taking unnecessary. However, fearing she might forget crucial details, she preferred to document everything. She hadn't anticipated it would prove so useful now. Elena crumpled the paper in her hand. She was certain the novel's plot had deviated, and not by her own design. Until now, the narrative only shifted when she consciously attempted to stray from the original storyline. But why the sudden change? It seemed connected to the accident the first prince had encountered. What if, because of that accident, the first prince had become like her? If her suspicions were correct, he must have noticed something peculiar about her. From another perspective, knowing of the existence of a transmigrator, everything she did seemed riddled with flaws. He might have picked up on some clues during their last encounter. Elena glanced at the inkwell, then picked up her quill and began to write a reply. It seemed that relying on the now obsolete plot wouldn't provide any answers. She decided to take action. Was the first prince's change a mere ailment, or was it due to her own influence? If it was due to another transmigrator, she needed to ascertain that first. To that end, she chose to accept the invitation, meeting him again 2 days later. Elena prepared early that day. Her mother, noticing her elaborate attire, inquired cheerfully, Elena, are you going out today? Elena, dressed in exceptionally elegant clothing, replied, Yes, mother, I plan to. Her mother entered the room, carrying a plate of cookies, hoping to spend some time with her. Look, I brought cookies so we could enjoy them together. See, these cookies look just like you, my daughter. Facing her mother's disappointed expression at the prospect of her leaving, Elena offered a comforting smile. Her mother now loved her as her own, a bond she could never forsake. Her inability to express her true feelings stemmed solely from her awkwardness. Touched by her mother's affection, Elena picked up a cookie and savored it. I won't be back too late. We can spend time together when I return, mother. Her mother's face brightened at her words. Really, I'll be waiting for you. If one desired a long life, filial piety was paramount. It was her mother's persuasion that had finally convinced her father to stop hindering her. Elena smiled. Perhaps it was that very temperament that often caused her father's outbursts. But in those times, her mother always sided with her, choosing the right stance, standing by her daughter's side. Perhaps that was the reason. She also felt that her mother was truly her mother, that warm and sacred affection. Elena's mother asked her where she was going today, and she unhesitatingly replied that she was going to the imperial palace. Suddenly, her mother shrieked so loudly that the rabbit's face on her biscuit crumbled. Her mother was terrified, her face pale, leaving Elena wondering why her mother had suddenly become like this. Elena suddenly realized the problem and explained, Mother, it's not like that. I'm not going to see the crown prince. Then who are you going to the imperial palace to see? Her mother asked, puzzled. Elena, with her beautiful features, confidently replied, the first prince. I have an appointment with the first prince today. The scene shifted to a magnificent and imposing castle where the first prince, dressed in elegant and luxurious attire, had been waiting for her for some time. Welcome, Lady Elena Rosaria. Elena, equally beautiful and elegant, her red hair radiant, her dress accentuating her lovely figure, arrived. The first prince smiled. You've become even more beautiful. You flatter me, Your Highness, Elena smiled. In truth, Elena had her own reasons for dressing so meticulously. She wanted to see if this man truly was the first prince. His reaction would further solidify her suspicions about him being a transmigrator. If he were the man she knew, seeing her face like this would surely terrify him. In the drawing room, the first prince poured Elena a cup of tea. "Thank you for accepting my invitation, my lady." Hearing this, Elena smiled pleasantly. "I had no reason to refuse the first prince's invitation. On the contrary, it's my honor." The transmigrated first prince remarked, "My lady is truly skilled at saying pleasant things." This didn't seem like the speech of those wicked individuals. He hesitated, unsure whether to delve deeper. In the quiet space of the room, Elena and the first prince chatted pleasantly and comfortably, their conversation revolving around mundane matters, such as the succession of the dukedom. Elena, holding her teacup, thought to herself, "It seems we're only talking about useless things. He doesn't seem to be revealing his inner thoughts. If that's the case, she would have to take the initiative." Thinking this, she spoke. "Speaking of which, Your Highness has changed a lot." He took the bait immediately. "Is that so? Do I seem that way?" Elena seized the opportunity. "You're very different from when I saw you before." The atmosphere in the room became tenser than before. The first prince's expression turned serious. "When my lady says before, to what time are you referring?" "Let me think. It's hard to say exactly when, but even so, since you ask, it was before Your Highness claimed not to remember me," Elena replied. The first prince wore an enigmatic expression, his fingers interlaced. "Well, since you say so, it must be true." The first prince looked in her eyes and answered frankly, catching her off guard. His voice continued, "However, I've also heard a rumor that you, too, have changed, as if you become a different person." Elena smiled triumphantly. "Ah, are you implying I should answer in kind?" Elena calmly held her teacup and continued the conversation. "Is that so? Do you think I've changed, Your Highness?" The first prince, composing his handsome features, looked directly at her and replied, "Let me see. Isn't that something you would know best? What do you think?" But this didn't faze Elena. She deftly replied, "I'm simply trying to show that I've grown up. I'm at that age now. It's quite embarrassing, really." The first prince chuckled, his gaze deep. "Grown up. If that's the case, then perhaps this manner of discussing our changes is appropriate. What do you think, my lady?" "Yes, I believe so as well." Their conversation continued for several hours, until Elena excused herself and took her leave. Though the handsome crown prince felt a pang of regret, Elena had to leave. She had a prior engagement. Before departing, she presented him with a basket, bidding him farewell. The crown prince glanced at the seemingly ordinary basket. Just some simple biscuits, rather plain. "Very well, I'll accept them." He gestured for a servant to take the gift. The moment he finished speaking, Elena disappeared behind the closing door. Watching it swing shut, the crown prince stood lost in thought. He looked at the biscuits. Nothing special, but tucked to the side of the basket, left there just before Elena's departure, was a secret message. He quickly spotted it and snatched up the paper. "Let's see." His eyes scanned the note, his expression thoughtful. Anxious, the servant inquired, "Your Highness, what is it? Did the Duchess write something disrespectful?" The crown prince chuckled softly. "No, not yet certain." He pondered for a long moment, his handsome features creased in thought. Indeed, not yet certain. Memories from his previous life flooded back. He remembered drinking with his younger brother just before his death. He hadn't expected that even his brother, whom he'd always believed to be on his side, would kill him for power. Truly, one could trust no one in life. Poison laced the wine, sending him to meet his ancestors. His brother had stood there, cold and impassive, watching him slip into the silence of death. Yes, in that life, even those as close as brothers could ruthlessly betray each other. So, in this world too, he could trust no one completely. Moreover, in this world, he didn't know what Elena was planning. He hadn't anticipated such a move from her. Should he call her brave or audacious? It was certainly unusual. On the note she left, there were only 3 Korean characters. "Who are you?" He looked at the note and smiled. Regardless, uncovering the answer would be interesting. But he still wondered, would her existence be a hindrance to his goals here, or a powerful ally? One morning at the ducal estate, life continued as usual. Many days had passed since Elena left the Korean message for the crown prince. Sitting in her room, Elena pondered, could I have been wrong? She had assumed he would contact her immediately upon seeing it. 3 days had already gone by. Should she have waited at least a month? Had she been too hasty? If there was still no response after that, she would have to assume her guess was incorrect. Lost in thought, she was startled when her personal maid rushed in. "My lady, a letter for you." The word letter made Elena jump. "A letter? Quickly, let me see it. Who is it from?" Elena took the letter eagerly. Her maid, puzzled, asked, "My lady, were you expecting a letter?" Carefully, Elena opened the missive and began to read. As she read, a smile bloomed on her face. This was good news indeed. Seeing her expression, the maid looked slightly surprised. "It seems this is the letter my lady was waiting for." Beaming, Elena addressed her maid. "I need to write a reply. Please prepare some paper and perfume." A few days prior, in this prosperous and flourishing empire, in a greenhouse filled with flowers, sparkling water, and noble young ladies, Elena had attended a tea party, hoping to glean insights into social customs and the aristocracy. She had been careful not to speak too much in front of the other noble ladies, fearing strange rumors. But it had been nothing like she imagined. The young ladies had only gossiped about trivial matters, behaving no differently than high school girls. Elena had taken out her fan, silencing the other girls and rendering them breathless. Due to her noble status and immense power, everyone treated her with the utmost caution. In an attempt to ease the tense atmosphere at the table, a blonde girl hesitantly asked, "Is Lady Rosalia feeling unwell?" Elena maintained her warm smile. "Not at all. Perhaps it's because it's been so long since I've attended a tea party. I find myself rather enjoying it." The blonde girl invited Elena to join the conversation. Our heroine then spoke, "Well, I was thinking of discussing the state of the continent and the political direction of the empire. What are your thoughts, young ladies? Or perhaps the situation in the territories struggling with last year's famine." Upon hearing this, the other young ladies were stunned into silence. Elena inquired about the struggling territories, territorial taxes, and matters of high-level governance. But in response, she received only silence and blank stares. Realizing her misstep, Elena quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, a new sweet shop recently opened in our territory. I hear the food is quite delicious." At the mention of sweets, the girl's eyes lit up. Elena swallowed the bitter taste of her social blunder and resolved to try and salvage her image at this tea party. Suddenly, a young lady with auburn hair spoke, catching Elena's attention. The beautiful, yet somewhat shy girl said, "Hello, Lady Rosalia." The auburn-haired girl introduced herself. "I am Lady Bella of the Cheddar family. Congratulations on becoming the ducal heir." Bella was respectful, and Elena was surprised, not expecting such a kind congratulation. "Are those words sincere?" Bella smiled, her eyes sparkling. Our heroine smiled brightly, thinking that it must be sincere. A genuine congratulation from outside her family brought her great joy. Hearing this, the rest of the young ladies understood. They gathered together to congratulate Elena. "Me too," a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to a girl with orange hair. "Congratulations, Lady Rosalia." The orange-haired girl smiled, but her eyes held malice. Elena looked over. It was her. She was finally making her move. Elena recalled what she had read in the novel. The protagonist, Rosetta's, face contorted to the side from a stinging slap. That orange hair, those lips, the hand that delivered the slap that silenced Rosetta. Her lips were beautiful, curved in a gentle smile, but behind that smile lurked a sharp malice. Another pair of red lips had curved as they watched Rosetta, the role she played in the story. According to the original novel, these two had bullied the protagonist. She carried the bloodline of the Marquis of Tennessee, Elena's right-hand woman. Rosalia, in the story, but back in reality, her current attitude might need correcting, starting with the right hand. With that confident attitude, she was a hunter, and in Elena's absence, she had gradually taken control of the upper-class social connections. The orange-haired girl continued, breaking the silent atmosphere. "Please forgive my late congratulations, Rosalia." She put on a fake, dreadful expression. "We haven't seen each other in a while, so I didn't have enough courage. You know, I'm quite shy, my lady. Please forgive me." Looking at her false face made Elena nauseous, but she smiled nonetheless. "Of course, Lady Tennessee, I forgive you." Seeing Elena's smiling face, Tennessee's expression darkened. "What?" Elena's face turned serious. "I will forgive your belated courage." The orange-haired girl was furious but helpless. Seeing this, Elena spoke. Actually, I'm a little saddened today. Lady Tennessee and I are so close, and I expected your congratulations first. But perhaps because it was difficult to muster the courage, you said nothing, and I'm a little hurt by that. Hearing the heroine's words, Tennessee was completely flustered. The once so naive Elena would say such a thing. Elena quickly approached and took Tennessee's hand. But after receiving your congratulations, Miss, I don't feel that way anymore. Thank you. It truly was a slap in the face, followed by a sugary treat. The orange-haired Lady Tennessee clenched her hands, fuming. If I upset you, I apologize. I didn't mean to cause you any distress. To Tennessee's surprise, Elena flashed a radiant smile, which irritated her further, even as a perverse sense of satisfaction flickered within her. The conversation flowed on, but bitter thoughts churned in Lady Tennessee's mind. Elena, while you were gone, I worked tirelessly to dominate high society. Just you wait and see. You think I'll back down so easily? Tennessee continued her barbed pleasantries. Lady Rosaria, you haven't been present at any of the recent social gatherings. I was starting to wonder if something had happened to you. Elena, with a single glance, understood Tennessee's veiled attack disguised as concern. She replied calmly, nothing in particular. I've simply been dedicating myself to my studies, preparing to become the ducal heir. Lady Tennessee interjected with a thin, almost fearful smile. Oh my, you should have contacted me while you were away. Unsavory rumors have been circulating. At the mention of unsavory rumors, the other noble women stirred, whispering amongst themselves. Lady Tennessee pressed on. I didn't quite believe them, of course, but they were saying that you'd gone mad. Before she could finish, Elena's cool voice cut through the air. Wait a moment, Lady Tennessee. Are you doing this on purpose? The direct question startled the orange-haired woman, who feigned confusion. I'm wondering if you intentionally brought up this rumor in front of so many ladies, or if it was simply a slip of the tongue. Or perhaps, Elena continued, her gaze unwavering. You're deliberately provoking me. Faced with Elena's directness, Tennessee floundered, unable to address the accusation head-on. Isn't this forcing my hand? Tennessee thought frantically. What should I do? Should I play it off as a misunderstanding and apologize? But if I apologize now, the position I've worked so hard to secure will crumble. Sensing Tennessee's clear disadvantage, a platinum blonde lady spoke up. Lady Tennessee, I believe you've made a mistake. I think an apology is in order. The tide had turned. The other ladies sided with Elena, their murmurs now directed at Tennessee. Tennessee, a mixture of fury and helplessness churning within her, found herself cornered. The momentum had swung decisively in Elena's favor. All of Lady Tennessee's carefully crafted composure crumbled as the whispers intensified, leaving her with no choice but to offer a grudging apology. Elena simply offered a wry smile and said gracefully, "It's all right. I'll forgive you this time." A few days later, at the Rosalia ducal estate, Elena invited Lady Render and Lady Cheddar to her home for a gathering. Both ladies beamed, delighted by the invitation. The recipients of Francis's colorful letters had been invited to the ducal estate. In Elena's private chambers, the two ladies enjoyed tea with her. I recently imported some exquisite tea. The aroma is quite lovely. Please, enjoy it while it's hot. Surrounded by towering bookshelves, the two ladies were visibly impressed. The brown-haired Lady Render sighed. I've visited the homes of many noble ladies, but I've never seen such a wonderful private space. Both ladies sipped their tea contentedly, continuing to praise the room. Observing their reactions, Elena smirked inwardly. Yes, be amazed, envious, and yearn for this. This is precisely why I prepared the tea table here. Elena had instructed the maids to set up the tea table in her study. Normally, she would receive guests in the main hall, but today she had something she wanted to show them. The maids had been curious. What could Miss Rosalia want to show them? Elena had also informed the butler to deliver documents to her study while she entertained her guests. Obediently, the butler arrived with a stack of papers. Miss, these are the matters requiring your review. He opened the door respectfully. And so, before her guests, Elena efficiently and decisively addressed each matter in the documents, before handing them back to the butler. Perhaps this was the display she had intended for her visitors. Seeing Elena's display of professionalism and seriousness, both Lady Render and Lady Cheddar couldn't help but look at her with a newfound admiration. Elena and the butler had put on quite a show. She wanted to solidify her image as the rightful heir, making sure they understood her capabilities. As expected, the two ladies were stunned, showering her with compliments. Lady Render, the blonde, continued her praise. Regardless, you don't have to worry about it. I'm glad to see this different side of you. Elena offered a victorious smile, but inwardly thought, don't be satisfied with this. Show them even more ambition. Just as Elena had anticipated, the bait had been taken. Lady Render, her curiosity piqued, continued, because you're the only daughter of the Rosaria family. You were chosen as the heir, right? Elena felt a thrill of triumph, a direct hit. She had chosen these two girls not only for their prior amicable behavior at the tea party, but more importantly, for what they had in common. The blonde was Tabitha Render, the second daughter of the Earl of Render, a family that had run a large trading company for generations. By the age of 15, she had already managed the smallest of their companies, generating profits beyond imagination. The brunette was Bella Cheddar, only 14, but inheriting the sharp intellect and exceptional memory of the renowned scholarly Cheddar family. What these two had in common was that they both surpassed the firstborn sons in their families, yet were overlooked due to their gender. This was precisely why Elena had orchestrated this meeting. Back at the tea table, Elena addressed Lady Render. Why would you think that, Miss Render? Lady Render seemed perplexed. Well, the Rosalia family only has you, while other families have sons inherit, but hasn't the law changed? Others besides the eldest son can inherit now. Elena pressed on. While Lady Render hesitated, Lady Cheddar joined the conversation. Breaking old customs is a dangerous thing, so it feels quite remarkable, doesn't it? Elena readily agreed. Indeed, I truly despise that custom. If I lack the ability, then of course I shouldn't inherit. So, Elena, I proved my capabilities and gloriously earned the position of heir. Lady Cheddar's eyes gleamed. Indeed, the malicious acts of the past were due to the consideration and contemplation of the heir's position. Sensing the resonance, Elena confided, one day, when I heard that my cousin might become the heir to the Rosalia family, I felt incredibly ashamed and confused. Lady Cheddar immediately empathized. No, if it were me, I would have felt the same way. But you quickly realized what was right and changed. You're amazing now, aren't you? Lady Render chimed in agreement. Yes, I even want to follow your example. Seeing the two girls' attitudes, Elena hadn't expected such a positive reaction. Elena smiled gently. If you say so, then it seems my efforts were worthwhile. Night began to fall upon the palace. The meeting with the two ladies had been more successful than she imagined, completely changing their impression of her, and she had successfully planted a seed of ambition within them. During the tea, Elena had declared, I admire those who don't underestimate their own talents. I want both of you to know, Elena continued, that I'm always ready to help those who want to showcase their abilities, regardless of whether they are male or female. Perhaps they didn't understand her meaning at the time, but they soon would. She hoped they wouldn't be hurt too badly before seeking her aid. The rumble of thunder outside startled Elena. Heavy rain began to fall. The weather had been fine just moments ago, but the sudden turn seemed to foreshadow an ominous event. Meanwhile, at the Marquis of Render's estate, during the family dinner, the Marquis addressed his children, come to my study after dinner. Lady Render suddenly announced her desire to join her brothers in the study, a declaration that seemed to displease them. A spark ignited in the young woman's eyes. Yes, she declared, I also wish to learn how to manage the trading company. I'm not just saying this lightly, of course. The blonde-haired Lady Render had come prepared, armed with evidence to prove her worthiness of her father's tutelage. Her elder brother responded with a sneer. Are you announcing your intention to challenge me for the position of heir, starting now? Lady Render attempted to explain. No, I simply wish to learn more, to become someone useful to the family. Her father, however, was irritated by this exchange. His appetite lost, he rose and left the table. Her brother continued his taunts. You've become puffed up with pride over managing a small trading company, and now you dare to covet the position of heir. With that, her brother also left the dining table, but not before a final, cruel act. He snatched the documents Lady Render had meticulously prepared and flung them in her face. Humiliated, Lady Render lowered her head and began to gather the scattered papers. The poor young woman bewildered by the cruelty she faced. Tears welled in her eyes. The ordeal wasn't over. Her mother spoke coldly. Do you think you can become the heir of the Render family just because you're better at calculations than your brother? The distraught girl quickly shook her head. assured, denying any such intention, but her mother remained unconvinced. No need to explain. Whether you intended it or not, your ambition has clearly overstepped its bounds. Reflect on what happened today and liquidate your little trading company. With those parting words, her mother departed, indifferent to her daughter's tears. Outside, the rain poured down. Lady Render sat alone, weeping in her misery. Suddenly, she remembered Elena's words. Elena had promised to lend her aid to anyone, regardless of gender, who sought to demonstrate their capabilities. Gazing out at the downpour, Elena sighed regretfully. The rain is far too heavy. I had intended to take a walk around this time. A maid burst through the door, her face etched with panic. My lady, we have a visitor. Elena looked up in surprise. A visitor? At this hour? In this weather? The maid stammered hesitantly. In the grand hall of Elena's estate, Lady Render, still sniffling, received the news. Elena hurried downstairs. The moment Lady Render saw her, she pleaded, "My lady, can you help me?" A servant was attempting to dry her soaked hair, but tears continued to stream down her face like pearls. After Lady Render had changed into dry clothes, the two young women sat down to talk. After listening to Lady Render's apologies for the untimely intrusion, Elena asked gently, "Have you calmed down a bit?" Now composed, Lady Render felt a surge of embarrassment, hoping Elena would forgive her impertinence. Elena, ever gracious, reassured the distraught young woman, encouraging her to share her troubles freely. And so, Lady Render's story unfolded, much as Elena had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, sipping her tea, Elena spoke. After hearing Lady Render's story, I've been considering whether I can help resolve this matter of inheritance. The conclusion I've reached is that I cannot help you with that, Lady Render. The blonde-haired young woman was taken aback by this response, a fresh wave of embarrassment washing over her. Perhaps that's how it should be. But Elena quickly dispelled her discomfort. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying I won't help you at all. Even the Emperor himself cannot interfere in matters of inheritance. I, too, am in a similar position. However, aside from that, I can assist you with anything else. Tears welled up in Lady Render's eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude for Elena's kindness. Before I offer my assistance, my lady, I have a question for you. How would you assess your own confidence? Lady Render hesitated for a moment, then began to recount her story. It's been this way since I was a child. I learned numbers before I learned letters. For me, the marketplace was the best playground. There, I witnessed the flow of money. Lady Render's abilities are the most outstanding in the history of the Render family. She is more suited to the Render name than anyone else, the young woman explained. Elena, understanding that Tabitha was like a fledgling just released from its shell, spoke. I understand your position perfectly, Lady Render. Therefore, I wish to demonstrate my sincerity. With these words, she handed Tabitha a letter. Tabitha carefully opened it. Inside was a single word, tomatoes. After a moment of silence, the blonde noblewoman asked with a puzzled expression, "Is there some issue regarding tomatoes?" Elena thought, as expected of sharp mind, she understood with just a single clue. Indeed, soon, the consumption of that particular commodity will increase dramatically. A delegation from another kingdom will be arriving at the royal court shortly, and that delegation will be signing a large-scale contract for the sale of tomatoes, exceeding 70% of the market. Elena divulged this useful, confidential information to Lady Render. However, a deep-seated insecurity, stemming from her family, lingered in the blonde noblewoman's heart. She felt powerless. With this thought, Tabitha declined Elena's offer. "Thank you, but I don't seem to have the capacity for such an undertaking. The funds I manage would ultimately be depleted." Elena gently placed a promissory note from the Rosaria ducal estate on the table. "You only need to resolve the issue of funding, correct?" The blonde noblewoman stared at the promissory note in disbelief, her eyes wide. It was a note from a house whose wealth was the envy of all. Holding the note, Tabitha couldn't hide her astonishment. This was the assistance Elena was offering. "Show everyone your capabilities, my lady." These words resonated deeply within Tabitha. In truth, what Lady Render desired most was recognition of her abilities and her worth. Tears welled up in the young blonde woman's eyes. This was precisely what she longed to hear from her family, the validation she craved. But why was she receiving it from a stranger and not from her own kin? Elena asked, "Are you ready?" Clutching the promissory note, the noblewoman made her decision. "I will make good use of this and live up to your assistance." Elena asked again if she could manage, and Tabitha affirmed with certainty of course. Now, it was merely a small matter. Finally, Tabitha smiled. After their conversation, the blonde noblewoman was escorted home. Opening the door to her familiar house, she heard her mother's voice, laced with a mixture of concern and reproach. "Where have you been?" Tabitha quickly lowered her head and offered a sincere apology. Looking at her mother's face, she said, "Due to my carelessness, I caused my parents and brother worry." Her mother inquired if she had truly reflected on her actions, and Tabitha replied with a smile, "Yes, I have already ordered the liquidation of the trading company." Hearing this, a look of satisfaction spread across her mother's face. Upstairs, her brother watched the scene unfold in silence. Her mother led her into her room. "You must be tired. Go upstairs and rest." Her mother held her hand tightly, but Tabitha felt no warmth. This affectionate gesture only appeared when her mother sensed something advantageous for herself. She had to prove her worth to remain in this house. In a corner, her brother continued to observe, his face etched with resentment. But Tabitha had made up her mind. If she continued to live according to this family standards, she would surely be cast aside. She would live by her on new standards. Just you wait. One day, I will swallow whole this Render family you're so proud of. The scene shifted to a lavish tea table, where other noble women had been invited. Elena greeted everyone with confidence and grace. In addition to the two ladies from the previous meeting, Elena had also invited the noblewoman with platinum blonde hair. That young woman was Erlene's daughter, Maybelline. In the story, she would later be the one to help Elena cure the Imperial Plague. After the previous banquet, Elena had remembered her and decided to see Maybelline more often. Just as Elena had anticipated, everyone chatted pleasantly. Mabel, true to form, kept examining the surrounding plants, her fondness for them evident. Elena broke in. "I'm so glad you all enjoy my greenhouse, but it's nothing compared to the Crown Prince's secret garden." The mention of it immediately captured Mabel's attention. She at once inquired about this secret garden. Elena continued, "I visited once, and I saw so many flowers and herbs I'd never seen before." Mabel's interest deepened. "I've heard rumors," she said, "that the garden is filled with rare plants. I'd love to see it someday." In the original story, it was Rosetta who introduced Mabel to this very garden. The plants within held the key to curing a terrible plague that would soon sweep the empire, and Mabel was the one destined to develop the cure. She, however, would credit Rosetta entirely for leading her to the garden. Back at the table, Elena offered gently, "Would you like me to request a visit for you from the Crown Prince?" Mabel's delight was uncontainable. "Truly, would I be granted such an honor?" Elena readily assured her, "Of course. I'll send word to your family, Mabel, when I arrange my own visit." If this worked, Rosetta's accomplishment would become Elena's. Stealing credit felt distasteful, but survival demanded such measures. "So, please understand," Elena continued. "It seems Miss Mabel has a fondness for plants and a particular understanding of herbs. Perhaps you aspire to be a physician." Mabel replied, "Oh no. Actually, I wish to be a researcher." Lady Render, the brown-haired woman, remarked, "A researcher's reputation doesn't hold the same weight as a physician's." Mabel acknowledged this, but her eyes shone with a quiet happiness. She explained that if she could create new medicines through her research on herbs, she would consider that far more important than fame. She was truly angelic. A girl with such pure intentions made Elena, the protagonist, feel utterly corrupt. This sentiment resonated deeply with Elena and everyone present, filling them with a desire to support Mabel in her endeavors. Looking at Lady Render, Elena smiled inwardly. It seems she's been spurred into action. That'll be useful sooner or later. In a beautiful house, Lady Render sat by the window, thinking of Mabel and the radiant way she spoke of her dreams. Lady Render felt a pang of envy. She, by contrast, had no such dreams. Born a woman, she gazed at her beautiful reflection in the mirror and wished she, too, could speak of aspirations with such confidence. After a moment of reflection, she decided this was no time for despondency. Moving to her desk, she began to consider what she could do, what she wanted to do. She enjoyed reading, loved acquiring new knowledge, whether from books or from the world around her. She scribbled her thoughts on paper, trying to pinpoint her desires, but it seemed she needed help. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Lady Render smiled. A few days later, at the Rosalia ducal residence, Lady Cheddar came to visit Elena. With a hopeful smile, Lady Cheddar confessed, "Lately, I've been giving a lot of thought to my future. Hearing Lady Rosaria and Lady Mabel speak so passionately has inspired me to try something new as well." Elena, pleased, replied, "I'm honored to have had such a positive influence on you." Sensing Lady Cheddar's apprehension about her next words, Elena offered a gentle, encouraging smile. Taking a deep breath, Lady Render, who is also Lady Cheddar, as indicated by the previous summaries, declared, "I want to create something called a rumor shop. The idea came to me while contemplating the value of knowledge. Books containing knowledge are bought and sold. Tutors impart knowledge to others, and there are costs associated with that process. But what about rumors? They're simply stories passed from one person to another. Rumors carry a wealth of information," Lady Cheddar mused. "In a simple sense, I might hear whispers of thieves in the neighborhood, a warning to be cautious. More broadly, they encompass market trends and international affairs. I've come to realize that information is power." The brown-haired noblewoman continued, "Even when negotiating with other countries, prior knowledge gleaned from rumors can smooth the process considerably." Elena listened intently, her thoughts turning inward. I hadn't anticipated such a sharp turn in her thinking. I expected Jabuska to be more ambiguous than Eni, but she's truly remarkable, so insightful, finding her own path so quickly. Lady Cheddar's gaze was firm as she declared, "Therefore, I believe establishing a shop that deals in these rumors would be a lucrative venture. It would be far more valuable than mere knowledge." A silence hung in the air after she finished, Elena's expression unreadable. A flicker of anxiety touched Lady Cheddar. Had she been too enthusiastic? Did Elena think her idea foolish? Her apprehension was short-lived. "Lady Cheddar, you are truly admirable," Elena praised. "That is a brilliant idea." Relief washed over Lady Cheddar. "It is a splendid notion. I already have a multitude of ideas swirling in my mind for its implementation." Elena's smile was radiant. "First, you must give your rumor shop a name, and you'll need a location, of course. I can assist you with both." Lady Cheddar beamed, still scarcely able to believe her good fortune. A rumor shop. Spoken plainly, it sounded almost frivolous, even vulgar. But upon deeper reflection, it held immense potential. For instance, a rumor might circulate about a couple embroiled in a bitter argument, their tempers frayed. Those privy to such a rumor could then steer clear of the pair, avoiding any unpleasantness. But if the couple were of noble rank, their quarrel wouldn't end with a simple spat. It could have repercussions throughout the aristocracy, affecting numerous noble houses and their alliances. Forewarned, Elena could wield such knowledge to her advantage. Watching Lady Cheddar's enthusiasm, a quiet satisfaction bloomed within her. Why do so many exceptional individuals gravitate towards me? She wondered. She resolved to support Lady Cheddar in every way possible. A few days later, on a picturesque street within the imperial city, 3 ladies stood before a particular building. "This," Elena announced, "is where Lady Cheddar's vision will take form." Lady Cheddar looked perplexed. "What do you mean?" "Even a popular rumor shop should maintain a degree of discretion. Ideally, it should be accessible, yet its entrance shouldn't be too conspicuous." The golden-haired lady added, "That is precisely why I took great pains to secure this location for you, Bella." Lady Cheddar readily agreed. "Indeed, this is the perfect building. Shall we go and finalize the contract with the landlord?" She was taken aback by Elena's next words. "Bella, it turned out, already owned the building." "What?" Lady Cheddar stammered, utterly bewildered. "What does this mean?" Elena smiled gently. "I told you I would support you. True friends help each other," she added warmly. Bella embraced Elena tightly. With this, Elena had secured the fortune, the information, and the alliances she needed to pave the way for her future. Later that afternoon, back at her estate, Elena wished to speak with her mother. A maid informed her that her mother was occupied with a guest. A guest. Elena was surprised. She hadn't been notified of any visitors. As she approached her mother's chambers, she heard a man's laughter emanating from within. "Has that insufferable crown prince dared to show his face in my home?" Unable to contain her indignation, she flung open the door. The sight that greeted her stopped her dead in her tracks. It wasn't the crown prince. It was the Grand Duke. He sat calmly, a teacup in his hand, his gaze meeting hers. "Greetings, Duchess Rosalia," he said. "Why is he here?" She thought, her mind racing. Composing herself, Elena took a seat at the table, a faint smile playing on her lips. You arrive without responding to an invitation, she observed. It seems you possess quite an impetuous nature. The Grand Duke chuckled softly. Let's just say, he replied, that from the moment I received your message, I've been debating the necessity of adhering to etiquette. Her hand tightened around her own cup. What, she asked, her voice laced with steel, is the meaning of this? He no longer bothered to conceal his true intentions. My name is C.O. Yun, he began. That is, or rather, was my name. At his words, she regained her composure and nodded. So it was true. He, like Elena, was Korean. He continued, from now on, I prefer you use that name as well. Elena, in turn, held nothing back. My name is Jeong Yuna. The Grand Duke's posture relaxed noticeably. Leaning back in his chair, he said, indeed. Then let us dispense with the pretenses and share what we know. Elena wasn't easily persuaded. She would offer information only if he was willing to divulge his first. She wanted to gauge how much he knew and how useful he could be. He chuckled, asking me to go first. Aren't you being a bit presumptuous? Elena responded mildly. I arrived in this world before you. I have more information. You should be the one to concede. The Grand Duke spoke with an air of confidence. First, he began, I know everything about this body, the layout of this empire, and how you've adapted to this place before me. He gestured towards Elena's face. She offered him a cool glance. He was still so young. The Grand Duke didn't truly understand where they were. Judging by the clothing and architecture, it resembled medieval Europe, but there were significant differences. Hearing this, Elena smiled faintly. So, he knew nothing of consequence. Elena looked at the Grand Duke. We are inside a fictional romance novel. They had been exchanging information for a while, though it was practically a one-way street with her providing him with details. He stared, stunned, then somehow began to accept this preposterous information. The Grand Duke couldn't believe he'd been transported into a story. So this is the world inside a novel. The main characters are the Crown Prince and a girl who will die by his hand, and I'm the loser, is that it? He couldn't deny it any longer. He had no choice but to believe these absurd words. Elena replied calmly, You catch on quickly. This will make the rest of our conversation much easier. He was taken aback. The rest of our conversation. Elena proposed, let's join hands. A blind villainess who loses her life for love, and a Grand Duke abandoned in the cold back rooms. You don't want to live out the fate written in this book, do you? The Grand Duke agreed. No, I don't. And so, they decided to form an alliance to help each other. Elena, ever prepared, produced a contract and asked him to sign. The ancients said, she stated firmly, a verbal agreement is no agreement at all. A written contract leaves no room for betrayal. These words struck a chord with the man who had been betrayed by his own younger brother in his previous life. He agreed without hesitation. Then, they each laid out their self-centered terms in meticulous detail. Finalizing the contract wasn't easy. Numerous clauses were added, but one stood out in particular. Clause 5. Party A and Party B may withhold information regarding their individual plans from each other. Unless there is a special reason, the other party must cooperate. However, said plans must not endanger the other party. She frowned. Does this mean you intend to act independently? He simply smiled. Think of it as prudence. With the contract complete, the Grand Duke stood. I expect you at the palace for tea promptly at 2 o'clock every afternoon, starting tomorrow. What? Starting tomorrow. Elena couldn't believe his audacity. Seeing her hesitation, the Grand Duke pointed to the contract. At this, she conceded, but with a condition of her own. Then I require your cooperation as well. I will be bringing a young lady to visit your gardens. Please welcome her. He readily agreed. By all means. It seemed these two were truly a match. From then on, she visited him for tea every day as instructed. But what was his ultimate goal? She couldn't fathom it. Did he enjoy watching others be deceived? Watching him, Elena felt a flicker of annoyance. Very well then, Grand Duke Jeong Taegong. May you live long and prosper. When their allotted time was over, he coldly dismissed Elena, leaving her seething with anger. Watching his retreating back, she could only curse him in her mind. Just you wait, you lunatic. I'll make you pay triple for this absurdity. Returning to his chambers, the Grand Duke was met by an attendant who hurried to deliver a message. A letter has arrived from the Imperial Palace, Your Grace. His Majesty requests your presence. As planned, upon receiving the summons, the Grand Duke immediately set off for the palace. Standing before his father, the king, he bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, You summoned me. The king came straight to the point. I've heard rumors of someone frequenting your palace recently. The Grand Duke offered a faint smile. Indeed, your majesty. A fox. I encountered it while entering and leaving the palace some time ago. The king raised an eyebrow. A fox. He continued, yes, a fox with a coat of the finest red fur. Its temperament is unique. It may take some time to tame. The king pondered his son's words. I wonder what has become of him, comparing Elena to a fox and speaking of taming her. Aloud, he simply chuckled. I'm sure you'll manage. Your mother had quite the knack for taming creatures. If this is the case, you truly take after her. I'm certain that fox will be in your grasp soon enough. The king's thoughts continued their silent course. He not only draws the crown prince's soul betrothed to his side, but flaunts it without a shred of concealment. What audacity! What has transformed him so? This makes the story all the more intriguing. The perfect amount of cleverness, the perfect amount of ambition, the perfect amount of concern. Every action meticulously calculated. Lost in thought, he suddenly reached out and grasped the Grand Duke's hair. I heard you suffered a head injury. It seems something within you has indeed changed. With these cryptic words, the king released his grip. I'm curious to see just how capable you truly are. The Grand Duke calmly smoothed back his hair. The king made a suggestion. Attend the main council meeting in a week's time. The Grand Duke acquiesced obediently. Yes, your majesty. I will follow your command. With that, he took his leave, closing the door behind him. The Grand Duke's mind raced. This was but the first step in his plan. A confident, captivating smile played on his lips. A hand slammed down on the table, followed by a roar. What? Who has arrived? Where? It was the Crown Prince. Having heard the news, he had rushed to find the king, his voice booming through the halls. What in the world is going on? His face was flushed, whether from alcohol or rage, it was hard to tell. One glance was all the king needed to understand. His voice turned icy. It's still daylight, and you're already drinking. The Crown Prince, his tone disrespectful, raged at his father. Are you pretending to be ignorant? That wretch who doesn't deserve the name Kartika. Why is that pathetic excuse for a man attending the council meeting? The pathetic excuse for a man was none other than the Grand Duke. He had said too much. The tension in the air was palpable. But facing his son's outburst, the king merely asked coldly, do you lack confidence? The golden-haired young man placed a hand over his heart. How could I? This is a matter of pride. Then what is the problem? Why are you here, yelping like a frightened dog with its tail between its legs? The king's words were sharp, leaving the Crown Prince speechless. He could only manage. You'll regret letting that man attend the council. The king replied, don't concern yourself. I do not regret the words I speak. Go about your business. Resentful and defeated, the golden-haired Crown Prince stormed out. The king watched his son's retreating figure, a thought crossing his mind. If only he could conduct himself like a monarch. This is tiresome. But the king had long since calculated what he needed now, whether it was a fool obsessed with books and plants, or a drunkard and playboy. He needed someone who could make the empire stronger and richer. The Grand Duke was quietly reading in his room when a commotion erupted outside the door. Get out of my way. The voice made the Grand Duke glance up. The blonde prince was still as irritating as a yapping dog. He tossed aside the book the Grand Duke was reading. The Crown Prince demanded furiously, why don't you understand anything? The Grand Duke calmly replied to his younger brother, what are you talking about, my brother? Seeing the Grand Duke's calm and gentle demeanor, the Crown Prince became even more enraged. He grabbed the Grand Duke by the collar and yelled, what did you just say? The Grand Duke didn't speak, but quietly grasped his hand, which startled the Crown Prince. What? This fool has such strength. The Grand Duke simply smiled faintly. It's not very becoming of you to be so physical, brother. The Crown Prince grew more agitated. Are you crazy? You've always lived like a fool. Why are you acting so arrogant now? Live like your mother, like leftovers in the corner of the kitchen. The blonde Crown Prince even wore a cunning expression. If that's the case, when I become emperor, I'll spare your insect life. The Grand Duke gave a faint smile. Your story isn't worth listening to. This attitude further infuriated the blonde Crown Prince, who gritted his teeth. You bastard. With a gentle shove from the Grand Duke, the Crown Prince tumbled gracelessly to the floor. How humiliating. With just a light push, he crashed into the table and began to wail. The Grand Duke knew how to handle the situation. He gently helped his brother up, his tone laced with sarcasm. It seems you're so drunk you can't even control yourself. It would be best if you returned to your room today. This made the Crown Prince feel like he was being treated like a child, and he wondered if this was truly the same brother he once knew. The Grand Duke softly instructed Dan to take the second prince back to his room, then turned to leave. "I'll see you at the political meeting, my brother." Before Dan could even escort him, the Crown Prince stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding crash. What rude behavior. Back in his room, the Crown Prince cursed his brother incessantly. "You arrogant dog. Next time I'll make sure that mocking mouth of yours never speaks again." He ordered a servant to summon Duchess Tennessee, repeating loudly, "Bring Duchess Tennessee to me at once." Elena was engrossed in her documents when she heard someone calling for her. It was Miss Tennessee. Elena rested her chin in her hand, pondering. "I heard she's been staying home these days." Miss Tennessee hasn't attended any tea parties since that day. "I wonder why. I've heard the invitations Miss Tennessee receives have decreased." Elena musid. Then she understood why the other woman had come. Elena rose from her chair and commanded, quickly, "Invite Miss Tennessee to my room." That day, the irritating orange-haired woman appeared in the room, her expression as artificial as ever. "I apologize for visiting without an appointment. Thank you so much for receiving me." Elena feigned a smile in return. "It's nothing. If it's Miss Tennessee, you're always welcome." "Your words put me at ease," Tennessee replied. Elena didn't wait long before getting to the point. "I'm not sure why you've come here," but she still beat around the bush. "Oh my, you're so impatient. Let's talk while we have tea." And so, Elena became direct, her expression turning serious. "I'm asking you why you've come here." Tennessee frowned, putting on a pitiful expression. She set down her teacup and said, "Although it may sound shameless, I wish to return to our previous relationship, Mississippi." The orange-haired woman continued, "I was momentarily confused. My words and actions at that time must have troubled you. I apologize again." Elena simply smiled faintly. "This is within my expectations." Her footing in high society was growing increasingly precarious. She desperately needed a lifeline. The orange-haired woman offered a dazzling smile. "Miss Rosalia, are we still as close as we used to be? I can do anything for you." Elena stood abruptly, her voice laced with disdain. "What tedious tale. I have no need for someone so eager to stab me in the back." Tennessee feigned curiosity. What do you mean?" At her words, Elena stepped closer to the volatile young woman. "And you're not nearly as important as you think you are. I doubt there's anything you could possibly do for me." The words left the other girl trembling with rage. She shoved Elena's arm away, her face a mask of fury. "You'll regret this." Elena merely offered a faint smile at the display. "As expected. Is that so? What a pity. Miss Orangehair will simply have to pack her things and leave. I'll be going now. You needn't see me out." Elena had no intention of waiting. The very idea was absurd. "Goodbye, Miss Tennessee." Elena's smile turned bright. Within the Crown Prince's palace, a private meeting was underway. "Duke Tennessee, is there anything I can do for your highness?" he inquired. The Crown Prince, already well aware of the Duke's true nature, thought, what a sly fox, pretending ignorance. Feigning thoughtful consideration, the Crown Prince tossed a stack of documents onto the table and roared, "How can a subordinate who fails to grasp his master's intentions ever serve him?" The Duke still feigned incomprehension. Seeing that he wouldn't be easily swayed, the Duke attempted to appease him. "I heard that Prince Lloyd Carter will also be attending the political council meeting." This truly ignited the Crown Prince's fury. "If anyone dares to utter the name Kartika after his again, I will not spare them." The Duke simply smiled, thinking he's still so young. He continued, "I understand the Grand Duke's attendance is by His Majesty's order. However," a cunning smile spread across his face. "However, your Highness has instructed me to resist His Majesty's commands." The blond man's expression hardened. "Good." The Duke gestured reassuringly. "I will remove the Grand Duke as per your Highness's wishes. But in the event that Duke Tennessee defies His Majesty's orders, I trust you won't forget my wholehearted assistance. And you should also remember that I have a beautiful daughter, Lisa, of marriageable age." With that, he departed. So the assistance came with a hefty price tag. The Crown Prince sat alone in his chambers, thinking, what a parasite. The Grand Duke's presence at the council wouldn't benefit him in the slightest. He still had to feign subservience. a beautiful daughter of marriageable age. Was he trying to replace Elena Rosaria, aiming for a connection to the royal family? The crown prince wasn't foolish enough to let that viperous woman become his bride. The only one truly loyal to the emperor was Duke Rosalia. She would be his strongest asset when he ascended the throne. That meant there was no more perfect empress than Rosalia. But the memory of Elena demanding to break off their engagement made him stomp his foot in frustration. He roared, kicking the table violently. "Damn it, you impertinent wretch." He was still reeling from the sudden upheaval in his life. Everything was different now. An image flashed through his mind. Someone bleeding profusely. Who was it? He'd fainted, staring into the void. The crown prince had a realization. A cunning smile crept across his lips. If that person were gone, everything would fall into place. What was he planning? Morning arrived at Grand Duke Lloyd's palace. The area outside his chambers was now crowded with guests, all pledging their allegiance to the Grand Duke. Sitting inside, the Grand Duke pondered. When he'd been injured by the Crown Prince, none of them had deigned to show their faces. Now they flocked to him. They were clearly driven by ulterior motives, no doubt eager to see how things would unfold. The reason the king's discarded son, Lloyd, the Grand Duke, was invited to the political meeting outside the door was the minister's demand to see him. Each proclaimed themselves a confidant of the Grand Duke. Dan calmly resolved the situation. "Your Highness," he announced, "didn't expect everyone to arrive at once. He requests you enter one by one." He continued, "Please wait a moment while I call each of your names." One by one, each person entered the room and then emerged. Curiosity rippled through the assembled crowd, sparking fervent discussions. The long-haired man declared enthusiastically, "Indeed, His Highness has changed. He's dignified and looks you straight in the eye. The Grand Duke has become much more learned." The bearded man countered, "I don't understand what you're saying. His Highness has always been like this. Don't talk nonsense." The excited chatter escalated, a cacophony of voices, each recounting a different experience. A man who had just exited replied calmly, "I believe you had a conversation with Grand Duke Lloyd, but I had no such exchange." He recounted how, upon entering the room, a servant invited him to sit with the Grand Duke. Then, the Grand Duke simply looked at him, uttering not a word. This silent tableau continued for approximately 10 minutes before the Grand Duke suddenly smiled, greeting him with the same familiar expression he'd always worn. Another man thought to himself, there was no smile then, only a grim expression. He stared at me as if he wanted to kill me. Why were the descriptions from those who met the Grand Duke so vastly different? It was a complete mystery. Speculation ran rampant. Perhaps he had changed. Perhaps he hadn't. They stood outside the door, uncertain what to do, plagued by questions. They were the Grand Duke's faction, driven purely by self-interest. Locked in a struggle for assets against the Crown Prince's faction, they stood in opposition. But if the Grand Duke had truly changed, and if His Majesty's invitation to tomorrow's political meeting was a test, what should they do? Hesitation gripped them. It might be difficult to voice opposition against the second prince's influence. Each calculated their own course, unsure which side to support to preserve their wealth and power. After a period of contemplation, they dispersed, returning home disheartened. Inside, the Grand Duke had already surmised, indeed, without a good reason, there are too many loopholes. The Grand Duke addressed Dan. I had hoped at least one would be competent, but they're all useless. Dan, puzzled, inquired why he had met with each individually. Wouldn't a group meeting have been more efficient? The Grand Duke responded coolly, Dan, did you see the expression on each of their faces as they entered? The question hung heavy with meaning, the words of a seasoned strategist. Dan immediately replied, yes, I remember everything. I was the one who ushered them in. His initial tone of pride gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful silence as he began to observe his surroundings more keenly. As if struck by a sudden realization, Dan blurted out, could it be you intentionally let them see themselves, then and now? The Grand Duke responded instantly, precisely. He had surmised from the beginning that they were sent by His Majesty to assess the situation, to scrutinize him, to determine their next move. Dan replied, but they must be utterly confused. Indeed, the method of testing each individual differed, ensuring a variety of opinions. Even if all opinions converged in one direction, it presented another problem. Hypothetical opinions couldn't determine true allegiance. Even a single dissenting voice would create ripples of doubt. They would be thrown into disarray, unable to decide what to say or do. The Grand Duke stated they must think carefully and make a choice. Admiration flickered in Dan's eyes. Grand Duke Lloyd's meticulous planning was truly remarkable. Lloyd concluded, because that choice will lead them down different paths. Indeed, the capitalist mindset transported into this world did not disappoint. The next morning, Elena, meticulously prepared, stood before a building, silent, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, the brunette girl of yesterday reappeared, her hair now styled in a playful Nisha bun. She turned to Elena. Miss Rosalia, what do you think? Don't you think it's wonderful? Elena's face pallid, speechless. Wonderful. What's wonderful about it? She thought. Before the two girls stood a shop, the embodiment of the brunette Cheddar's secrets. From the outside, it looked rather cute, perfectly matching Cheddar's personality. Elena glanced around, wondering if she'd taken a wrong turn, and stumbled into a souvenir shop. Did I just find a knick-knack store? She wondered. Why is the shop called she asked. Cheddar enthusiastically explained her brilliant idea. Because cheese stretches, but the two ends are always connected, right? Information can also spread in multiple directions, but ultimately, it's all linked together, like cheese. The redhead was stunned by this explanation, stammering, "Oh, is that so?" Cheddar, brimming with passion, gestured animatedly with sparkling eyes. Elena could only manage a weak smile. The sign was already up. There was nothing to be done. Well, now that the shop is open, she began. What should we do next? Cheddar hesitated, seemingly without a concrete plan. She stammered. What we do next is, then vaguely gestured towards the interior of the shop. Wait for customers inside. Seriously, just open a shop and leave it like this. Elena thought, this won't do. This absolutely won't do. If this was the case, Elena would have to intervene. Miss, it doesn't work like that. We need to advertise. Cheddar looked stunned. Advertise? Is that really necessary? Nobles truly don't understand business. Elena thought, a headache forming. Elena gently explained, of course it's necessary. If we just sit here, will customers come? Cheddar finally seemed to understand. As she began to exclaim in realization, murmurs arose from outside the shop. Fortunately, customers had arrived. The whispers interrupted the girls' conversation. Elena peered outside and saw a group of boys hesitantly lingering by the door. Elena approached them quietly, thinking, this is my chance. Boys, do you have a moment? A blond boy, captivated by her elegant beauty, was momentarily stunned. Is she a noble? He wondered, then politely replied, what is it? Elena smiled at the children. I have something to ask you, which is why I called you over. Convinced that Elena was a noble, the boys hesitantly backed away, fearfully saying, we're not thieves. Their reaction amused Elena. Her gaze softened. What bold children, expressing their thoughts even knowing I'm a noble. Elena bent down and placed a handful of gold coins in the blonde boy's hand. This is worth your time. Don't worry, it's not like that. I just need someone familiar with this neighborhood. With the gold coins, Elena successfully recruited some helpful assistants. Moments later, the area outside the shop was empty as she had invited the boys inside. She didn't hide anything, telling them the truth about her shop. You see, since the shop just opened, we don't have any customers yet. Firstly, Chi Information Shop will buy any rumors you know. Secondly, you can find out anything you're curious about here. If you spread this news widely, I'll give each of you a gold coin every day. The three boys' faces lit up at this. It was clear that the most important factor for an information broker's success was the quantity of information. The type of rumor didn't matter, as long as there were many. To achieve this, the first priority was to publicize the shop's existence. If those children spread the word, information would pour in from all directions. It would be up to Miss Cheddar to determine the accuracy and rarity of the accumulated information and to buy and sell it strategically. She produced a black mask and gently placed it over Cheddar's lovely face. Miss Cheddar, she said softly, please do your best. For safety's sake, she had to wear a mask when facing clients. Those who came to sell information were secretive, so it was best not to reveal her true face. I understand. I'll be sure to wear it, Miss Cheddar replied. But the brown-haired young woman still seemed unsure, laughing shyly. Though, I doubt we'll have any customers yet. The words had barely left her lips when their first customer arrived. As luck would have it, her words proved prophetic in reverse. and a girl appeared from behind the black curtain. Both of them saw the first customer. Elena offered encouragement. The first customer is always memorable. Go on. Miss Cheddar, though still a little shy, quickly found her confidence, for this was her passion. Welcome, she invited. Though a little clumsy, the Chi Information Shop had opened for business, welcoming its first transaction. Night fell. In a luxuriously decorated, classical restaurant, a man sat alone, raising a glass to his lips. It was Duke Tennessee. A man approached the Duke respectfully. Your Grace, you summoned me. Duke Tennessee commanded coldly, sit. Soon, the Duke brought up the plan he'd been brewing since his meeting with the Crown Prince. He spoke bluntly. I'll get straight to the point. Swirling the vibrant red wine in his glass, he issued his chilling order. Eliminate the Grand Duke before the assembly. The man before him, his face paling, could scarcely believe his ears. He asked fearfully, You mean Prince Lloyd? The Duke's eyes glinted with malice. What? Can't you manage it? I'm asking you to deal with someone who's been locked away and starved for ages. How difficult can that be? The man sitting before him fell silent, thinking, but that starved man now has the Emperor's attention. To make him disappear would be suicide. And after their last encounter, he still hadn't confirmed the rumors about the Grand Duke. He still doubted whether the man he'd met that day was truly the Grand Duke he knew. So what's your answer? The Duke pressed, staring into his wine glass. The man sighed and nodded his agreement. I understand. Inwardly, he reasoned, I'll side with the Duke for now. Even if the Grand Duke has changed, the heir to the throne hasn't. It was the most sensible decision he could make at that moment. I'll be sure to settle all my debts with this. At dawn, in the Grand Duke's palace, the well-built Grand Duke was diligently performing push-ups. What a captivating sight he made, his handsome features even more striking in concentration, sweat tracing paths down his face, making him all the more alluring. After completing 7,749 push-ups, he stood, revealing rippling six-pack abs and long, sculpted legs. Truly handsome from every angle. Dan thought to himself, when did His Highness start working out? Such a great physique, it's enviable. The Grand Duke quickly donned shirt, the contours of his abs still faintly visible. He asked Dan, hasn't that item I requested arrived yet? Dan smiled. It's right here. I just received it and was about to show you. It was a sky blue box containing a glittering, luxurious piece of jewelry. The Grand Duke held it in his hand, examining it. He seemed less than satisfied, finding it perhaps too extravagant. Dan immediately explained, of course, it's for your Highness. It couldn't be anything simple. It especially complements the color of your Highness's eyes. It's truly beautiful, your Highness. Prince Lloyd picked up the jewelry and smoothly fastened it to his ear. The earring slipped on easily, the sky blue accentuating his fair complexion. Good, he said. It's quite functional. Grand Duke Lloyd draped a black cloak over his shoulders, turning to announce, I'll be back shortly. Dan started, Stuned. Your Highness, where are you going so suddenly? Watching the prince's retreating form, the young man thought to himself, His Highness has truly changed. He never used to go out. Dan called out helplessly, Your Highness, please answer me, Your Highness. The unanswered plea hung heavy in the air. At the Lachita Library, dawn was breaking. Just as the young noblewomen held their regular gatherings, so too did the young noblemen, and the Lachita Library was a favored venue. Within its hallowed halls, elegantly dressed young nobles sat amidst luxurious surroundings, engaged in lively discussion. Each was strikingly handsome, clad in subtly extravagant attire, the kind only the truly wealthy could afford. The conversation flowed until a silver-haired young man abruptly rose. Let's conclude our discussion for today, he declared. This was Luke Kell Sorik, the eldest son of Count Sorik and the convener of the meeting. At his words, the gathering dispersed, the young nobles exchanging farewells. Sorik lingered when a voice called out, You there? Are you Luke Sorik, eldest son of Count Sorik? Sorik turned, his gaze cool as he regarded the cloaked figure before him. Indeed, and you are. The figure swept back the cloak, revealing a face that left Sorik speechless with astonishment. Prince Lloyd, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The prince's chillingly beautiful features were accentuated by a glinting earring. Might we have a word? He asked, his voice as cold as his expression. The next day, in her study, Elena looked at the message written on the paper. Lucille is indeed an eccentric. The Grand Duke, seated opposite her, suddenly coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Elena looked up, concerned. Are you all right, Your Highness? The young man shook his head with a touch of embarrassment. It's nothing. Is there anything else? Elena's eyes returned to the paper, and she nodded. According to my parents' assessment, while he is eccentric, he is also quite capable. A pleased smile touched the Grand Duke's lips. Thank you for the valuable information. Observing his enigmatic expression, Elena pondered silently. What scheme is he brewing now? Though they were business partners, he remained a cipher. Currently, they were sharing information gleaned from the Duke and Duchess regarding the upper echelons of the nobility. They were preparing for the upcoming General Assembly, which the Grand Duke, seated before her, would be attending. With this in mind, Elena continued. Within the Crown Prince's faction are Count Sorik and Marquis Tennessee. Count Sorik is an old acquaintance of the Queen and the Crown Prince's most trusted advisor, while the Marquis handles all matters related to the Crown Prince. If the Count serves the Crown Prince openly, the Marquis works from the shadows. The Grand Duke listened intently, nodding. But it seems the Crown Prince is growing uneasy with Marquis Tennessee's increasing influence. That's only natural. Given the Crown Prince's personality, he wouldn't tolerate any potential threat to his own power. The Grand Duke sighed. How foolish. If he continues to suppress him, the Marquis will only be driven to resentment. Elena concurred. Precisely. Therefore, I believe the Marquis warrants closer attention than Count Sorik. Consider this. Nobles are the embodiment of ambition, driven by an insatiable hunger for wealth and power. They will constantly seek to expand their influence. Yet, they are bound to heed the Crown Prince's every whim. The Crown Prince is confident in the cards he holds, but he fails to grasp the underlying dangers. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I'm certain he will ascend to the throne, and as his closest allies, the nobles' power will inevitably grow. No matter how much the Crown Prince tries to restrain them, he cannot sever that symbiotic relationship. Perhaps that is why he's hesitant now. She paused, noticing the Grand Duke's perplexed expression, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her own features. He thought to himself that she truly wasn't ordinary, then continued, because we're business partners, and you seem to be sharper than I thought. Startled by the unexpected compliment, Elena offered a small shrug and a smile. What did you think of me before? Prince Lloyd, immediately flustered, waved his hands with a laugh. I misspoke. Please forgive me. Elena let it go, returned to her earlier thread. Moreover, there are suspicious individuals among your Prince Lloyd followers. In fact, it seems more difficult to find someone who isn't suspicious. At this, Prince Lloyd's eyes widened in realization. Are you referring to Count Ron Jefferson? I suspect him because he suddenly became close to me. Judging by his actions alone, he appears to be the closest person to you, Prince Lloyd. That would be me, but he only seemed to approach me after hearing I would be attending the main conference. Elena feigned interest, a subtle smile playing on her lips. I see. So he's still clinging to you, Prince Lloyd. I hadn't expected that. Prince Lloyd seized on the keyword, his expression turning serious. Did you just say still clinging? Elena, drawing upon her research, replied, people say his family had some assets and reputation until the previous generation. However, by now, 2 of the family businesses have failed, and their fortune has crumbled considerably. Afterward, he seems to have squandered the remaining family wealth on gambling and luxury goods. There are even rumors he's deeply in debt. Do you see anything suspicious? Knowing all this, why would someone like that feign closeness to you? In Count Ron Jefferson's position, he should be siding with the Crown Prince, even if it's just to scavenge for scraps. There's absolutely no benefit to pretending to be close to a seemingly weaker prince like yourself. Elena remained silent, allowing Prince Lloyd to continue. But if someone were paying him to get close to me, precisely. He's a spy, paid to keep close tabs on you, Prince Lloyd. This means someone wants their own person inside, disrupting your affairs. Prince Lloyd fell into deep thought, tossing a stack of papers onto the table. The key is to find out who's paying him. At this, several names immediately sprang to Elena's mind. She had her suspicions, but voicing them might create bias. It was best to say little at first. Swiftly changing the subject, she said, anyway, it'll be difficult to investigate this matter right now. Let's talk about something else. Prince Lloyd nodded, then asked, what should we do? Elena suddenly made an okay sign with her fingers, a smile gracing her lips. If you're worried about money, you'd obviously try to borrow it from somewhere, right? Prince Lloyd nodded again in agreement. That makes sense. Can you look into that? The image of the blonde-haired girl flashed through Elena's mind. Indeed, if it was about money, there was no one else but her. After a moment of contemplation, she told Prince Lloyd that she might be able to manage it. The next morning, a carriage stopped in front of the Lund Chamber of Commerce, and Elena stepped out. A strikingly blond young man sat inside reviewing documents. Ah, no, not a young man, but Miss Rinder, her long hair now cropped short. Just then, someone opened the door and entered, announcing with a smile, "Chamber President, you have a visitor." As the words left their lips, Elena entered, an elegant smile gracing her features. "It's been a while." Upon seeing her, Miss Rinder immediately rose to her feet, a bright smile mirroring Elena's. "Hello, Miss Elena. I apologize for this unannounced visit." "Miss Rinder, my goodness, you're too kind." "You're always welcome, Miss Elena. My office is a bit humble, but please have a seat." Elena removed her hat and sat down, shaking her head. "Not at all. Miss Rinder's office is quite admirable." The young woman blushed with pleasure at the compliment. Catching the blush, Elena teased, "You seem quite happy. You're practically glowing." "Ha, yes, I'm much happier than when I was managing the Lund family business." Elena, her blonde hair catching the light, inquired with a curious lilt, "Is that project still progressing smoothly?" The other woman, Miss Rinder, promptly and seriously nodded. "It's going very well. You needn't worry." "But Miss Elena, is there something specific you need today?" At this, Elena stated her purpose plainly. "There's something I wanted to ask. Do you know anything about Count Ron Jefferson?" Rinder nodded. "Of course." Seeing her immediate response, Elena thought that the Count must have made quite an impression for her to answer without a moment's hesitation. Rinder then added, "However, what I know is mostly related to his finances." Elena's voice lifted with excitement. "That's precisely what I want to know." At her words, Rinder sprang to her feet. "Then you've come to the right place. Let me show you the records." First, Count Ron Jefferson's actual financial situation is quite dire. About 3 years ago, when I was managing the Lund Chamber of Commerce, the Count's family began conducting business through us. Since then, he's accumulated considerable debt through gambling, extravagant dining, and, shall we say, his fondness for the company of women. He was both a VIP client of the chamber and a name on our blacklist. Elena listened intently, glancing at the figures in the ledger, recognizing the value of this information. Still, the sheer scale of the Count's debt startled her. He borrowed this much in just 3 years. In truth, Rinder explained, if someone accrues such debt, most chambers would find a way to prevent further borrowing. However, he would occasionally deposit a large sum, then immediately borrow heavily again, allowing him to continue the cycle. Recently, though, he's only been borrowing, not repaying. Elena listened quietly as Miss Rinder finished her account, then asked, but even now, understanding her unspoken question, Rinder continued, "He approached the chamber for another loan, but I naturally refused." Elena turned back to the ledger, lost in thought. "He keeps borrowing even though he can't repay his existing debts. Astonishing. And how could he have possibly settled his previous debts? Could it be money earned through espionage? But if it were espionage money, there should be a record of it being handled as a valuable asset." Elena voiced her question. "There's something else I'd like to ask. How did the Count repay his debts?" Rinder answered immediately. He primarily used cash, sometimes gemstones or gold, and occasionally a piece of expensive jewelry. At this, Elena's eyes widened. "Expensive jewelry, you say? Could it be?" Rinder rose from her chair. "Family heirlooms. He's brought in 6 or 7 pieces so far to exchange." With that, Rinder retrieved a delicate vase from her desk. "This is one of them. I kept it because I found it so beautiful." Looking at the vase, Elena sighed. "Miss Rinder, I've seen that before. While I'm not particularly close to Count Ron Jefferson, I saw it at the Crown Prince's palace." "Miss Rinder, I've seen that item before. I saw it at the Crown Prince's palace." The shocking revelation hung in the air, silencing the room, leaving both women momentarily frozen. Rinder suddenly gasped. The incident had occurred a few days prior. Elena had been at the Crown Prince's palace and had noticed the vase, drawn to its charm. She wasn't sure if the vase had suited the Crown Prince's taste before, but it certainly seemed out of place now. Elena surmised that he must have taken it while the palace guards were momentarily distracted. The realization sent a wave of panic through Rinder, leaving her speechless and trembling. Even if she had been deceived, purchasing royal property could potentially implicate her, depending on the circumstances. "But I won't let that happen." Elena thought, "Don't worry, Miss Rinder. You did nothing wrong. I won't let you suffer." She squeezed Rinder's trembling hand, offering reassurance. Just trust me. I promise. And by the way, we'll need to increase the capital for the new Chamber of Commerce as well. The next day, in a library, Prince Lloyd continued his questioning of Luke Kell-Sorik. Have you not reconsidered working for me? Silver-haired Luke Kell-Sorik, pulling a book from the shelf, shook his head. If it's about that, I believe I already declined last time, didn't I? Prince Lloyd, not giving up, reiterated, but people's minds change often. At this, Luke Kell-Sorik swiftly turned his head, glancing at Prince Lloyd with a cold smile. Apologies, but I won't be changing my mind. Working for you, Prince Lloyd, offers me no benefit whatsoever. Hearing this, Prince Lloyd offered an elegant laugh. I understand. From Sword's perspective, Prince Lloyd had been trying to recruit him since the nobles' gathering, a proposal he'd clearly rejected from start. And today marked the third day of this relentless pursuit. Luke Kell-Sorik shoved the book back onto the shelf with an irritated huff. This guy is persistent. Prince Lloyd's voice continued. In this cruel world, one must have perseverance to survive. I don't just have a field of flowers in my head. If you cooperate with me, you'll see more breathtaking things. Focusing on the books on the shelves, Luke Kell-Sorik shrugged. What more breathtaking things? I'm not a materialist. I don't lack money. Or do you mean knowledge? But in terms of knowledge, I'm definitely superior. I haven't even heard of you, Prince Lloyd, reading any books. As for honor, that's not it either. If so, then only power remains, and that topic needs no further discussion. Luke Kell-Sorik spoke bluntly, hoping Prince Lloyd would feel humiliated and give up. But unexpectedly, he calmly continued, Luke Kell-Sorik, can you really be so decisive? Prince Lloyd's gaze suddenly deepened. Luke Kell-Sorik, do you truly want nothing from me? Prince Lloyd's footsteps gradually drew closer, accompanied by his voice. Like I said, understand people like you, Luke Kell-Sorik. Extraordinary ability and perfect self-control. There's nothing you can't achieve on your own, so life is easy for you. So, someone like you must also be more easily bored. Then why don't we play a bigger game? Looking at the handsome face now close at hand, Luke Kell-Sorik said seriously, I don't understand what you're saying. Haha, I mean, use your abilities to turn me into an emperor. Wouldn't it be interesting to bring someone to the pinnacle of the empire? Aren't you curious? Luke Kell-Sorik immediately flashed a dangerous smile. Your words sound like you want to be controlled by me. Just then, the clock of a nearby temple chimed. Prince Lloyd chuckled. Let's end it here for today. I have to go. It would be great to get a different answer tomorrow. With that, Prince Lloyd once again donned his mysterious cloak and departed amidst the crowd bathed in the setting sun. Suddenly, an antique carriage stopped before him. The carriage door opened, and a somewhat familiar voice called out. It was Count Ron Jefferson. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't it Prince Lloyd? Slightly surprised by his appearance, and unaware of someone approaching from behind, Prince Lloyd was struck with a cane. Later that night, Count Ron Jefferson's carriage pulled into his estate. Count Ron Jefferson walked ahead, followed by a servant carrying the unconscious Prince Lloyd, blood streaming from his head. They roughly threw the prince onto the floor. Count Ron Jefferson stood silently, thinking the Marquis said to kill him cleanly, but I can't just kill His Highness now. This is an opportunity. With that thought, he sat down and rummaged through Prince Lloyd's pockets. Finding something, the Count smiled. If this succeeds, it will be a great opportunity to change my life. He pulled a medallion, or some sort of symbol of status, from the prince's coat. The position of heir is currently shaky. If I use this opportunity to put Prince Lloyd on the throne, I will become the emperor's closest confidant. Count Ron Jefferson plotted. This way, I will become one of the empire's top nobles. I did kidnap the prince, but if I explain it clearly, perhaps he will understand. Count Ron Jefferson pondered. The crucial thing is how to convince the Marquis that I've killed the crown prince. Just as he was lost in thought, a maid entered the room and curtsied. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he smiled, ordering, "Give me your hand." The maid, perplexed by the request, nonetheless obeyed, extending her hand. Before she could react, the Count produced a sharp knife from his pocket and swiftly sliced across her palm, splattering blood. As the maid cried out in pain, he pressed a metallic object, a symbol of the crown prince's identity, against her bleeding hand, staining it crimson. while the maid clutched her hand in agony. He surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. This will surely convince the Marquis that I've eliminated the Crown Prince. He glanced coldly at the maid. Stop your whimpering and replace all the furniture in the living room with the most luxurious pieces we have. And tell my wife and daughter to stay away from the villa's basement. The girl, tears of pain welling in her eyes, glared resentfully at his retreating back. That bastard still owes me months of wages, she thought bitterly. As she replaced the furniture, she muttered to herself, as soon as I get this month's wages, I'm leaving this mansion. But it hurts so much. Why did he use someone else's blood to smear that metal token? She paused, a thought striking her. Wait a minute, a metal token. I've worked in this house for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen something so valuable. And he controls the basement, but never sets foot in there. Could he be hiding something precious down there? A daring idea began to form in her mind. Moments later, she plastered a cheerful expression on her face and brought wine and bread to the guards. Greetings. The master asked me to bring you some refreshments. The guards, immediately distracted by the offering, accepted the food. Seizing the opportunity, the maid slipped past them. Enjoy. I must return to my duties. Inside the basement, she listened to the soldiers' conversation, her suspicions growing. He's hired mercenaries. There must be something valuable here. Clutching a small stick, she descended the dark staircase. The darkness was oppressive, and she peered around cautiously. I wonder what he's hiding down here. Precious jewels, perhaps. Just then, she noticed something ahead and stopped abruptly. A gasp escaped her lips as she saw a bloodied figure. Terror seized her as she realized there was a stranger in Count Ron Jefferson's basement. Looking closer, she saw he was still alive. Did the Count kidnap someone? I have to get out of this house immediately. But she didn't leave just yet. Something else caught her eye, the buttons on his sleeve. 2 ornate buttons, each bearing a luxurious insignia. A cunning smile spread across the maid's face. Those look expensive. They'll probably never notice if one goes missing. Her scheme complete, she hurried away. The scene shifted to an office where Miss Bella Cheddar stretched wearily. Lily, standing beside her, said with concern, "Miss, it's already 9 p.m. If Miss Rosaria finds out we're working this late." Bella shuddered, already imagining Elena's fearsome expression. "Miss Cheddar, our closing time is now 7 p.m. Don't even say it," Bella whispered. "It's terrifying just to think about." Lily sighed. "Well, I suppose we should call it a night and come back tomorrow." Bella reluctantly began to close up the office. "I guess we should get going." Just then, the door swung open and a hurried voice called out, "Is anyone there?" Bella, startled, turned. "A client. Let's go greet them." She walked forward to meet the newcomer. "Hello, welcome to the Cheddar Intelligence Agency." It was the maid from Count Jefferson's estate. She hesitated. "I've heard rumors about this place." Bella, concealed behind a screen, observed the girl's demeanor. She deduced from the girl's bandaged hand, trembling frame, and the stark fear etched on her face that something dreadful must have occurred. Mustering her courage, the maid asked, "If I tell you what I know, will you reward me?" Bella responded gently, "Of course. Are you here to sell information?" The maid hesitated, then replied, "Yes." Clutching a button in her hand, she added thoughtfully, "At first, I thought I could escape by selling this button to a pawn shop. But every place I went was a regular of discount stores, so I had to leave. While wandering, I suddenly thought of this place. People say the Cheddar Intelligence Agency is a place that buys rumors." Bella suddenly inquired, "So, can we hear this rumor?" The maid, attempting to compose herself, began, "Actually, it's more than just a rumor. Only I know this. Very few people truly know." Bella quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. Your identity and confidentiality are completely protected." Suddenly, the maid made a demand. "Then can you give me 5 gold coins first?" Bella's eyes widened in surprise. "What? She's suddenly asking for this much money. It seems this isn't ordinary information, but I can't let the seller lead me around." Seeing the proprietor standing silently, the maid thought, "Why isn't she saying anything? Did I ask for too much?" After a few seconds, Bella finally spoke. "Dear customer, I will determine the value of the information after hearing it. If I deem it worthwhile, I will give you a price you won't find disagreeable. So please trust me." The maid confirmed again, "Really?" Then she placed the button on the table. Seeing it, Bella was taken aback. "A button? What information can this possibly provide?" The girl slowly explained, "This is a button from the clothes of the man who was kidnapped in Viscount Jaffer's basement. Judging by his attire, he seems to be a nobleman, but he's unconscious. Bella began to sense something amiss. Viscount Jaffer, a nobleman, kidnapped someone. Putting all the pieces together, along with the familiar button, she asked, "Do you know what this button is?" The maid replied blankly, "Isn't it just an expensive button?" Bella abruptly turned and left. "Please wait a moment." She opened an iron chest, retrieved a bag of gold coins, and immediately placed it on the table for the customer. "Thank you for the valuable information. The information I received from you is worth that bag. With that money, you won't have any difficulty starting over." Hearing this, the maid panicked, startled. "What? Start over?" Bella warned sternly. "Yes, get as far away from here as possible. If you can, leave this empire now." She quietly watched the customer leave. The button is engraved with the Crown Prince's insignia. When the world happened, Bella immediately made a decision. "Lily, we're going to Duke Rosario's territory." The scene shifts to Elena practicing swordsmanship. Outside, the knights cheered and encouraged her. "Miss, go defeat the commander. Spar with us too." "No, become our commander." Elena's face tightened. Disgusting. Seizing the opportunity, Dior teased her. "It seems our knights prefer you to me, Mississippi." She retorted coldly, "That's because you haven't defeated me yet." Dior cheerfully proposed a wager to Elena. "Then let's make a bet. If I win this match, you have to practice with me once a week, okay?" She flatly refused. "You only decide everything according to your own will." "Why should I follow you?" Dior asked with a smile. "Is Miss afraid of losing?" Elena, annoyed by Dior's excessive teasing, replied, "If you provoke me like this, shouldn't I give it a try?" Suddenly, the maid Lena came running, calling out. Mississippi, seeing her so flustered, Elena sensed something was wrong. The maid quickly announced, "Miss, I'm sorry to interrupt your match, but there's a guest who urgently needs to see you." Elena asked curiously, "At this hour, who is it?" Just as she finished speaking, a particular guest appeared. Elena was utterly astonished to find Bella Cheddar standing before her. "Miss Rosalia," Bella began, "please forgive my intrusion, but this is a matter of some urgency." Elena, her anxiety peaked, pressed, "What is it?" Bella presented a button. "Take a look at this first." Elena's eyes widened in recognition. "Isn't this the button I saw on Lloyd's coat?" Leaning in, Bella whispered in her ear, "Don't panic, but it appears Crown Prince Lloyd has been kidnapped." Shock rippled through Elena. "Kidnapped? By whom?" Bella's voice was laced with worry. "We suspect Viscount Jefferson." The name hung in the air as Elena considered the implications. Viscount Jaffer. If it was him, that meant he was a traitor. Her hand clenched into a fist. Turning to Dior, she asked, "Do you feel like taking a walk with me instead of continuing practice?" He blinked, taken aback. "A walk? Now?" Elena's reply was cryptic. "Yes, now. I have a feeling something of mine has been stolen." The scene shifted to the basement of Viscount Jefferson's estate. Lloyd stirred, consciousness slowly returning. "Right now, I feel like someone stole my things." The scene shifted to Viscount Jaffer's mansion's basement. Lloyd woke up after being unconscious. The stillness of the night was shattered by a scream. Viscount Jaffer's knights crumpled to the ground. Elena and Dior had moved with breathtaking speed, incapacitating the men in a blink. "Did you perhaps overdo it a little?" she inquired. Dior's voice was firm. "He stole from you, Mississippi. He should suffer the consequences." Elena offered a wry smile. "I know. I used to use that excuse myself. Where are we going tonight?" Dior asked, curiosity lacing his tone. "Viscount Jaffer stole something of mine," Elena revealed, "so I thought I'd retrieve it." Dior's eyes widened. "What? That's insane." A few moments later, Dior, having dealt with the remaining knights, announced, "It seems Viscount Jaffer's hired swords have all been sent to meet their maker." Elena nodded. "Indeed. I doubt we'll have any more interruptions." Dior turned to her, a question in his eyes. "But you weren't planning on just quietly retrieving your belongings, were you?" A bright smile lit Elena's face. "Of course not. As a firm believer in an eye for an eye, I couldn't possibly just walk away. There's ample evidence to implicate Viscount Jaffer in gambling, theft, and smuggling royal artifacts. And if that weren't enough to land him in the royal prison, he's committed another crime. The kidnapping of Lloyd. Kidnapping and unlawful detainment of a royal, to be precise." Elena turned to Dior. "Let's head to the basement." As they walked, her thoughts raced. Thanks to this, it's become clearer who's pulling the Viscount strings. While it's dangerous for Lloyd, it's the perfect opportunity for us to find the mastermind behind the Viscount. A sudden realization struck her. Wait, the perfect opportunity. She recalled her conversation with Lloyd the previous day. "You're meeting Lucille alone. Are you mad? What about your guard?" Lloyd had smiled calmly. "Are you suggesting I publicly announce my intention to form a faction?" I need to operate discreetly. Elena had hesitated. That's true, but no. Take this then, Your Highness. Lloyd had stared, dumbfounded, as she produced a knife from beneath her skirt. What's that for? And why was it under your skirt? Elena had enthusiastically demonstrated some basic knife-wielding techniques. If you insist on doing this, you need a means of escape. At least swing it like this. He'd been speechless. To break the awkward silence, Lloyd had clapped. You look quite dashing with a knife. She'd scowled. Don't be ridiculous. Take it. Putting the pieces together, Elena's anger flared. That bastard did this on purpose. Lloyd had known Viscount Ron Jaffer was watching him. It had all been part of his plan. Elena's fury grew. Damn you, Lloyd. Suddenly, a stranger opened the basement door. Dior reacted instantly, his voice sharp with warning. Miss, Dior said, his hand gripping his sword. There's another one. The two of them edged closer, cautiously assessing the situation. Stay back. Suddenly, a man's voice cut through the tension. Are you here to rescue me? Both Elena and Dior startled like deer caught in headlights. The voice belonged to the Crown Prince, Lloyd, who emerged with a dazzling smile. It's me, Lloyd. Relief washed over Elena. She rushed towards Lloyd, her voice laced with anxiety. Are you hurt? Lloyd chuckled. Oh, were you worried about me? Before he could finish his sentence, Elena's hand lashed out, aiming a slap at his face. He dodged just in time. A palpable tension filled the air between them. Why did you dodge? Elena demanded, fury blazing in her eyes. He gestured to his cheek, a look of feigned innocence on his face. Was I supposed to just let you hit me? She lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar, unable to contain her rage. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You let yourself get kidnapped. The young man flashed a brilliant smile. You figured it out, as expected of someone as clever as you. However, I think we should explain the situation to your companion first. Dior, who had been standing back, looked bewildered. Miss, he stammered, if he's Lloyd, then the stolen item you mentioned is. His voice rose in realization, echoing in the stillness. His Highness, the Crown Prince. After the three of them sat down and explained everything, Dior began to understand. So, if I understand correctly, you both had your own reasons for doing this. Elena remained seated, arms crossed, still fuming. Just because he's a knight, he'll accept anything his superiors say, I suppose. As for me, no matter how many times I hear it, it doesn't sit right with me. Lloyd had explained his entire plan to her before they infiltrated Viscount Jaffer's mansion. I even installed extra emergency devices, hired mercenaries to keep watch, and set up an alarm to go off at a specific time. Elena gritted her teeth as if she wanted to devour Lloyd whole. I wasn't informed about any of these safety measures or anything else. Snapping back to the present, she asked urgently, what do we do now? Lloyd replied calmly, we wait for the mastermind to return. A commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. What's going on out there? Dior whipped his head towards the entrance. The noise grew louder, accompanied by multiple voices. Viscount Jaffer's daughter sounded surprised. Why are all the mercenaries dead? Did you hear anything from father? His wife shook her head, equally confused. I don't know what he's doing. They entered the courtyard and froze, stunned by the sight before them. Lloyd and Elena watched them with impassive expressions. Who are you? The wife demanded. Lloyd offered a polite smile. I am Crown Prince Lloyd Cardica. Viscount Jaffer's daughter gasped. Your Highness, what are you doing in our home? The wife, her face etched with worry, pointed at Lloyd. The Crown Prince. But why is there blood on his head? Elena reached for a vase, her voice smooth as she began to explain. There has been an unprecedented theft at the Imperial Palace, and His Highness and I, Elena Rosaria, are investigating the matter. The daughter recognized her name, cursing inwardly. Elena Rosalia, that idiot. Elena continued, her words laced with implication. After a long pursuit, our investigation has led us to Viscount Jaffer's residence. Do you understand what I'm saying? Behind her bright smile, a chilling aura lingered. Jaffer's daughter speculated silently, the syrup on His Highness's head. Could the culprit be my father? Lloyd turned to them. If you understand, please come forward and testify. I will absolve you of all responsibility. The scene shifted to Viscount Ron Jaffer, who kicked at his carriage in frustration. Damn that bastard. I did everything he asked, and this is how he treats me. Marquis Tennessee had dismissed all of Ron's efforts. I'm afraid I can't commend you for your efforts. Even so, Ron thought, a smug expression spreading across his face. It's quite satisfying to see everyone fooled by my lies. Viscount Ron Jaffer returned home, a look of satisfaction on his face. Enjoy your happiness while it lasts. I'll wipe that smile off your face soon enough. If only I could persuade His Highness, he thought. The servants must have decorated his chambers beautifully. Upstairs, Lloyd and Elena were already waiting. Viscount Ron Jaffer stopped short. What was this? There appeared to be someone in the reception room. Looking closer, the Viscount was shocked to see Crown Prince Lloyd. Miss Rosalia, why are those two together? He gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain composure. It's all right. If that woman doesn't recognize me, I can still talk to Lloyd. Everything will be fine. Feigning ignorance, he rushed forward, addressing Lloyd. Oh my goodness, Your Highness. You're awake. I'm so relieved. Do you remember what happened? I was so happy to see Your Highness in that alleyway and was just about to greet you when a thug suddenly attacked. But please don't worry. I subdued the ruffian and brought you back safely. Elena, visibly irritated, thought, is he trying to paint black as white? In truth, he'd been ordered to assassinate Lloyd by the mastermind behind the scenes. But seeing Lloyd collapse and the Emperor's change in attitude, he must have concocted a new plan to exploit the situation and gain more power. Lloyd, still feigning amnesia, asked, did such a thing happen? Ron Jaffer answered firmly, of course. Elena shot him a sharp look, wondering how ridiculous Lloyd must have seemed to his eyes before to fabricate such a story. Unable to contain herself any longer, she spoke. I heard a slightly different version of events. Startled, he asked, what do you mean? Elena commanded, Dior, bring him in. He bowed in acceptance. Yes, miss. A moment later, Dior escorted another unfamiliar man into the room. Elena smiled. The man I apprehended tells a completely different story. He claims that Viscount Jaffer here was the mastermind behind Your Highness's kidnapping. At her words, the Viscount denied the accusation. My lady, what are you saying? How could I possibly kidnap His Highness? I fear my loyalty to the Crown Prince will be questioned. Please retract your statement. Elena turned to the suspect. What do you say to the Viscount's claims? He confessed readily. Let me show you. Could you check my chest? I have the check he gave me when he hired me. That can serve as evidence. Hearing this, she turned and ordered, I understand. Dior, retrieve it and give it to His Highness. As Dior searched the suspect, Elena inwardly praised Lloyd's cleverness. That scoundrel was well prepared. I didn't expect him to employ such a double agent. Seconds later, Dior carefully presented the letter for Lloyd's inspection. Lloyd smiled as he opened the envelope and examined its contents. Where is the check from the Merchants Guild with your signature? How heartbreaking. I must seem like a terrible crown prince in your eyes. Despite the clear evidence, Ron Jaffer continued to feign innocence. Your Highness, this is just a misunderstanding. I can explain everything. Elena immediately added fuel to the fire, producing a vase. And this is a misunderstanding as well, Viscount Jaffer. He asked frantically, why is that in your possession, my lady? It should have been disposed of. Ron Jaffer, horrified by his slip-up, quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Indeed, his own words had betrayed him. Lloyd addressed him with a knowing look. I tasked this lady with a certain duty because there were rats stealing from my palace. I asked her to find them, and she caught the rat by its tail. But now, that rat has kidnapped me and even attempted to take my life. Ron Jaffer paled, fear etched on his face. Your Highness, this can also be explained. Please hear me out. He wondered, when had Lloyd's blue eyes become so sharp? Lloyd ruthlessly cut off the Viscount's pleas. There's no need. Your wife and daughter have already told me the whole truth. Anything you say now is meaningless. Ron Jaffer fell to his knees, defeated. It's over. They cornered me just to survive. Just as he thought his life was about to end there, Lloyd offered him a reprieve. However, I wish to give you, a loyal servant of many years, a chance. I'll give you one more chance. Lloyd lifted his head and asked, is this true? Ron Jaffer, visibly relieved, stammered, thank you, Your Highness. Lloyd stared directly into his face. However, he continued, tell me, who is the one pulling the strings behind you? Ron Jaffer trembled as he asked, what do you mean, Your Highness? Anxiety gnawed at him. How much does he know? Lloyd pressed further. Oh, so you were the only one involved in my kidnapping. Driven by self-preservation, Jaffer felt compelled to reveal the whole truth. No, I was merely a pawn. The incident where Your Highness was kidnapped and nearly lost your life. It was all Marquis Tennessee's doing. I'm gonna die anyway, so I might as well drag him down with me. Now that I've confessed, will you spare my life? Lloyd offered a conditional reprieve, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Of course, if you could provide evidence that Marquis Tennessee was the mastermind. Not only will your safety be guaranteed, but you'll also receive this. Lloyd revealed a shimmering blue gem in his palm. Jaffer's eyes lit up at the sight. With a gem like this, I could start a new life in another country. I will provide you with documents that prove my connection to the Marquis. Having secured the crucial evidence, Lloyd addressed Jaffer. That's enough. You can keep the gem. Ron Jaffer bowed deeply, overflowing with gratitude. Thank you very much, Your Highness. One crisis averted, another emerged. Miss Render suddenly appeared at his estate. Excuse me, I'm from the Beatrice Trading Company. You're Viscount Jaffer, correct? I'm here to collect a debt. He stared at her, dumbfounded. Beatrice, what debt? What's going on? Miss Render said nothing, instead reaching out and taking the blue gem from his hand. What is the meaning of this? She examined the gem with a knowing smile. This is indeed a fine gem, but it's only worth a quarter of what you owe. He protested vehemently. I've never borrowed money from the Beatrice Trading Company. Give that gem back. The two bodyguards accompanying her immediately restrained him. Ron Jaffer could only cry out helplessly. What are you doing? Let me go. I'll report you swindlers. Miss Render, unfazed, continued. Viscount, you also owe a substantial sum to other trading companies, don't you? Our company has bought up all the bonds. Here's the proof. It's quite a considerable amount. Ron Jaffer, still clinging to his arrogance, spat. This is preposterous. Miss Render remained equally resolute. Then from now on, please endeavor to repay your debts. Elena, standing off to the side, watched the scene unfold with satisfaction. She might be short on time, but the result had exceeded her expectations. Flashback to a conversation between Elena and Miss Render, where Render expressed surprise at Elena's plan. Bring him down and increase the trading company's funds simultaneously. Elena nodded in confirmation. Precisely. Miss Render, however, still harbored some hesitation. While it's possible to acquire Viscount Jaffer's bonds at a low price now, the risk is high if we can't collect. Elena offered a reassuring smile. You'll be able to collect. I guarantee it. After some consideration, Miss Render finally agreed. Then I'll trust Miss Rosalia. Let's prepare this stage. Please tell me when. Back in the present, Elena and Lloyd departed, leaving Ron Jaffer alone in his estate, reeling. His entire future was cast in shadow. If this continues, I won't escape. The Marquis will kill me. Why is this happening? Everything was going so smoothly. Why suddenly from when? As they walked, Elena continued to chide Lloyd. Have some respect for your partners. He simply chuckled in response. I'll try. Neither of them anticipated that Ron Jaffer had already marked Elena as his target. She ruined my life, he thought, drawing his sword and charging towards Elena like a man possessed. Get out of my life, you wicked woman. Just as Elena turned, the tip of his sword was mere inches from her face. In that perilous moment, Lloyd appeared like a hero, blocking Jaffer's sword with the tip of his dagger. With a forceful strike, he knocked Jaffer's hand back, sending the sword clattering to the ground. Ron Jaffer collapsed to the ground in despair. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. Dior approached, his sword resting on Jaffer's shoulder. You bastard! How dare you? Jaffer roared, his body trembling with fear. How dare you take that away? You, a mere knight, dare to raise your sword against a nobleman. Elena rushed forward, interposing herself between them. The Viscount is right. He is a nobleman. You could get into serious trouble. Dior hesitated for a moment, but I understood. Elena Rosalia stared directly at Ron Jaffer, her voice a chilling warning. Don't worry, I'm not saying I'll let this go. From now on, he'll have to renegotiate with me. Her words, coupled with her icy expression, filled him with dread. The day of the plenary session dawned bright and clear over the Imperial Palace. People gradually filed into the hall. Count Wooten greeted a newcomer. Ah, you've arrived, Count Harris replied, a note of anxiety in his voice. The atmosphere surrounding this meeting is a bit chaotic, isn't it? Wooten calmly explained. Today is Crown Prince Lloyd's first time attending a plenary session. Harris's curiosity was piqued. Yes, but aren't the nobles of the Crown Prince's faction anxious as well? Wooten responded quickly. Their concern is understandable. He's only shown a rather pathetic side of himself so far. Marquis Tennessee abruptly interrupted their conversation. Don't worry, the meeting will proceed as planned. Harris asked, bewildered, Marquis Tennessee, what do you mean by that? Tennessee sat with his arms crossed, gazing towards the entrance. It seems someone has arrived. Duke Rosalia has entered. He is Duke Rick Rosalia, the neutral leader of the Imperial faction. Upon seeing him, everyone rose to their feet in greeting. I heard you recently confirmed your heir. Congratulations. Duke Rick Rosalia took his seat, replying, "It's been a while. I'm even more pleased to receive your congratulations." Marquis Tennessee spoke with feigned cordiality. "I'm also delighted to hear this good news, Your Grace." His mind, however, was already scheming. Sooner or later, I'll drive that hateful heir mad. How unsightly it would be if the Crown Prince's fiancée were replaced by my daughter. I wonder if she'll be able to maintain that haughty attitude then. By the way, where is Viscount Jaffer? Did he run off because of his debts? Marquis Tennessee anxiously looked around. A guard announced, "All rise. His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince are arriving." A solemn atmosphere descended upon the hall. Emperor Lulan and Kaysen took their seats, but one seat remained empty. Murmurs rippled through the assembled nobles. "Is the first prince not coming? I haven't seen him today either. I knew he wouldn't come." "Of course." Marquis Tennessee smiled knowingly. Emperor Lulan raised his hand. "Silence, please. This meeting will be presided over by the Crown Prince." Kaysen responded respectfully. "I understand, Your Majesty. We will now commence the 20th plenary session." Just as the Crown Prince began to speak, voices erupted from outside. "He's here. The first prince has arrived." Even the guards were astonished. "What? He's here?" Crown Prince Kaysen turned sharply, his voice laced with anger. "What is all that commotion during the meeting?" The guard stammered. "They say he has arrived, Your Highness." Kaysen, burning with curiosity, watched as a familiar figure emerged from behind the curtain. "His Highness, the first prince, has arrived." Crown Prince Kaysen whipped his head around. Even Marquis Tennessee was stunned by Lloyd's appearance. Lloyd stood before the assembly, his voice composed. "Please forgive my tardiness. This is my first time here." Emperor Lulan smiled. "Don't worry, these things happen. Come and take your seat." Crown Prince Kaysen gritted his teeth. Hadn't he been told Lloyd had been dealt with? Their eyes met. Lloyd said nothing, only smiled, as if trying to convey some hidden message. Crown Prince Kaysen felt a surge of unease at Lloyd's infuriatingly calm expression. "You bastard, how dare you mock me?" he bellowed, demanding silence from the stunned assembly. He glared and declared, "Let us recommence the 20th plenary session of the Kata Empire." Lloyd suddenly rose, interrupting Crown Prince Kaysen. "Before we proceed, however, I would like to address a pressing matter." Crown Prince Kaysen sighed inwardly. "He's interrupting me again." He reminded Lloyd, "Participants may only speak after Emperor Lulan has responded." "First Prince, you may speak." Lloyd bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty. This concerns a recent plot to assassinate a member of the royal family, which I encountered on Marquis Tennessee's side, and a matter of dealing with a noble who has embezzled royal property." At these words, Marquis Tennessee clenched his fists nervously. The emperor roared, "An assassination attempt on the royal family. Who would dare commit such an act?" Lloyd immediately commanded, "Open the doors." As the doors swung open, a ripple of heads turned to observe. Elena entered with a flourish. "Your Majesty," she greeted, walking confidently forward, ignoring the whispers that followed her. "She's finally gone too far, Miss Rosalia. A plot to assassinate His Highness, the First Prince. I know she's a cruel woman, but..." Duke Rick turned to his daughter with concern. "Elena, don't tell me." She replied with a sweet smile. "I know what father is thinking, but it wasn't me." Then, turning her head, she addressed the guards. "Bring him in." As the culprit entered, Marquis Tennessee stared in disbelief. Why would you let that idiot catch you?" Viscount Jaffer knelt before the assembly. Elena announced solemnly, "Ron Jaffer. This is the mastermind behind the attempted assassination of His Highness, the First Prince." The nobles erupted in accusations. "Jaffer, how dare you?" "Impossible." Lloyd turned to the emperor, his expression grave. "I, First Prince Lloyd Carter, raise an emergency agenda before this plenary session. I bring forth Viscount Ron Jaffer on charges of attempted assassination of a royal and embezzlement of royal property, and the punishment of the mastermind behind it all." On that fateful night, Elena sat down and addressed Viscount Jaffer. "Perhaps we should renegotiate." He asked, bewildered, "What do you want me to do?" Elena continued, "We will bring you to the plenary session in a few days, and then you will expose the mastermind. If you do this, I will let you live. You won't die here." Back in the present, the assembly waited with bated breath. "Well, it's about time they questioned Jaffer." A voice rang out, attempting to soothe the public unrest. "Everyone, please calm down." Marquis Tennessee rose, his face a mask of composure. "I still don't understand how this happened. Lloyd turned to him. What do you mean? The Marquis began to sow seeds of doubt. You were kidnapped and nearly assassinated, yet the royal family knew nothing about it. Unless you intentionally concealed it, isn't that absurd? Those present found Tennessee's words reasonable. Come to think of it. Indeed, how could the royal knights not know about this? It doesn't make sense. Strange. Anger flickered across Elena's face. That sly devil. He shifted the atmosphere with just a few words. Lloyd then addressed him. Marquis Tennessee, what are you trying to say? He turned to face Lloyd. I'm just wondering if this is all a charade. Elena challenged the Marquis. You say it's a charade. Are you implying that His Highness is lying? Marquis Tennessee held his ground. That's because I doubt the veracity of this agenda. Miss Elena was not one to back down. She glared. Why would His Highness lie? He had an answer for everything. Because that's my opinion. Perhaps he's trying to bolster his influence by making a strong impression at his first session. Or perhaps the prince wants to use his confidence to establish a non-existent power base, eliminating those who pose a threat to him. Viscount Ron Jaffer thought, Tennessee, you intend to survive this alone. Elena, too, was astonished. No matter how weak the prince might be, how could he utter such words? Then, turning to Lloyd, she murmured, this is all just conjecture. Marquis Tennessee continued, a smile playing on his lips. I believe the motives of these two, unfamiliar as they are with affairs of state, are plain for all to see. Should we treat this agenda item as a trifle, pretend it never happened? I, for one, will forget what transpired. Can all of you do the same? Emperor Lulon fixed his gaze on Lloyd, the question hanging unspoken in the air. What will you do now? It was Lloyd's turn to speak. I have heard the Marquis's words clearly, and I understand why you think as you do. However, I have not spoken falsely. I propose we put the creation of this agenda item to a vote. Tennessee feigned surprise. A vote to resort to such deceitful tactics so suddenly, Your Highness. Agenda items are not listed so frivolously. Elena stepped forward. May I speak? There is a law stipulating that if there is disagreement regarding the listing of an agenda item, a vote may be held. Tennessee sneered. Miss Rosalia, do not get ahead of yourself. She retorted sharply. If you disbelieve me, summon a legal expert to verify. It makes no difference to me. Elena recalled her arduous efforts. I spent several days in the palace library, perusing the entirety of royal law. Imperial law, Article 387, Clause 39, states that when dissenting opinions arise regarding the veracity or other matters concerning an agenda item, a vote on said agenda item may be held with royal permission. Lloyd abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with irony. Even those familiar with the workings of the court do not know everything. Backed into a corner, Tennessee could offer no rebuttal. Very well, let us proceed with a vote according to the law. Inwardly, he remained smug, confident that few would side with Lloyd. Lloyd addressed the assembly. Then let the voting commence. If more than 1/3 vote in favor, the agenda item will be added. All those in favor, raise your hands. As soon as Lloyd finished speaking, a hand slowly rose. It was Duke Rick Rosalia, signaling his assent. Elena, standing beside him, smiled brightly. Thank you, Father. I will be sure to repay you and Mother. One by one, others voiced their opinions, hands gradually rising in agreement. Marquis Tennessee glanced around nervously. Is it not enough? If this continues. Luke Hell also raised his hand, adding, after listening carefully to the first prince, I recall that I did indeed witness the event in question. That day, I was on my way to the library to prepare for a meeting between the barons. Then, in the alleyway, Viscount Jaffer approached the carriage and assisted the first prince. I thought nothing of it at the time, as he was considered close to the prince, but now I understand it was an abduction. Elena was elated by the appearance of a new witness. Precisely. This is no longer a one-sided argument between Lloyd and myself. The witness and testimony from Tuesday's gathering will bolster our position. Having considered all opinions, Lloyd declared, the voting is concluded. This agenda item is hereby added to the list. The Marquis's objections will be noted as stemming from loyalty to the Emperor. Marquis Tennessee glared at him, suspicion burning in his eyes. Emperor Lulon also expressed his agreement. I confirm the overruling of the Marquis's motion to dismiss the agenda item. Let us proceed. Lloyd suddenly addressed Jaffer. Viscount Jaffer, I offer you a chance to name the mastermind behind this plot. Confess before this assembly who your backer is, or your family will be annihilated. Speak. Who is behind this? If you answer, I will spare your life. Ron Jaffer stammered. The one who ordered the harm against the first prince is Marquis Tennis. Before he could finish, a guard standing nearby struck him down, severing his neck. Following the sudden attack, Viscount Ron Jaffer collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. The other Viscounts leaped to their feet in shock. What is the meaning of this? Arrest him. Kaysen's furious command snapped Elena back to the present. He glared around the assembly. He attempted to assassinate a member of the royal family. Are we to let him live? The session, irrevocably disrupted, dissolved into chaos. Nobles scrambled to leave. As Elena passed Kaysen, a chilling thought snaked through her mind. Silencing the only witness seemed to solve the immediate problem. But Kaysen, your actions have aroused suspicion in everyone. Everyone heard Tennessee's name, yet the crown prince silenced him. The thought hung heavy in the air, echoing in the minds of the departing nobles. We heard it. He wasn't finished speaking. Why did the crown prince? Could Kaysen be the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on First Prince Lloyd? Planting that seed of doubt was enough for now. Elena allowed herself a small, private smile. Then, her gaze met Emperor Luan's. A flicker of unease touched her. Was he looking at her? A sudden crash echoed through the hall. Kaysen, in a fit of rage, was smashing objects, his voice a torrent of fury directed at Marquis Tennessee. How dare you defy the Emperor's orders to help me? He rounded on the young Marquis, his words dripping with venom. You're nothing but a chattering, useless Marquis. Tennessee, despite the crown prince's tirade, remained outwardly composed. Kaysen stalked towards Tennessee, his voice low and menacing. Is that it, Marquis? Tennessee, unable to meet Kaysen's eyes, stammered, I am ashamed. Finally, Kaysen relented, but with a new command. Forget the past. Investigate thoroughly. Find out who's siding with Lloyd. Tennessee bowed, accepting the task. I understand. But Kaysen wasn't finished. He added, his voice laced with suspicion, and I want to know what the hell is going on between Elena Rosaria and Lloyd. The scene shifted to the palace. 2 days had passed since the tumultuous plenary session. Elena mused to herself. Lloyd has been inundated with attention from the nobility, invitations pouring in. And, of course, I've reaped my own rewards. The following morning, she breakfasted with Miss Render. The woman spoke brightly. As it turns out, Count Zephyr's debts are so extensive that even selling his mansion will barely make a dent. Elena feigned surprise. Really? I can't imagine how much debt he's accumulated. I trust the foundation is growing, as you promised. Render produced a document, handing it to Elena. Oh, this might be of assistance to you. Elena, playing her part, widened her eyes. Help me. Really? I've uncovered a contract between Marquis Tennessee and Count Zephyr, Render explained. As Elena read, genuine surprise flickered across her face. This is even more detailed than our own evidence. Was that scoundrel planning to switch sides? She offered effusive thanks, as expected of Miss Render. Thank you so much. Render chuckled. You're welcome. Elena's mind raced. The Marquis will likely search Zephyr's mansion immediately after the session to sever any connection to the Count. But he'll find nothing, and that will infuriate him. Now, who will find it first? We've left a subtle hint that we know more than he thinks, and we have proof. That alone has made the plan a success. But I didn't know then that a much larger storm was brewing. The scene shifted to Duke Rick Rosalia, standing pensively at a window. Worry gnawed at him. Where was Elena? Why was she taking so long? Was it because of the first prince? A dark thought, a terrible premonition, crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It couldn't be. Trying to protect a prince in danger was an understandable action. Elena had changed so much. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Dior entered. Duke Rick Rosalia looked up in surprise. What are you doing here at this hour? Dior spoke without preamble. I have something to tell you about Miss Rosalia. The Duke, stunned by Dior's words, paled visibly. The scene shifted to Elena Rosalia descending the stairs to the dining room, greeting her parents with a cheerful good morning. Her parents returned the greeting warmly. Good morning, Elena. Elena Rosalia settled happily at the dining table. It's midsummer now, and it's getting hotter and hotter, isn't it? She remarked. Duke Rick Rosalia addressed her. Elena, there's something I wanted to ask you. Sipping her juice, Elena's curiosity was piqued. Her father, his face serious, asked, is the reason you want to break off your engagement with the crown prince because you want to get engaged to the first prince? Elena choked, spraying juice everywhere in surprise. Her mother, alarmed, rushed to her side. Goodness, Elena, are you all right? Coughing, Elena managed, yes, I just choked. Then, her voice trembling slightly, she added, of course I just choked. Father, why would you suddenly say such a thing? Her mind raced. Damn it, I was just enjoying myself. What's going on? Duke Rick Rosalia continued, I've been thinking about what happened at the plenary session and your behavior afterward. Yesterday, Dior came and told me. Both Mother and Elena leaned in, eager to hear what Dior had revealed. He said Elena gave her dagger to the first prince, and that during the kidnapping incident, their relationship seemed unusual. Panic flared in Elena. She jumped to her feet, protesting, that's not true. You've been misinformed. Anger surged through her, directed at Dior. Dior, I told you not to tell Father. You're still Father's subordinate. After all, I'll deal with this later. Elena's mother spoke hesitantly to her father. Speaking of which, First Prince Lloyd came to see me directly. Her father's eyebrows shot up. Really? Elena wanted the earth to swallow her whole. This is so embarrassing. Mother, don't add fuel to the fire. She thought frantically. Denying it will only make it seem stranger, won't it? Calm down. Composing herself, she addressed her parents earnestly. I know you're worried about my past behavior, but I've changed. I won't disappoint you again. Please believe me. Faced with Elena's sincere plea, her parents were momentarily speechless. Then, her mother beamed. Of course, Mother and Father believe you, Elena. Just like you said, you've really changed. Relief washed over Elena. Thank you for believing in me, Mother, Father. She let out a quiet sigh, feeling as though she had just navigated a treacherous current. Her mother, however, still seemed preoccupied. I'm still curious about what really happened because of your actions. Elizabeth turned to Elena. Would you like to go out with Mother this afternoon? Elena's face fell. Mother, I'm sorry, I have an appointment. Her mother's curiosity was piqued. Oh, that's all right. But who are you meeting? Elena smiled. I'm meeting with the first prince. We were supposed to meet yesterday. Her mother gasped. The prince? Really? Elena quickly clarified. Mother, you might misunderstand. It's not like that. We're meeting about work for the plenary session, you know? The scene shifted to the royal palace. As Elena walked, she fumed. This is so annoying. Coming here and not being able to clear up the misunderstanding makes me feel even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, something caught her eye, and she glanced to the side. How beautiful, she murmured, admiring the view. This is the only good thing about this palace. Just looking at it makes me feel better. Suddenly, Crown Prince Kaysen called out to her from behind. She continued walking, pointedly ignoring him. Irritation gnawed at her. Kaysen patiently followed, asking gently what she was doing there. Elena shook her head, reminding herself to stay composed. I can't ignore him, can I? Good day, Your Highness, she finally responded. Your Highness, Elena repeated, placing a hand on her chest in a formal gesture. Kaysen stared at her, seemingly at a loss for words. Elena quickly turned away. I'm busy right now. Please excuse me. He immediately reached out and grasped her hand. Kaysen had reached his limit. My lady, he burst out, his voice laced with frustration. Why won't you stop? My patience is wearing thin. Elena turned, her expression strained. I don't understand what you're implying, she retorted. What are you talking about? He seized her wrist, his grip firm, determined not to let her go. Your little games are childish and tiresome, Kaysen said, his voice rising. Of course, it's because you're so enamored with me, but there's a limit to my endurance. So please stop. I don't want to see you flaunting yourself around that man to provoke me any longer. Why won't you answer me? At his raised voice, Elena paled, thinking wildly, wait, this jerk can't be serious, can he? Elena, calm down. Your Highness, she said, forcing herself to speak evenly. If you don't mind my asking, do you think I'm staying by First Prince Lloyd's side to get your attention? Kaysen's response was blunt. Isn't that it? If you're not trying to toy with me, why are you with that fool? Elena wrenched her hand free, anger flaring. You're right, she declared, her voice tight. First Prince Lloyd is much better than you, Your Highness. For a long moment, their gazes locked, neither speaking. The words hung in the air, leaving Elena with a sudden pang of apprehension. Kaysen's face crumpled in disbelief. What did you just say? He demanded, fury simmering beneath the surface. Elena met his glare, unflinching. Did you think I wouldn't dare say it? Let me repeat myself. First Prince Lloyd is far superior to you, Your Highness. If you're asking in what ways, the answer is everything. Personality, intelligence, and most importantly, looks. At that moment, Lloyd appeared in the garden, seemingly surprised to find them there. I was wondering what was going on. He said, since you were late for our meeting. What are you two doing here? Elena quickly moved to take Lloyd's arm, thinking, "You idiot, this is perfect timing. You're the perfect tool to infuriate that jerk." Now I should keep quiet, she thought. Surely I'm being teased because of the nonsense I heard from home. But then, clinging to Lloyd's arm, she addressed Kaysen with a newfound confidence. "You asked why we're meeting. The biggest reason is because Lloyd and I are in love." Kaysen stared at her, stunned, utterly bewildered by her declaration. He stood frozen, speechless. "How does it feel, you jerk?" Elena gloated inwardly. "This mess is driving you crazy, isn't it?" Kaysen finally found his voice. "My lady," he sputtered, "how dare you act this way in front of your fiancé?" Elena blinked, surprised by his question. Glancing at Kaysen's face, she thought, "Now what is this jerk going to say?" "I don't think that's something you're in a position to say, Your Highness," she retorted, her tone sharp. The memory of Kaysen's past dalliances with countless women, each one a fresh source of irritation, flashed through her mind. "Look who's talking," she added, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Kaysen's voice boomed, his finger pointing accusingly at her. "Men and women are different. How can we think the same way about everything?" Elena refused to back down. "Different," she challenged. "What's different?" She tapped her head. "We both have a head, a body, 2 hands, arms, and legs. Even our internal organs are practically the same." "Oh, right, there's one difference. Do you really want to know?" She continued, her voice laced with mockery. "Genitals. That's because you have one and I don't." Kaysen flushed crimson, mortified. "Enough, my lady," he stammered. "Don't you have any shame?" Lloyd, who had been silently observing their heated exchange, looked on with a mixture of astonishment and concern. Elena's gaze bored into Kaysen, making him visibly tremble. "There's nothing more to say here," Kaysen muttered, turning to leave. "Let's go." Lloyd immediately stepped in front of him, protectively shielding Elena. "No, you can't just do that," he declared. "You shouldn't lay a hand on my beloved so casually." Kaysen scowled. "Beloved," he scoffed. "Don't talk nonsense. Get out of my way." Lloyd tightened his hold on Elena. "I'll show you who should leave," he said, his voice filled with a surprising steel. Elena stared at him, bewildered. "What is he doing?" she wondered. He leaned closer, gently kissing her forehead. Then, turning back to Kaysen, Lloyd's voice dripped with defiance. "See, now, who should leave?" Their eyes locked for a long moment before Kaysen finally turned to leave. Over his shoulder, he threw back, "Let's see how long you two last." Elena and Lloyd strolled together, the easy laughter between them a stark contrast to Kaysen's solitary, simmering retreat. The lightness of the moment shattered when Lloyd turned to her, his expression serious. "All right," he said, "would you mind explaining to me exactly what happened back there?" Elena's breath hitched. Her mind raced, replaying the events. "What did I do?" She thought frantically. "I made a terrible mess of things." The next day, in the quiet solitude of her office, Elena found herself unable to focus. The events of the previous day played on repeat in her mind. Regret gnawed at her. "Moving out seemed like such a good idea," she lamented, "but I can never go back now, can I?" Her thoughts returned to the previous day's chaotic climax. After Lloyd's pointed question, she had fled, leaving him standing there, undoubtedly bewildered. It should have ended there. But palace life, as they said, was a breeding ground for whispers. The rumors, predictably, reached her parents, both of whom were understandably displeased. The weight of their disapproval settled heavily upon her. "This isn't something I can avoid," Elena resolved. "I need to fix this, and quickly. First, I need to see Lloyd and explain the situation." Just then, her maid opened the door. "Excuse me, miss," she announced. "You have a visitor." "A visitor?" Elena était surprised. "Lena," she said, "I don't want to see anyone. Could you please send them away?" But Lena hesitated. "It's Lloyd," she finished. He strode into the room, a playful grin on his face. "Send them away," he repeated. "How cruel. I miss my lovely fiancé terribly and couldn't wait a moment longer to see you." Elena's mind reeled. "I was planning to meet with him to talk," she thought, flustered, "but I didn't expect it to be so soon." "Well then, please enjoy your conversation," Lena said diplomatically, closing the door behind her as she left. Now alone with Lloyd, Elena stammered, "Would you like something to drink?" He settled into a chair, his expression gentle. "Are you ready to explain now?" he asked. Panic flared. "Do I need to explain?" She retorted defensively. "I did what was necessary. Besides, it's in our agreement. I don't have to tell you every single one of my plans, do I? Don't you do the same? I was simply following your lead." To her surprise, he conceded. "I won't press the matter." Elena blinked, taken aback. He likely wanted to know what happened next, she reasoned. "So is this about work then?" She ventured. "Lloyd, you've been meeting with several nobles since the assembly. There might be rumors, but at least our influence has grown. That's a good thing, because I'll have to face the crown prince eventually. She was even more surprised by his next words. What? The emperor rewarded you? Yes, Lloyd confirmed. He must have been pleased with the work during the assembly. He suddenly gave me a reward. The results are better than I expected, Elena mused. He continued, by the way, who was that earl who helped us at the assembly? Elena knew the name, Lucille Cedric, but not the face. That, Lloyd explained, was Lucille Cedric, the person I mentioned last time. He's my right-hand man. Elena's eyes lit up, a flicker of excitement within her. If Lloyd favored him, he must be quite capable. That's wonderful, she replied. Is there anything else? Yes, Lloyd said, his expression turning serious. The most important thing. The Emperor wants to know what happened between us. Elena's stomach dropped. She knew this was coming. Panic clenched at her throat. I'm doomed, she thought, her hands clasped together in a silent prayer. Surely I won't be cast aside when both his sons are involved with me. Don't look so frightened, Lloyd reassured her. His reaction wasn't bad. Relief warred with curiosity. What was the Emperor's reaction? She pressed. Lloyd recounted the events of that evening. The Emperor had summoned both his sons. I understand things were chaotic today. He had begun mildly. Crown Prince Kaysen had scoffed. It's nothing for father to worry about. Kaysen had then turned to Lloyd, his expression a mask of displeasure. It's a trivial matter. I'll handle it myself. Emperor Lauren had then turned to Lloyd, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? What do you mean by that? At this, Lloyd had asked, may I request something? Father, please annul Miss Rosalia's engagement to my brother. Emperor Lauren, taken aback, heard the request for annulment again. Kaysen glared at Lloyd, fury burning in his eyes. But the Emperor chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. You're certainly persistent, aren't you? Kaysen sneered, requesting an annulment. Lloyd, you finally made up your mind. He continued, his tone laced with venom, and you should address me as Crown Prince, not brother. Are you trying to usurp the established line of succession? Fine then, I'll just add fuel to the fire. Emperor Lauren spoke slowly, his voice measured. I'm afraid I can't assist you in this matter. This marriage is proceeding according to national law. A flicker of triumph crossed Kaysen's face. You heard him, he taunted. If you don't understand, just stay quiet. Lloyd remained resolute. However, you don't know what the future holds. Since ancient times, the hero always wins the fair maiden. Kaysen bit his lip, rage simmering beneath the surface. Keep fighting like this, he thought. Trample each other down, then rise and take it all back. The Emperor sighed. Well, it's getting late. You should both return to your quarters. Lloyd bowed his head respectfully. Understood, father. Before departing, he paused. Father, I have a request. What is it? Lloyd spoke boldly. Please hold the hunting festival. The hunting festival was an annual court event intended to cull the number of wild beasts that threaten the populace during winter and secure emergency food supplies. Emperor Lauren hesitated at Lloyd's proposal. Lloyd continued, however, as the focus is on camaraderie with the nobles, rather than the hunt itself, it's an opportune time to solidify one's standing. He reasoned that the crown prince was no longer trifling with his position. The emperor agreed. Although his request for the annulment had been denied, Lloyd wasn't disheartened. The important thing was that the hunting festival would be held. Elena was astonished by the news. What's going on? She recalled the hunting festival where Rosetta had first appeared and the events that had transpired. Rosetta had been trying to escape. Tragically, she had been struck by an arrow. Crown Prince Kaysen had approached, asking, "Was that you? Are you all right? I mistook you for a beast." He had gazed at her face with a tender expression. The story went that, hearing a scream, he had raced through the forest, and upon seeing the scene before him, Kaysen Frone had caught his breath. Elena thought to herself, the hunting festival is supposed to be held in winter, and that's when Rosetta appears. If it happens now, if Rosetta comes, then She questioned Lloyd, her voice laced with unease. Why is the festival being held now, and not in winter? This isn't how it's supposed to be. That hunting festival was in winter. Elena continued, her anxiety rising. It should be held in winter. A woman will appear. Kaysen will fall in love with her. And then Fearful of explaining everything to Lloyd, she stammered, "We haven't annulled the engagement yet, but that woman is about to appear." Lloyd soothed her gently. "Elena, calm down." She was surprised by his composure. "Easy for you to say, you're not in danger." Lloyd began to explain, "Think about it carefully. That woman is supposed to appear at the hunting festival." Yes, Rosetta met Kaysen at the winter hunting festival. That means, because the circumstances are different now, she might not appear. He continued, "Even if she does appear, the reason the crown prince kills you is because you harass her." "Would you do that?" Elena denied it vehemently. "Impossible." Lloyd pressed on, try to reassure her. "In that case, There's no reason for the Crown Prince to hate you or want to kill you any more than he already does. Elena considered his words, a small laugh escaping her lips. Yes, thinking about it, the original story has already been twisted. Even if something goes wrong, I wouldn't do that. Lloyd took Elena's hand. Stop overthinking, he said, his voice gentle. Please put your mind at ease. You have me as your partner. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. She nodded, a flicker of relief in her eyes. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Lloyd's expression turned serious. From now on, the most important thing is to catch the Emperor's attention. We need to be more overt about our relationship. His gaze sharpened. Why don't you start with the main objective, Elena? Annul that engagement. I understand, Elena replied, a thoughtful expression on her face. First, we should act even more affectionate than before, right? A smile brightened her features. I'll come to your palace every week. And how does that sound? Lloyd chuckled, a playful glint in his eyes. No, my dear, you should come more than 10 times a week. The scene shifted to the palace. Elena sat, basking in the tranquil atmosphere. So I've started visiting Lloyd's palace frequently, making it obvious to everyone, she mused. The funny thing is, I feel more comfortable here than in my own room. A warm feeling spread through her chest. Because it's so comfortable, I'm starting to care for him even more. She turned to Lloyd, a question on her lips. Hey, can I ask you something? He nodded, encouraging her. What is it? Elena hesitated for a moment. What kind of person were you in your past life? You're asking me that now. Lloyd raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Elena blushed, turning her face slightly away. Yes, I want to know now. Even if I had asked before, he might not have answered. He seems to be in a calmer mood these days. Lloyd smiled. Answering is fine, but isn't it more polite for the questioner to answer first? Elena playfully scoffed. No takebacks. You're tricking me. Elena took a deep breath. All right, Fine. I'll be the bigger person and go first. She paused, gathering her thoughts. I lived a peaceful life, born into an ordinary family. If there was anything special about me, it was that I was smart and quick-witted, so I was loved by everyone. A nostalgic smile touched her lips as she remembered the constant praise from her parents during her childhood. My parents always proudly declared, she's a genius. Elena continued, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. So I thought my life would be smooth sailing. Lloyd listened intently, his gaze filled with genuine curiosity. Is that what you thought? He asked softly. Elena's smile faded. My family went bankrupt because of my father's overexpansion of the business. I thought even if the family went bankrupt, they would protect their child. But they couldn't do that, those people I called parents. The pain of that betrayal still resonated within her. She couldn't fathom how her parents could change their attitude toward the child too young to understand everything. Elena's voice grew quiet, filled with a deep sense of loneliness. I kept persevering, forcing myself not to give up. She studied hard, doing everything she could to survive. Then, one day, a letter arrived bearing the words, "Congratulations on your acceptance." She was so close to the future she had dreamed of. Then the accident happened. Elena whispered, her eyes distant. When I opened my eyes, I found myself as the Duke's daughter. I had struggled so hard to gain that kind of prestige. A wry smile touched her lips. Seeing myself at the peak now, I guess that kind of death wasn't so bad, right? Lloyd had listened patiently, absorbing every word. He felt a pang of sympathy for Elena's plight. Yeah, it was an ordinary death, Lloyd replied, his voice quiet. Elena's thoughts raced. Oh my, I didn't expect him to say that. It must have been difficult, but isn't that too plain? But it's okay. It's better than awkward consolation, right? She forced a smile. Yes, it was an ordinary death. I've told you mine. Now it's your turn. Lloyd spoke, mentioning the name Asong. The name seemed familiar to Elena. Wait, she said, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Isn't Asong one of the largest corporations in Korea? Lloyd nodded. Yes, he admitted. I was the heir to that corporation, Lee Seo-jun. Elena gasped, stunned by the revelation. She could hardly believe her ears. Lee Seo-jun, one of the candidates for the Asong corporate heir. That Lee Seo-jun. Unbelievable. Elena breathed, her eyes wide with surprise. Your influence was greater than I imagined. Lloyd shrugged modestly. Thank you for the compliment. Elena had assumed his elegant and noble appearance was due to being reborn as a prince, but it turned out he had been an exceptional person all along. Her curiosity piqued. Elena pressed further. Wait, but why would someone like you die suddenly? As a corporate heir, you must have had many bodyguards, right? She speculated. You wouldn't have encountered a sudden accident like me. Someone would have checked your food and charging devices. Why would Asong's genius die? Was it a chronic illness? Lloyd remained silent, unsure how to explain. Elena's anxiety grew. Why aren't you answering? She asked, her voice laced with urgency. How did you die? You said if I told you first, you'd tell. Lloyd began, hesitation clinging to his words. My brother. Yes, my brother poisoned me. Elena gasped. Who did what to you? Panic flared in her eyes as the reality of Lloyd's death settled in. That's a rather unusual way to die. It is, Lloyd confirmed, a grim shadow passing over his features. The scene shifted to the bustling activity of the hunting festival. Much had transpired since Elena had begun her preparations. Among the flurry of events, she found time to meet with Cheddar. It's hard to believe I'm still this free, Elena admitted, a touch of wonder in her voice. Cheddar curtsied. Greetings, Miss Rosalia. Listen, Elena began, her tone earnest. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, but thanks to that, you saved Lord Lloyd. However, I think keeping that promise will be difficult from now on. So, I told my family I'm running an intelligence shop at home. They've arranged for more nights, and Father and my brothers even decided to escort me every day. Cheddar's head dipped. Elena quickly reached out to steady her. Calm down. Isn't it less risky this way? Elena mused aloud, recalling the extensive preparations she'd undertaken, anticipating the difficulty of upholding her commitments. I suppose so, Cheddar conceded, but please tell me in advance. Elena smiled gently. Don't worry. A voice called out, interrupting their conversation. Miss Rander is here. Miss Rosalia. Miss Rander. What's going on so early in the morning? Elena's eyes widened, taking in Rander's appearance. Miss, what happened to your face? She asked, concern lacing her voice. Rander blushed. Sorry to come so early. I came because I have something to tell you. That tomato deal. I won the contract. What's the identity of the Beatrice company that always snatches our contracts? Elena inquired, recalling the persistent rival. Rander hesitated, then confessed. It seems it was you, but I wasn't sure. What? Elena exclaimed, surprised. Rander puffed out her chest, a newfound confidence radiating from her. I'm the head of the association, Father. Her father, enraged, raised his hand to strike her, only to be stopped by her mother, who intervened just in time to prevent him from harming his daughter. Overjoyed, Elena embraced Rander tightly. You did it, she exclaimed. Rander beamed. Yes, more tomatoes are ours now. Elena's smile softened slightly. By the way, what if the Earl gets angry and kicks you out? Rander waved away her concern. Don't worry, my father respects other people's opinions. The scene transitioned back to Elena's office. Lena, her maid, announced, we're ready. Let's go. Elena nodded, her acceptance a matter of course. As she drew back the curtains, she saw the ladies of the Noble Women's Association waiting for her. We've been waiting for you, Miss Rosalia. Miss Rander safely joined the hunting festival. They settled around a banquet table. A nearby server murmured, my goodness, the four of them together. What's going on? Heaven chimed in. I heard Rosalia had changed, but this is a combination I never imagined. On the other hand, the server countered, it's a perfect combination. He continued, his curiosity piqued. Why? Heaven gestured toward Elena and Rander, the most powerful heir after the royal family. Miss Rander, who runs the Beatrice company with outstanding ability. Miss Earn, considered the smartest anyone has ever met, and Cheddar. It's like a force to be reckoned with, the server concluded, watching as the four women chatted amiably. A few moments later, Prince Lloyd arrived to escort Elena. If every relationship has a purpose, one of the noble women mused, should we understand that Miss Rosalia is gathering forces to support the first prince? The rumors of a connection between the young lady and the first prince were seen as a snub to the crown prince. Contrary to the noble's speculation that it would soon end, they seemed to be genuinely in love. An old saying went, the Rosaria family only obeys the emperor's orders. This meant that any successor backed by the Rosaria family was all but guaranteed the throne. In that case, the noble woman continued, the one chosen by Elena Rosaria, the heir of Rosaria, is not someone to be trifled with. Fogg suddenly spoke up. Oh dear, someone outside asked me to bring something, but I forgot. Oh, and I have to see if my son has arrived. One by one, the noble women excused themselves from the banquet table. As they gradually departed the festival, the space grew quieter, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Elena remarked to Prince Lloyd, it seems everyone is watching me. Indeed, you're quite right, he confirmed. Then we must play our parts even better. She softened her tone. Your Highness, I know you are busy with preparations, but what brings you here? He replied with a gentle smile. No matter how busy I am, seeing you is always my priority. In truth, this entire charade was planned 2 weeks ago, simply for the benefit of onlookers. Elena and Lloyd discussed the situation further. This hunting festival is a good opportunity, she stated. Let's make the most of it. He still seemed puzzled. In what way? The nobles rarely gather like this, she explained, so we must show them the passionate connection between us. Passionate, he echoed. Then let's begin practicing, she declared. Elena, perplexed, asked, practicing what? Lloyd rose to his feet. Practicing how to gaze lovingly at your beloved. Elena, without hesitation, looked at the prince, and their eyes met in an intense stare. He remained uncertain. Was this how she looked at someone she loved? Does it not seem passionate enough? He produced a mirror for her. A passionate gaze should be filled with adoration. Right now, you look like you want to kill me. Elena looked at her reflection in a panic. Is it truly that frightening? Is a strong gaze not enough? I've never been in love. I've always been too busy trying to survive. Oh, I understand now. She pointed at her eyes with a naive expression. This is how you look at someone you love, right? Lloyd, with a small smile, encouraged her to continue. Yes, that's better, but try to look a little more tender like this. He demonstrated. Good. Now part your lips slightly. Not too much. After some practice, they began to look like lovers in the eyes of others. Elena approached Lloyd and offered him a handkerchief. I made this handkerchief myself. Please accept it, and may it keep you safe. I am honored to receive this, he replied. She rejoiced inwardly. Excellent. You like it. She told herself, good. Now be a bit more dramatic. Your joy is my joy. They continued their carefully orchestrated performance before the assembled nobles. Oh, Miss Rosalia is here as well. She and the crown prince seem quite close. Elena recognized this as positive feedback. Now for the final touch. Although the hunting festival isn't particularly dangerous, I still hope you'll be careful. Don't forget, I'll be waiting for you. Did everyone understand? The two exchanged fervent, lingering glances. But she noticed Lloyd standing still, looking uneasy. What's wrong? Why is he silent? He's supposed to respond as we practiced. Why is he standing so far away? He reached out and took her hand. Elena, startled, asked, what are you doing? What's wrong? I have to do this to look like your lover. Won't this help expedite the annulment? Crown Prince Kaysen, having witnessed the scene, slammed his hand on the table in fury. Who is embracing whom? The Crown Prince's guards, present at the scene, informed him. It's Miss Rosalia and the Crown Prince. Kaysen inquired of Marquis Tennessee how the preparations were progressing. Everything will proceed as you desire, he assured. A sinister, self-satisfied smirk spread across Crown Prince Kaysen's face. Good. Let them carry on. We'll see if they're still so affectionate after the hunt. The next day, Emperor Lauren addressed the assembled nobles and subjects. Let the hunt begin. Lloyd, accompanied by his new guards, set off into the forest. Before he left, Elena waved goodbye cheerfully. Be safe. Crown Prince Kaysen stood nearby, observing their every move. Elena warned, Miss Rosalia, look behind you. It seems he's been staring at me for a while now. Elena said, all right, my work here is done. Let's head back quickly. Now all I have to do is wait and pass the time there, just like at a social gathering. Make way. Someone's coming. Please step aside. The young noblewomen, startled and confused, didn't understand what was happening. Why the sudden commotion? Something must have happened. Elena, ever bold, reassured them. I'll go see what's going on. When will the doctor arrive? Let's administer first aid. The camp is being set up and the knights are searching for a doctor. I'm wondering if the accident caused any serious injuries. I don't think this was a simple mishap, such a major incident occurring during the hunting festival. Everyone helped that night. She realized it wasn't the apprentice knight who had followed Lloyd into the forest. Could all of the injured be those who went with Lloyd? Where was Lloyd? A growing unease coiled in Elena's stomach. She approached someone for information. What happened? I'm sorry. We're busy and haven't received any news yet, came the harried reply. Elena bristled, her frustration rising. You don't know anything. She rebuked. He lowered his head and spoke quietly. Miss Rosalia, allow me to explain. He began his account. As we ventured deeper into the forest in search of game, they heard something. A deer stood before them, promising a rather exciting hunt, and it drew the attention of many. Let's catch it quickly, Lloyd commanded, and everyone prepared for the hunt. But as he drew his sword, he saw a ferocious wolf attacking the deer. Surprise rippled through the ranks. There was no time to consider how to handle the situation. Everyone was asking themselves how such a large wolf had been allowed into the hunting grounds. Lloyd, hearing a strange sound, asked, "What's that noise?" The ferocious wolf was attacking the knights. "Anadol, help! There's more than one," the new knight told Lloyd. A chill ran down Lloyd's spine. This must be planned. Here they come again. What are those? They look like gray wolves, but much larger than any we know. Were these animals originally released for the hunting festival? Lloyd's new guard spoke. No, the hunting festival is for socializing amongst the nobles, primarily targeting easily hunted animals. Lloyd deduced this means someone deliberately released them. The guard continued, "Your Highness, please take cover. We'll handle these wolves." Lloyd insisted that the injured be taken out first. "I'll distract the pack." The guard tried to dissuade him, but Lloyd's mind was made up. "Your Highness, you can't do this." Lloyd walked towards the wolves alone. The guard, unable to abandon his duty, stealthily followed, trying to protect Lloyd as the ferocious pack closed in. A thrill, edged with grim determination, coursed through Lloyd. Good, this is how it should be. This should be interesting. He thought of Elena, of their shared moments, of the need to provoke Kaysen. "Kaysen," he muttered, "I've been patient all day." It seems this whole plan was his, lurking there in the shadows. That's where I'll fight to the death. The wolves pursued him relentlessly, lurking in the shadows of the trees, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Seeing the imminent danger, the guard shouted, "Your Highness, look out." He rushed forward just in time. "How could you do this alone?" Lloyd stared in astonishment as the guard cleaved a wolf in two. "It seems the choice of night guard was better than I thought." With one of their own felled, the remaining wolves circled, a protective formation taking shape. Wolves are known for protecting their own, the guard observed, but these have been deliberately starved, driven to desperation. "Yes," Lloyd agreed grimly. "I believe this was prepared for me. How long do you think it will take to deal with these wolves?" Lloyd asked. "Before sunset, I imagine." "We have plenty of time," the guard replied calmly. "Let's finish this quickly." Together, they charged into the pack. But this was before a certain princess would race to the prince's rescue. The scene shifted back to Elena, with a friend recounting the events in the forest continued his narrative. "So, we returned after killing just one wolf, but the rest chased after the prince." Elena's eyes widened. After Lloyd, panic edged her voice. "Where's a horse?" He blocked her path. "Where do you think you're going? Do you really intend to enter the forest? It's incredibly dangerous. The search party will be departing soon." Elena, her face a mask of determination, demanded he move. He panicked, drenched in sweat, fearing for the princess's safety, yelling Rosalia, but she paid him no mind. She insisted on mounting her horse and charging straight into the forest. After galloping for some distance, she pulled on the reins, bringing the horse to a halt. Looking down at the blood-soaked sword, she thought this must be the way. She remembered him saying he'd gone deeper into the forest. Dismounting, she approached the sword, tightening her boot laces as she thought, "I really can't understand them." A while later, Elena decided to learn some skills. The knight said, "Today, I'll teach you guarding and support techniques." Curious, she asked, "Will I ever need to use them?" He replied, "If you continue to see the prince, it might happen often." She was still hesitant about her decision, wondering if he would continue to be caught up in such dangerous situations. The knight reassured her, "You never know what the future holds." When he was in danger, she felt strange, as if she'd become a different person. Would this anger Kaysen or the former Viscount Zephyr? "The contract requires me to stay out of his affairs. But when it comes to him, I can't." Resolving herself, she moved towards the sword, picking it up. "I seem to be gradually becoming an impulsive person." Elena quietly walked alone into the depths of the forest. Elena strolled leisurely through the grassy garden, a frown creasing her brow as she looked to the side, utterly perplexed. What was that light? Staring at it, Elena instinctively realized it wasn't a temple, yet looked like the temples she'd seen in books in her past life. A statue of a woman sitting on a chair appeared before her eyes. Was this statue built to worship this person? Elena thought this world had no religion or gods. Besides, could I have stumbled upon a deity never before seen, even within the inner city? Suddenly, a sound reached her ears. Is it a wolf approaching? Elena saw that it was rather large. Bending down, Elena spoke to it. "I don't want to kill you, but if I don't, Lloyd will be in danger. Let's end this here." Suddenly, the wolf lunged, so she drew her sword to confront it. "Trying to bite me. You think it'll be that easy? Instead of biting me, taste this blade." Elena decisively thrust the sword into its throat. Due to excessive blood loss, the wolf couldn't survive. In another scene, Lloyd explained to everyone their proper name is Gray Terror Wolf. They mainly live in the northern regions and are known for not leaving their territory. Someone deliberately released the wolves into the hunting grounds. This was quite a well-executed operation, wasn't it? Everyone listened intently. Lloyd immediately called for Jover. Do you think there are more wolves outside than the ones we killed? Jover also confirmed that many wolves had escaped during the pursuit. And wolves have a pack mentality, so there must be more. Lloyd continued excitedly. I think so too. Then let's play a game. Just as he finished speaking, a sound came from behind them. It seemed someone was behind the bushes. Lloyd ordered everyone to stop, but he was utterly astonished by what he saw. Elena appeared, covered in blood. Lloyd cried out Elena's name. She turned around in a fluster, then stopped abruptly. Their meeting here was surprising. Elena was relieved he was alive, but Lloyd scolded her for being reckless. She was confused. Something must have happened to him. He seemed worried to the point of distraction. Everyone present was shocked by the scene before them. We're pretending to be lovers, Elena said cheerfully. I'm not injured, so don't worry too much. It's just wolf blood. Hearing that it was wolf blood, Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, you're all right. Her clothes soiled. Elena borrowed Lloyd's cloak. Jover, trying to lighten the mood, said, So you're saying you took down 2 wolves on your way here? Yes, Elena confirmed seriously. And I also saw a wolf much larger than usual, but I might have been mistaken. Everyone present thought. No wonder Lord Dor always boasted about his daughter's swordsmanship. She was indeed a member of the renowned Rosaria swordsmanship family. Lloyd still didn't understand. But why did you go into the forest to kill those wolves? Why? Because I heard you were attacked, and I was worried. How could she explain? It was something akin to the desperate urge to rescue a companion on the verge of being lost. Lloyd began to scold her angrily. That was reckless. We need to take care of the wolf Rosalia saw and get back to base. Elena, trailing behind him, was nearing her breaking point. I came to help, and all I get is silence. Lloyd was speaking to Jover. First, the number of wolves is uncertain, so we have to kill them on sight. Then, as soon as I see a wolf, I'll draw its attention. Elena spoke urgently. I know which direction the wolf ran. Let me lead the way. But he cut her off before she could finish. You need to leave here. What did you just say? What about me? Lloyd said this out of concern, fearing something dangerous would happen to her if she stayed any longer. Jover spoke up in her defense. Your Highness, this lady's swordsmanship is better than anyone present. But Lloyd remained insistent on hunting the wolf himself. Do the royal knights need the help of a noblewoman? Jover had to apologize for his slip-up. There are enough knights here to catch that wolf. Elena stubbornly refused to give in. But if I participate, wouldn't the fight end faster? She truly didn't understand why they needed to have this private conversation. Now it was just the 2 of them. Are you crazy? Lloyd didn't answer, just looked at his hands. Why? What is this about? Why are you stopping me from helping you? I really don't understand. Lloyd spoke with a deeply worried tone. Why don't you think something dangerous could happen? Of course, it's because I'm worried about you. Lloyd gently touched Elena's cheek, startling her. Is there something unreasonable about my worry? Elena became distracted by his touch. The tremor of that moment, it wasn't acting, it was real. Elena deliberately pushed his hand away. I don't know and I don't understand your worry. Lloyd didn't want to force the issue any further. Fine, but don't leave my side. In the end, the wolf was exceptionally large, and Elena struggled against it. Fortunately, everyone was safe, and they assumed everything was all right. At that moment, they didn't know what had happened. Elsewhere, Kaysen, having just overheard something, asked coldly what. Rosetta's arrow was pointed directly at her. The gears of fate continued to turn. Several hours later, they returned by carriage. The girls were anxious. Miss Elena, we were so worried about you. Elena was happy to see them after disembarking. Are you here to pick me up? By the way, is this blood? Is it yours, miss? She denied it. It's just wolf blood. Bella was extremely worried. Oh my goodness, did you kill those wolves? Seeing her concern, Elena reassured her they were all caught. Suddenly, Duke Rosalia coughed. I'm glad you returned safely. Later that afternoon, Bella went to the room where Elena had called for her. Miss Elena, you called for me. Elena immediately asked, why was my father in Area 2? Bella had to tell the truth, explaining that the Duke had a minor disagreement with Count Schur. When Duke Rosalia announced he was going to search for the Crown Prince, and Miss Elena. Count Shur blocked his path, arguing that if anything happened to the Crown Prince, they would be short-handed. Duke Rosalia told Count Shur to step aside, but he refused. If all the royal knights are mobilized, who will be responsible for rescuing the Crown Prince? But he completely ignored Count Shur's suggestion to mobilize the Duke's private army to support the Crown Prince. Count Shur's expression at the time was quite comical. Elena couldn't believe her father, Duke Rosalia, had actually mobilized his private army and decided to support the Crown Prince. Bella confirmed it wasn't because of the Crown Prince himself, but because he was so worried about you, Miss Rosalia. Count Shur argued that mobilizing a private army was treasonous, and said many other things besides, but he was deeply concerned for his own daughter. That's when Duke Rosalia grew impatient. My daughter is right there, and if you bother me any further, I won't let you get away with it. Elena was utterly astonished by this. My father. A tremendous noise erupted from outside, making Bella suspicious as well. Things outside suddenly became rather chaotic. Elena felt it too, but what was happening? Stepping outside, she saw everyone shouting this way. We must be prepared. He's back. The Crown Prince has returned, carrying Rosetta in his arms. Elena couldn't bring herself to smile when she saw him. Why hadn't that wolf just killed him? And that, what was that? A shimmering strand of silver thread. She didn't realize it was the girl's hair. Suddenly, an arm draped itself over Elena's shoulder. Lloyd appeared and told her not to look over there anymore. He pulled her close, causing Elena to exclaim in exasperation, "What the heck? When did you get here?" Bella, though embarrassed, felt compelled to announce, "The Crown Prince has just returned with an unknown girl." Elena, stunned by this news, had to turn around. She studied the girl carefully, flowing silver hair, golden eyes darting nervously about, a look of fear etched on her face. She was the kind of woman anyone would fall in love with at first sight. Elena felt a pang of jealousy towards this beautiful stranger. Rosetta, the heroine of the original story, finally met the one who would ruin her future. Lying in bed, Rosetta slowly opened her eyes. Panic seized her as she realized she was in an unfamiliar place. The maid there immediately felt her forehead, checking for a fever. "Miss Rosetta, are you awake? Let me help you get ready." Rosetta was still disoriented, unsure of what had just happened. "Please hurry. His Highness will be here shortly." It was then she realized she was in the royal palace. Kaysen was making his way towards Rosetta's room. They announced His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. Rosetta rose, wanting to ask about the things she didn't understand. Kaysen simply said gently, "Are you awake?" Rosetta abruptly stood, too quickly for the maids to stop her. But after a few steps, she tripped on her skirt, falling directly into Kaysen's arms. Kaysen, concerned, chided her, "You're so careless." Rosetta looked up at his face, beaming. "I'm sorry. You can still laugh." Rosetta's happiness was too overwhelming to conceal. "Please forgive me, but please tend to Miss Rosetta first. Quickly, get her treated." Kaysen anxiously led Rosetta to the physician. She looked up, bewildered. "Can the maid be treated too?" Kaysen seemed confused. "Maid, what are you talking about?" Rosetta immediately pointed to the person from earlier. "She helped me up when I woke up, and I saw her hand was injured. It must be difficult to work with an injury, so please allow her to be treated with me." Kaysen looked at the girl with immense fondness. "Rosetta, you have such a kind heart." "Indeed, Your Highness. This young lady possesses a rare and compassionate spirit." Rosetta believed caring for others was simply natural, nothing extraordinary. "Nothing in this world is a given. Such acts are born of love." Rosetta replied cheerfully, "But Your Highness, there is one thing in this world that is a given. I am eternally worthy of love." At that moment, in the royal palace, Elena's voice rang out. "Have you heard? The heroine has charmed everyone instantly. I had to go through so much trouble to build my reputation." "It's all right. Everything's under control," Lloyd replied calmly. "Indeed, this is precisely what I was waiting for. As long as I make sure I don't act like I did in the original story from now on. As long as she didn't interfere with Rosetta, the Crown Prince's wrath wouldn't erupt." Elena felt a wave of relief wash over her. "If that's the case, then I won't die. I hope my engagement can be called off." Elena raised the cup to her nose, inhaling the familiar aroma of her favorite Charlotte tea. Lloyd's bored explanation that it wasn't tea, but a herbal infusion sparked Elena's ire. "I want Charlotte tea, not this. It has to be sweet and delicious. I don't like sweet tea. You can only drink what's available." Elena was truly perplexed. He said he didn't like sweets, and wasn't Charlotte tea tea exactly the kind of thing he disliked. He was so kind, preparing her favorite tea despite his own preferences. He must not want to drink it himself, judging by that furrowed brow. Elena offered a compliment. Today's tea is especially good. Lloyd's face brightened at her words. Then, a shadow of sadness crossed her features. I have to leave for a while. You'll be busy. I only need to focus on staying alive. But Lloyd's goal isn't just survival, it's this country. Lloyd had to work harder while the other party wasn't paying attention, but he had to remember not to be careless. This was starting to feel eerily similar to the original story. The Crown Prince would become the perfect male lead, unlike before. That was because of Rosetta. When the Crown Prince knelt and proposed to Rosetta, all the readers went wild. That moment had seemed so warm and romantic. Lloyd wondered if her feelings for him would change too. Was she considering the possibility that she might fall for the Crown Prince as well? Lloyd wanted to ask Elena a question, to ask if she thought her perception of him would change, but she seemed confused by his sudden shift in topic. She emphasized the words perfect male lead, stating that she liked things that were perfect. Hearing this, Elena suddenly burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Even if that guy becomes perfect, he's still just Kaysen. So I could never like him. Don't worry. Speaking of perfect, you're the most perfect in my eyes. Lloyd, who was holding his teacup, nearly jumped in surprise. After all, you're my companion. Of course, you have to be perfect. Lloyd was flustered by this woman. That was nice to hear. Elena declared romance boring. I have no intention of falling in love or liking anyone. Lloyd impulsively asked, when my life is constantly threatened, do I look like I'm in the mood for romance? For me, the most important things right now are surviving, securing my position in the dukedom, and helping you. Just those three things. Lloyd conceded. It's a small comfort that I'm included in those three important things. Anyway, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Go ahead. Elena had originally planned to talk about the shrine and statues she saw in the forest, but she ended up chattering about inconsequential things. Amidst this frivolous conversation, she realized she had to address the other matter. I have to get this off my chest. Elena hesitated shyly, but forced herself to speak. Before we continue, I want to apologize for what happened in the forest. I provoked Kaysen and put you in danger. Lloyd interrupted her. It's all right. We can't predict everything, so we just need to be more careful in the future. Thank you for saying that. Something niggled at Elena's mind. That look, that expression, where had she seen it before? It was as if he knew it would happen, as if he was expecting it. Elena decided to push the thought aside for now. Lloyd, you knew about the attack, didn't you? You didn't tell me. I consider you my companion, someone I can discuss anything with, but you don't feel the same. If I had told you, you would have immediately tried to resolve the situation, and I didn't want that. I didn't want to put you in danger. Lloyd looked sadly at his teacup. There he goes again. We could encounter danger in any situation. I find what you're saying incredibly condescending. Why is this conversation going this way? You must not trust me to handle the dangers we face. I'm leaving. Elena, furious at Lloyd's apparent lack of trust in her yet again, stormed off. Lloyd immediately stood up, but Elena was resolute. I don't cooperate with people who don't trust me, and you should know that. Let's talk another day. Lloyd had, yet again, needlessly complicated things. Outside the royal palace, Jover furiously pummeled a wooden training dummy. She felt foolish. She'd lost her composure over Lloyd, a man who wasn't even hers to claim. There was no real reason to be upset. Elena and Lloyd were just partners. He didn't have to tell her everything. Tears welled in Jover's eyes. But it hurts. I'm just worried about his safety, the same way he worries about mine. Lloyd had said he didn't want her in danger. That's enough. I'm the only one who feels this way. I should keep a proper distance. Offer help only when he needs it. I really hate this. Jover wiped away her tears. Night fell. In the Marquis of Tennessee's mansion. What in the world are you doing? Lisa faced her father's wrath. I told you to earn money or take over the family business. You were born a useless daughter, good for nothing but flirting with men. The Marquis of Tennessee berated her. Lisa could only answer fearfully, I've tried my best. But do you realize the family is in danger? I've failed the Crown Prince's demands twice. The thought of that insidious Crown Prince looking down on me and using me in the future sends shivers down my spine. Jover believed it was all due to her father's excessive greed. There's only one way now. Try to gain the favor of the young lady the Crown Prince brought back from the hunting festival. It's clear he's smitten with her. If we treat her well, we might gain some advantage. What? What do you mean? Lisa stood up, voicing her own thoughts. Father, how can you ask me to do such a thing? I'm a proud, noble woman. Why should I grovel before a commoner? The Marquis dismissed her protests. No matter how proud you are, you're still just a child carrying my blood. This is my decision. If you don't want to accept it, then try winning the crown prince's favor yourself. Lisa couldn't comprehend how he could say such things. If you think it's unfair, you should have wished to be born a man to inherit the family business. Those words, coming from her father, broke Lisa's heart. The law grants women the right to inherit. But the image of Elena wielding a sword flashed through her mind, and Lisa immediately agreed, surprising the Marquis of Tennessee. No, I'll do as you say. Rosetta had no other choice. It had been 2 weeks since she entered the Crown Prince's palace. Rosetta sat at the dining table, happily recounting the events of that day to everyone. Is the food to your liking? Kaysen appeared, his handsome face adorned with a bright smile. You're all eating quite normally. Garnet was deeply embarrassed. As expected, I should have declined Lady Rosetta's invitation to dinner. I believe I've already told you that you must know your place. Rosetta spoke gently. Don't say that. I get lonely eating alone, so I wanted to invite them to join me. Even so, it's not permitted. Rosetta looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Then would you be willing to dine with me? No matter how much the Crown Prince favors Lady Rosetta, this is too much. Kaysen immediately agreed. All right, I'll join you. But we won't always eat together. How about we have lunch together every day at noon? Kaysen affectionately stroked her hair. Rosetta was overjoyed. The servants present were astonished. His Highness actually allowed it. They say when you meet your destined person, you become a different person. Could Lady Rosetta be His Highness's destined one? Rosetta asked cheerfully, so what are your plans for today? I came to get you because there's someone I want to introduce you to. Since you're here, you can't just interact with the servants. A family is visiting and wishes to meet you, so we've arranged to meet today. Rosetta beamed. I understand. I'm glad your Highness intends for me to stay in the palace. The two walked out together. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rosetta. As she saw the woman, something clicked in Lisa's mind. No matter how pure and beautiful a rose may be, without thorns, it withers quickly, and held in someone's hand, it would wilt in the morning library. Walking down the hallway, Wellston overheard voices raised in argument. It seemed today was a gathering of nobles. Declining the invitation to the meeting was the right choice. No matter how much he thought about it, he still found those people unpleasant. He should leave before being discovered. He entered the library to select a book, one sophisticated enough to serve as a textbook for Lady Rosalia's class. Suddenly, a book on the opposite shelf fell, and Wellston couldn't understand what it was. Nothing was written on the cover, and opening it was quite surprising. The book transported him to a room filled with roses. Look at these sweets. They're so beautiful, too beautiful to eat. It's like a work of art. Elena, however, was bored. The most out-of-place person in the world being here was because Elena had been fretting all day about her argument with Lloyd. Elizabeth was deeply worried about her daughter. Are you all right? Elena, masking her emotions, replied, I'm fine, Mother. A knock came at the door, and she quickly invited them in. Bella and Randall were excited to be there. Lady Rosalia, we apologize for the sudden visit. We've run into a bit of trouble recently. Do you have some free time? Bella said cheerfully, it's a secret, but I just found a great place. Randall agreed. So where should we go now? Elena, bewildered, had no idea what was happening. You appear suddenly, and where are we supposed to be going? Elizabeth looked at her daughter with a happy expression. Her mother had invited them because she was worried about Elena. Bella brought a plate of strawberries closer. Lady Rosalia, have some, it'll melt in your mouth. This is paired with your favorite Charlotte tea. Would you like to try it? The only downside is that it's too lovely for Elena. Hearing Bella call her name, she immediately replied, What is it, Miss Chetta? Actually, I heard from your mother that you've been having some trouble lately. Randall also agreed. We're young and may not be of much help, but we hope you can comfortably share your worries with us. But we also don't want to be rude to you. Elena didn't find it rude at all. I trust you two very much. Thank you for running here, because you were worried about me, as if my worries were really boring. I've already blown them all away. All three of them laughed happily. We're glad to hear that. Well, let's change the subject now. No matter how close she was to these two, she didn't feel like she could talk about Lloyd with them. What's wrong with His Highness, the Crown Prince? Bella and Randall were surprised because the fork in Elena's hand bent. Elena couldn't believe the fork had been in her hand either. It must be defective. I'll have them bring you a new one. It seems we've naturally changed the subject again. Looking at that expression, Bella guessed she must be having trouble with the Crown Prince. Elena looked at the servant and suddenly thought of something. The servant's black hair was very similar to Lloyd's. I'm losing my mind thinking about Lloyd again. Think about something else, Elena said to herself. So she looked out the window. There's a new jewelry store. Should I get Mother a gift? But then she saw Lloyd. What's that? Why is he here? He should be at the palace right now. Who is he waiting for? Why is he looking at his watch with such a worried expression? Why is he so thin? The last time I saw him, he looked much healthier than he does now. Elena was suddenly startled by Bella's call. Lady Rosalia, what are you looking at? He's not alone. Who is that woman? A beautiful girl appeared. His life is in danger, and he's still on a date with another woman. He's mentally unstable, so he's noticeably thinner, and he's still busy dating, Randall muttered, perplexed. Miss Rosalia, he addressed Elena. What's outside the window? Please continue with the story from before. Bella, beside her, immediately covered his mouth. Mr. Randall, please be quiet. I've already seen what's outside. She quickly added, oh right, I forgot I was supposed to drink the tea Miss Rosalia prepared for me. Elena calmly poured the tea, praising its aroma, and sipped it amidst the other two's evident fear. It's delicious, but it would be even better with ice, she remarked as Bella and Randall trembled, huddled together. Yes, iced tea is quite popular these days, Elena continued, unfazed. Unable to face the scene outside, Bella sought an escape. Then I'll go get some ice. Randall chimed in, Miss Cheddar, I'll go with you. Left alone, Elena pondered the day's events. What in the world is going on? The next day, at the Rosalia Dukedom, Wellston was tutoring Elena in geography. From a geographical standpoint, this area could become a fortress. Do you understand? But he saw her attention wandering. Did something happen with the Crown Prince? At the mention of Lloyd, Elena snapped to attention. Why bring up Lloyd all of a sudden? Wellston calmly replied, young ladies' troubles usually stem from their romantic interests. Elena bristled. What? Who is the Crown Prince dating? Isn't it you? Wellston asked plainly. Because you publicly made it known that there's nothing between you and His Highness Lloyd. Elena responded, her voice tight, thank you for telling me this. Before concluding the lesson, Wellston added, if you have any further questions, feel free to contact me. I know quite a lot of things, so I'm rather useful. Of course, it's perfectly normal for a young lady to have questions. Elena understood his implication. He must think it's because of Lloyd. Discussing this with my tutor is a bit awkward. Is there any way to change the subject? I've been meaning to ask about something else. During the recent hunting festival, I saw a dilapidated white building when I entered the forest. It looked completely different from the current architectural style, like a temple. Does Mr. Wellston know what that building is? Wellston, upon hearing this question, found the coincidence remarkable. Elena assumed he might not know. Wellston cleared his throat seriously before answering. Before I answer your question, I'd like to ask you something. What I'm about to tell you isn't a story about a place under a secrecy order, but it's not something to boast about either. So please promise me you won't mention what you're about to hear to anyone, anywhere. Elena sensed this story was more dangerous than she'd imagined. That's the Temple of the Renal Faith, eradicated by the royal family about 500 years ago. The story Mr. Wellston began to tell was about the downfall of the faith. In the past, the Renal Temple, which worshipped Renal as a god, was revered by all the empire's inhabitants. It was a powerful religious organization that held sway over ruling powers and nurtured the royal descendants. But ironically, it crumbled at the hands of the emperor who grew up within that very temple. Wellston didn't understand, so he asked, why did the emperor suddenly suppress that faith? Elena felt it was likely because he saw the corruption of the faith and the depravity of the sect. Corruption and deceit are common issues in places I've been before. Like the pleasures of the Middle Ages and the joys of the modern era, anything stagnant rots. Wellston affirmed, indeed. The emperor realized he was being manipulated by the will of the temple, so he became enraged, and then he ordered everyone to stop mentioning the renal faith and completely erase that belief. That raises a lot of questions, Elena mused. He didn't understand what her question was. If he destroyed the entire temple and the statues, why not destroy the one closest to the royal family? Upon hearing this, Wellston suddenly fell in a deep thought. Perhaps it was a faith he ultimately couldn't let go of. He didn't hate the deity, but the corruption of the temple. Wellston seemed to have discovered something, muttering to himself about the man being both pitiful and selfish. But he kept his thoughts private, simply gathering his papers and saying, "That's all for today's lesson." Elena, perplexed, replied, "But we were still in the middle of our discussion. Where are you going?" Wellston said gently, "It's precisely because I'm cautious that I won't speak about something I'm not certain of. I'll tell you when I'm sure. Do you know what the Koreans hate most? Firstly, being deceived, and secondly." Elena persisted, "Just tell me what's going on." Wellston ignored her plea. "Asking like that won't work. I won't say. Then let me ask a different question. How can I find books related to the renal faith?" Wellston confirmed directly, "You won't find them through normal channels." "So you obtained it through unusual means, then?" Elena seized on his words. "Can you give me that book?" Suddenly, Lloyd appeared, breaking the tension. "It seems the lesson has ended. May I speak with you now?" He offered a friendly smile. The two then went into a room together for tea. Lloyd asked, "Are you still angry?" Elena forced a smile. "How could I possibly be angry with my partner?" Looking at her expression, Lloyd knew she was clearly still upset, and so he had to humble himself and apologize. Elena could hardly believe he was apologizing to her. The man who carried himself like a proud demon king was actually meekly apologizing. "I didn't expect. How should I respond? What are you apologizing for?" "Wait, I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. Why am I thinking about online posts? It's not like I'm dating Lloyd. I just need to say it's okay and not overthink it. Go back already. What is my brain even doing?" Elena composed herself, putting on a serious expression. "What are you apologizing for?" But she immediately backtracked. "Forget it. I'm sure he doesn't know what I'm talking about. Thank goodness. Otherwise, my life would have another embarrassing moment." Lloyd continued, "I want to apologize." Then, as if reading her mind, he added, "I'm apologizing even though I don't know what I did wrong." Elena couldn't believe he knew her next line. "And does the heir to the Awesome group even browse the internet?" I remember that person getting scolded again and being asked why they did something they knew they'd have to apologize for. She was now trembling with embarrassment. Damn it, why am I the one feeling ashamed? Lloyd suddenly stood up and called Elena's name. She responded, unsure of what he intended to do. "I apologize for not telling you sooner." Lloyd gently stroked her head. "I apologize for not paying attention to you and making you feel like I didn't trust you. If that hurt your pride, I apologize for that too." Elena felt awkward and wanted him to stop, urging him to just finish. Lloyd found her embarrassed, look endearing. "I didn't tell you because I trust you. If you knew I was in danger, you would recklessly try to protect me, even if it meant putting yourself in harm's way. I don't want you to get hurt, and I don't want you to suffer any pain. Do you understand now? It's because I was worried about your safety." Lloyd gently took Elena's hand. He sensed her anger had subsided. Elena admitted she was just a little disappointed. After waiting a while without a response, she asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Suddenly, she saw him smile and panicked. "What? Why are you laughing? So you weren't angry, but disappointed. I'm saying there's no difference between the two." She felt awkward again. "Anyway, the point is, I felt uncomfortable." Lloyd conceded, "I was wrong, regardless of whether you were angry, uncomfortable, or disappointed." Elena turned away in a huff, about to say something, when she saw Lloyd pull out a box. "Isn't that the box that woman gave him? This is a special apology gift for you. Please accept it." Elena took the box, remembering to thank him. Lloyd spoke mysteriously. "If that's the case, can you give me what I want?" "Your dagger. The one you gave me before, I want it back now." Elena, suspicious, replied, "My dagger. I can give it to you, but why?" "Your dagger helped me, just as you helped me, so it holds meaning for me." Elena rose and gestured for him to follow her. She thought to herself, how strange, the way he's making such a big deal out of this. She then handed him the dagger. Lloyd promised to keep it safe. Elena decided against telling him the dagger originally belonged to Sir Dor. He'd be happier not knowing. Lloyd continued, his voice soft, "Please continue to look after me in the future." Touched by his words, Elena asked, "Lloyd, I have a question." "Ask away," he replied, "as many as you like." "Why did you apologize first?" Lloyd answered with a naive smile, "Of course I had to apologize to you first. How could I live without you? Don't you know that?" His words felt more like a confession than any sweet nothing. The scene shifted to the Crown Prince's palace. Tennessee waited, thinking this is the 6th time since I met Rosetta as a friend on my father's orders. Rosetta's potential truly exceeds my expectations. But what initially bothered her was another commoner daring to make me wait. Since their first meeting, Rosetta had never been on time, not even the last time. What had she said? Rosetta, with an air of innocence, had declared, "I'm sorry, I overslept." It had displeased Lady Tennessee, making it difficult to resist the urge to tear the words from her mouth. Just then, a commotion arose outside. "Yes, Your Highness." "Oh my, he's so thoughtful." "Yes, indeed." The cause of the stir was none other than Rosetta. "Yes, Your Highness. He really is." She'd been so engrossed that she'd forgotten the lady's presence. "Oh, Lady Tennessee, what are you doing here? You startled me." Then, Rosetta suddenly remembered. "Is today the day we agreed to meet?" The lady calmly replied, "Yes." Rosetta covered her face in guilt. "I can't believe I made this mistake again. Lady Tennessee, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I promise I won't be late next time." But Tennessee knew better. She never kept that promise, no matter how many times she made it. Seeing Rosetta cry, the personal maid gently consoled her. "Miss Rosetta, please calm down. Don't cry. His Highness the Crown Prince will be heartbroken if he finds out." Tennessee thought, if this continues, I'll only be wasting my time. Swallowing her anger, she let it go. "It's all right, please calm down." Hearing this, Rosetta stopped crying. "Really, Lady Tennessee, thank you. I definitely won't do this again next time." But Rosetta's tone held a hint of ambiguity. "But I don't know if something else might come up." As the two began their conversation, tea was served. Rosetta addressed the maid. "I want the precious tea you brewed for me yesterday." The maid, unsure what she meant by precious, prompted Rosetta to explain. "You should add precious things for precious people." "Lady Tennessee, I hope we can become closer today." Tennessee responded politely, "Ah, yes." "In what way?" But Rosetta's reply took the lady by surprise. "First, let's call each other by our first names." Tennessee immediately turned and asked, "What did you just say?" But faced with this reaction, Rosetta continued to smile. "Usually, if we call each other by name, we become friends quickly. Come to think of it, I've never heard Lady Tennessee call me by my name." Tennessee was stunned. She must know why I disdained to use her name. But Rosetta pressed on. "I think that might be why we haven't become close after all this time." Tennessee wondered if Rosetta truly didn't understand or was feigning ignorance. She may be a commoner, but she's under the Crown Prince's protection, so I must show her respect. Rosetta remained insistent. "Please, try calling me by my name." Even knowing this, she dares to ask me to use her name. Faced with Rosetta's enthusiastic proposal, Tennessee could only stammer hesitantly. Rosetta waited expectantly. Though reluctant, Tennessee managed a polite, "Miss Rosetta." Rosetta's face lit up. "Isn't this wonderful? Now that you're calling me by my name, I feel like we've become close friends." "Don't you think so, Garnet? We seem to be getting along much better, aren't we?" The maid chimed in cheerfully, "Of course. Seeing you two address each other so intimately makes me happy too. There truly is no better way to strengthen a bond." But none of them noticed the only one not happy was Tennessee. I'd love to spit in that naive, beaming face. How could she smile so brightly? This is just a relationship that will end once the Crown Prince marries Miss Rosaria. Will she still be able to smile when she finds out the Crown Prince already has a fiancé? Tennessee desperately wanted to see the look on Rosetta's face when she learned the truth. Oh, she's clueless. She wholeheartedly believes she's the Crown Prince's true love. Yes, that's what a commoner would think. Lost in her thoughts, Tennessee was startled by a voice. Miss, what are you thinking about? I've called you several times, but you haven't responded." Tennessee replied with a sneer, "It's nothing. What did you want to say to me?" "Ah, there's something I wanted to ask you. Could you tell me a little about His Highness? I find I know so little about him." Tennessee responded curtly, "I only know some basic information about him." But Rosetta was enthusiastic. "That's exactly what I want to know. His Highness says I don't need to know those things. Just being by his side is enough. It's so frustrating." Tennessee chuckled softly. That guy's just putting on an act. Incidentally, Tennessee also wanted to shatter Rosetta's illusions, so she agreed. "Fine, I'll tell you everything I know." "Wonderful. Thank you, Miss Tennessee." And so the two girls began to exchange information about the Crown Prince. Of course, the information about the Crown Prince already having a fiancé was also revealed by Tennessee. As she wished, Rosetta looked utterly shocked. "What? He has a fiancé?" Tennessee feigned surprise. "Goodness, you didn't know. Why didn't anyone tell you?" Rosetta asked hesitantly, "Who is she?" "His Highness's fiancée is the Duke's only daughter and heir to the dukedom, Miss Elena Rosaria. She's a very beautiful and noble lady with deep petal pink hair and red eyes." Rosetta looked apprehensive. A noble, the Duke's daughter. Rosetta thought miserably. Yes, so noble that even His Highness can't do anything about it. How dare he treat her like that? And although Elena Rosaria pretends not to care about His Highness now, it can't be true. What she's doing now is probably just to get attention. Tennessee swore she felt a surge of smug satisfaction at Rosetta's crestfallen demeanor. Won't this create a beautiful picture? They say the most vulgar thing in the world is a cat fight, right? I can't wait to see how they play around in the palm of my hand. The mere thought thrilled Tennessee. Seeing their mistress so heartbroken, the two maids rushed to explain. Miss Rosetta, please don't worry about that. Yes, these days they're quarreling, not canceling the engagement. His Highness has no one but Miss Rosetta. Tennessee looked with disgust at the maids trying to sugarcoat reality. All empty promises. Rosetta asked tearfully, then, can they cancel the engagement? Of course. We'll hear the news soon. Tennessee immediately interjected. It's not that easy. Engagements between nobles don't break easily because of other relationships, let alone a marriage between the royal family and the Duke's family. You can't just cancel an engagement, and it's been a while since there's been any news about ending it. But the lack of sufficient news also means. Just then, a bell rang. Our conversation ends here today. Until next time, every word Tennessee uttered was branded onto Rosetta's mind, making her deaf to the maid's reassurances. Miss Rosetta, it's not like that. They'll call off the engagement. Just listen to us. A triumphant Tennessee swept from the room, pleased with how the conversation had unfolded. This was what Rosetta deserved in Tennessee's eyes. A commoner like Rosetta simply wasn't worthy of being on equal footing with her. Night fell, and Rosetta remained haunted by the name of the Duke's daughter, Rosaria, Elena. Suddenly it clicked. All right, that woman, the one I met before. She's the Crown Prince's fiancée. Meanwhile, at the Duke's residence, Wellston was engrossed in a book. It felt, he thought, as if the book had fallen open, wanting to be read. Its contents detailed the doctrines of the renal faith, but so far, nothing differed from the accepted knowledge. One passage read, "The tenets of the renal faith are founded on the existence of the soul. The soul is the essence of the body, the source of life. Created by the Renar God, it enters the physical form, and upon the end of life, returns to the Renar God. This is the cycle of the soul. The Renar God is also known as the ruler of souls, a title derived from the very nature of the renal faith." That girl had changed so suddenly, as if someone else's soul had entered her body. Could her soul truly be manipulated, as this book suggested? These were merely Wellston's conjectures and hypotheses. The next day, at the Crown Prince's palace, outwardly, everything seemed to have returned to normal between the two, but a subtle, unprecedented tension lingered. Elena replayed his previous words. "How could I live without you? Don't you know that, Elena?" Her heart had been fluttering with anticipation ever since, clinging to the words she'd heard. But was that a confession? "I'm not ready," she thought. Just then, Lloyd turned, a teasing glint in his eye. "Hey there, Miss Spinster." Elena frowned. "What did you just call me?" All her romantic speculations crumbled. Lloyd continued to tease. "Who else here is a spinster, Elena?" Though her face flushed crimson, Elena maintained a veneer of politeness. "Why would you call me a spinster, sir?" Sensing her rising ire, Lloyd quickly changed the subject. "I found something you might like." As predicted, Elena's eyes lit up at the sight of a chessboard. Holding the board, Lloyd explained, "The name is different from the chess we usually play, but the rules are almost the same. By the way, do you play?" Though Elena modestly replied, "A little," she was in fact the reigning chess champion at her school. Having found common ground, their conversation flowed more easily. "Great. I know a bit too. Since we're at a similar level, how about a wager?" Lloyd suggested. A wager. This was the perfect opportunity for Elena to get even. Just playing is boring. Let's make it more interesting. She thought too cocky. "I'll show you." Lloyd readily agreed. "Sure, what are the stakes?" Elena, brimming with excitement, laid out the rules. Best 2 out of 3. The loser grants the winner one wish. Only when she was on the battlefield did she realize that life is often disappointing. When Elena's king was checkmated, she was still in shock. What? It was over already. It was too late for a meltdown. "You lied about only knowing a little." Lloyd calmly replied, "I didn't lie. I just learned from Magnus Carlsen." Elena sputtered indignantly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" That man is a 10-time world chess champion. Though Elena felt cheated, as if she'd been tricked, the rules were set. She had lost, and she had to accept it. Though a pang of disappointment pricked at Elena, her pride wouldn't allow her to back down. "Who said I wouldn't accept it? I'm just a little frustrated. Tell me what you want. I'll do anything within reason." Everything was proceeding exactly as Lloyd had planned. "Really? Then I shall." A gentle expression softened his features as he extended a hand. Elena stared at Lloyd's outstretched hand, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Your hand. Does he want you to play fetch like a dog? If that's what he wants, I might just bite him. But the rules of the game were set. Was she going to back out now? The thought stung. He must really dislike me at this moment, she thought. Despite the humiliation, she had made a promise, and a promise was a promise. Fine, let's do it. Lloyd smiled. I'm not sure what you're imagining. As Elena's hand met Lloyd's, a charged silence filled the air. He gently raised her hand to his lips and kissed it softly. This is all I wanted to do. His eyes, filled with a warmth she hadn't seen before, met hers. He spoke her name, his voice a low murmur, Elena. A blush crept up her cheeks. Surprise held her captive, momentarily unable to process the scene unfolding before her. Just as the atmosphere shifted, a sharp knock echoed through the room. A servant entered, bowing low. Excuse me, Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence. Lloyd's good mood evaporated. Everything had been going so perfectly. Very well. Tell him I'll be there shortly. Seizing the opportunity, Elena quickly excused herself. In that case, I should also take my leave, Your Highness. Of course. Safe travels. Elena practically fled the Crown Prince's chambers, her hand pressed to her burning cheek. That was almost a disaster. If the servant hadn't arrived, I don't know what I would have done. Lloyd, could he possibly? She hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Blast it all. I don't even understand my own actions anymore. I was so close to winning, and then suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a distant tree. Elena's eyes narrowed. The girl looked familiar. That silver hair, could it be? It was none other than Rosetta. Realizing she'd been spotted, Rosetta shyly approached, offering a polite curtsy. Greetings. You must be Miss Rosaria. Elena's mind raced. I heard she never leaves the Crown Prince's palace. What's she doing here? Composing herself, Elena decided that a friendly demeanor was the best approach. We were bound to meet eventually. If that's the case, my best defense is to avoid making an enemy. Greetings, Rosetta, Elena replied with equal politeness. Rosetta hesitated. Do you know me? What a silly question. Who in the Empire doesn't know you? Rosetta. And it seems you know me as well. Rosetta spoke with surprising directness. I heard from the maids that His Highness has a fiancé who frequently visits the palace. Elena understood Rosetta's purpose immediately. It sounds like you came here specifically to see me. Then why? Rosetta began, but then corrected herself. I just wanted to apologize. Elena was taken aback. To me. Why? Because of His Highness and you and me. Don't tell me she's apologizing for the fiancé business. Elena thought, this favored heroine is even more naive than I imagined. Maintaining a bright smile, Elena replied, it's quite all right. As you've heard, His Highness and I are dissolving our engagement, and I already have someone else, so I don't mind your presence at all. Rosetta's eyes widened. So you'll forgive me. Forgive you. There's nothing to forgive. It's more accurate to say I don't mind. The two continued to chat amiably. Rosetta's initial wariness seemed to melt away, and Elena felt a sense of camaraderie blossoming between them. By the way, Rosetta, Elena asked thoughtfully, did His Highness give you permission to be here? No, Rosetta admitted. I know he wouldn't approve, so I came in secret. In secret. I see. I asked the servants to keep it a secret, but I suppose if His Highness persists, they'll tell him. A sudden, inexplicable unease washed over Elena. Looking at the beautiful girl with a seemingly innocent face, Elena realized there was a hidden meaning in her words, a subtle plea for sympathy. No, I'm certain they will. Just then, the Crown Prince's voice called out for Rosetta. His Highness is calling for you, Rosetta. Yes, I suppose the servants have already told him. Elena's unease intensified as the Crown Prince appeared. Something felt deeply wrong. I need to leave here quickly. Then I'll excuse myself. Goodbye, Rosetta. All right. Though Elena quickly departed, an unsettling voice calling her name echoed from behind. Miss Rosaria. A chill ran down Elena's spine as she turned. Yes. Did she just call me Miss? Did I hear that correctly? Rosetta spoke. Actually, I came to see you to say this. Please take care of me from now on. As soon as she finished speaking, Rosetta jumped into the fountain, startling Elena. Miss Rosetta, what are you doing? Take my hand. Strangely, Rosetta didn't allow Elena to pull her out. Instead, she grabbed Elena's hand and pulled her closer. As Rosetta's face surfaced from the water, it was filled with smug satisfaction. Was she smiling? It was a trap. Elena had fallen for Rosetta's despicable scheme. The Crown Prince came running, his face etched with anger. Elena Rosaria. Even if Elena jumped into the Red River, she couldn't wash away the implications of this scene. It was a perfect trap. The Crown Prince rushed towards her, his voice thick with fury. Elena Rosaria. Elena finally realized the trap, but it was too late. He roughly shoved Elena aside, shouting, "Move." As the Crown Prince frantically fussed over Rosetta, who still clung to Elena's hand, Elena could only stand there, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "I've been tricked." After pulling Rosetta from the water, the Crown Prince demanded of Elena, "Elena Rosaria, what is the meaning of this?" Facing his arrogant interrogation, Elena calmly replied, "That's precisely what I'd like to ask Rosetta." The Crown Prince roared, "Are you saying Rosetta jumped in herself?" "Perhaps she did, since I certainly didn't push her. But of course, a blind fool like the Crown Prince wouldn't believe her. Everyone said you had changed. I even thought you had truly changed. But you're still just trash. You're still resorting to these dirty, wicked tricks. Elena Rosaria, let me warn you, if something like this happens again, I won't let you off so easily." Such a blind fool. He glared menacingly at Elena. Remember that. With that, the Crown Prince and Rosetta departed, leaving Elena alone. This meant only one thing. Death loomed on the horizon. Elena sat by the fireplace, replaying the events in her mind. Suddenly, Lloyd rushed in, his face pale with worry. Seeing him, Elena managed a weak smile. "Lloyd, what brings you here?" Elena, too, had borrowed Lloyd's clothes from Dane. Lloyd rushed to her side, his voice anxious. "I heard from Dane." "What happened?" "Elena Sigid. I ran into them." Lloyd frowned, confused. "What? Who are they?" "The Crown Prince and Rosetta." She explained to Lloyd, "My mind is a mess, like it just hosted a wild party. I thought I could escape the role of the villain, Elena Rosaria, but the shackles of the original story are binding me, impossible to break free from." Disappointment laced Elena's voice. Why would Rosetta do that? I genuinely wanted to get along with her. The girl hadn't anticipated Rosetta's true nature being so different from the information she knew. Was it just a superficial portrayal in the original story? Lloyd tried to comfort her. The list of possible reasons could go on and on. Elena knew this, but she still felt the chilling presence of a sword called Death resting against her neck, barely held back by a flimsy piece of paper labeled, "I know the future." Lloyd softly called her name. "Elena, I'm not one to mince words. If you're afraid, please tell me. I'll always be by your side to protect you. And if you want to run away, that's all right too. No one will blame you." These warm, caring words made Elena's heart tremble. He really cares about me, she thought. He doesn't refute or belittle, just cares about my feelings. It's wonderful. Suddenly, Elena asked Lloyd, "Who are you talking to?" Though she asked, perhaps it was a test for Lloyd. He couldn't possibly be saying these things to me, could he? She feared. Lloyd simply offered a gentle smile, then politely replied, "I've been terribly rude. I sincerely apologize, Miss Rosaria." "Accepted, sir." "And thank you," Elena responded, their exchange laced with pleasant laughter. "To be honest, I was truly afraid before, unsure of what the future held. But one thing is certain," she continued, "if anyone stands in my way, I won't let them off easily." Lloyd, looking at the strong girl before him, laughed aloud. "That sounds just like Elena Rosaria," he said, gently caressing her cheek. Elena replied with a soft smile, "Thank you. Because of you, I'm not alone. I'm no longer afraid, because I believe you'll always be by my side on the road ahead, Lloyd. Are you ready? The path ahead will be even more difficult." For Lloyd, anything involving Elena meant he was always prepared. "Of course. I've been waiting for you to say that. Everything will be as you wish, Elena." Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince's palace, Rosetta was being questioned by the Crown Prince. "Rosetta, why did you go to the Grand Princess's residence? How did you meet Elena Rosaria? I presume there was a purpose to this, wasn't there?" Rosetta feigned a pitiful expression. "Yes," she replied, but the Crown Prince couldn't understand her motives. With tears welling in her eyes, Rosetta continued softly, "The servants told me he had a fiancée, so I was curious." The Crown Prince asked sternly, "Why would you be curious about that woman? Are you jealous or something? How dare you?" Rosetta, her voice laced with ingratiation, replied, "I just wanted to get closer to her, because she's important to your highness. I hope you can forgive my rudeness." The Crown Prince, captivated by Rosetta's delicate, vulnerable appearance, was completely taken in by her beauty and deceitful words. He felt an uncontrollable urge to pamper her. "This is the first time I've met such a kind woman," he declared. "Don't mind that woman. She's just an ornament beside the throne, so don't worry about her. Rosetta, you're the perfect woman of my dreams. I'll make you my wife." Rosetta, maintaining her pitiful facade, replied, "But your highness, I'm just a commoner. These matters are trivial to the crown prince. You needn't worry about such things. Now, if you'll obey me, raise your arms and embrace me." Before him, she continued to feign innocence. "Rosetta, aren't you already mine? So I will always obey you." But beneath that innocent, rabbit-like exterior lurked a calculating and wolfish heart. The crown prince, having just left Rosetta's room, encountered the first prince. "Seems you were having quite the time in there." Startled by the voice, the crown prince asked nervously, "Who's there?" "It was the first prince. I was wondering why you'd come to my palace, but I'm disappointed I didn't get to see my little brother." The words seemed casual, but the air crackled with tension. The crown prince retorted angrily, "Don't you dare call me little brother. Speak your mind quickly, or I'll break you." "I was wondering why you'd come to my palace," the first prince reiterated, "but I'm disappointed I didn't get to see my younger brother." The words, though seemingly innocuous, were thick with unspoken rivalry. The crown prince, bristling with anger, snapped back, "Don't you dare call me little brother. Speak your mind, or I'll break you." Lloyd, unafraid, stepped closer. "It's just about the little pet you haven't been taking good care of." The crown prince shifted uncomfortably. "Bait. Oh, that woman must have said something again. Tell me, what did she say? Isn't it obvious? I don't even need to hear it. Since we're talking about her, let me give you a piece of advice. Make her uglier before she dumps you. Do you think she's with you because she genuinely loves you? No, you're just a pawn being used to provoke me. Have you heard about the horrible things she did to Rosetta today? So, stop letting yourself be used and get back to where you belong. At least that way, you can save face as a member of the royal family." Lloyd simply offered a faint smile in response to these words. "Thank you for your concern. I also have some advice in return for your suggestion. It might be a little painful. A real man doesn't waste words. He uses actions. Consider this punch as venting my anger for Elena today." The crown prince, not expecting the blow, was instantly enraged. "You bastard. Why would you?" Lloyd didn't offer an explanation, simply stating, "Thank you as well. Until next time, little brother." "No, your highness, the crown prince." With that, he turned and left. The crown prince was left clutching his stomach in fury. "Lloyd is at least my equal in strength. I'm certain of that." Rosetta finally awoke after a passionate night with the crown prince. "I slept well, lying in this comfortable royal bed, gazing through the clean, transparent window. It truly is a place befitting someone as beautiful as me." From a young age, Rosetta realized her beauty was an advantage. Just one look at her perfect face, and everyone would fall in love with her, adore her. They all vied to give her gifts. Rosetta was content with her life. She thought she would live happily ever after, always cherished by everyone. Until one day, a village landowner coveted Rosetta. Back then, no one dared to speak up for her, and she gradually became like a commodity. She screamed in vain, "Why won't anyone help me? I'm so sad. I'm in so much pain." It was then that Rosetta realized the power of beauty was limited. So she left the village, unwilling to accept such a life. "I can't let this happen. I need more power. Once I have power, I'll go to the capital. There must be many nobles there." Her targets were those royal nobles. "After finding the perfect match for a beauty like me, I'll never let anyone mistreat me again." Perhaps by now, her goal was almost realized by winning the crown prince's love. "I knew I would meet someone who could elevate my status." However, she had overlooked one step. A noble crown prince like him must marry someone of equal standing. I never imagined he already had a fiancé. But for the resourceful Rosetta, this wasn't a major problem. Rosetta thought, "I'll ruin her reputation." Then she called for her maid, Garnet. "Yes, Miss Rosetta." Rosetta commanded, "Deliver the letter on the table to the intelligence library." Meanwhile, at the Rosaria ducal residence, Elena was still immersed in pleasant thoughts. "I'm glad we talked about everything, including the temple. Actually, I was planning to discuss it after the hunting festival, but I had too much work and other things to do, so I never had the chance." At that moment, Lloyd's face involuntarily appeared in Elena's mind. Startled, she quickly adjusted her thoughts. "I'm thinking about Lloyd again. Don't get distracted. Focus on work. First, we've both decided on the locations for gathering intelligence. Let's work hard to learn from each place. Elena was delighted to find someone who shared her ideals. It's so good to know I'm not alone in this. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly until we both understand everything about the Rhine religion. Immersed in her complacency, she overlooked one thing. Everyone knows that scandals spread like wildfire, as if they had legs. Yes, the rumor finally reached the royal palace. Upon receiving the news, a maid immediately rushed to inform her, "Miss, have you heard?" Heard what? The maid hesitated. A few days later, at the Rosaria ducal residence, Rebecca anxiously asked, "Miss Rosaria, are you all right?" "Oh, you've heard about it too, haven't you?" Elena, displaying no sign of distress, maintained her composure. "Don't worry," she reassured them, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I won't be easily swayed by such rumors." Then, with a touch of playful challenge, she added, "Aren't you going to ask me if the rumor is true?" At her words, Cheddar exclaimed, "It can't be true. You would never do such a thing. It seems they're trying to manipulate the narrative. Should we fight manipulation with manipulation? Like, say, Rosetta's maid pushed Lady Rosaria, and then, before Cheddar could finish, Elena interrupted, "Miss Cheddar, manipulating information is wrong." Chastened, Cheddar realized her misstep. You're right. I was being too simplistic. "So, let's revisit that when you're a bit older," Elena said, abruptly changing the subject. "Actually, manipulating information in moderation can be a good thing. Miss Cheddar's intelligence network is already established in the capital and is planned to expand to other regions. If we knew how to utilize it, we could quickly dispel my scandal, but this method can only be used once. My ultimate goal is to bring down the Crown Prince along with Rosetta. We can't stoop to their level." Elena, wise beyond her years, knew how to seize opportunities to make things happen. In this situation, the wiser course of action was to unmask Rosetta layer by layer. She began to put her plan into motion. "I don't mind, and neither should you. On the contrary, I'd like to ask you for a favor." The three young women were, of course, always ready to assist Elena. "Tell us. This is so exciting." Elena glanced at Rebecca. "First, tell me everything that's happened to you. I've already gathered some good news." "Yes, just as you said, after my identity was revealed, everything feels more comfortable. I didn't hesitate to invest in the development of the Merchant Guild, and I believe if we continue like this, we'll definitely become the best in the Empire." Elena replied, "Yes, I believe in you. My only concern is what the Render family thinks of you." "Oh, don't worry about that anymore. I left that house. I don't need a family that's jealous of my success." Elena was slightly taken aback. "What? So you and your family?" But Rebecca showed no sign of worry, instead beaming brightly. "I know what you're worried about, miss, but I'm happier and more content now than ever before." Elena responded, "Well, if you say everything is all right, then everything must be all right. We can talk business now. Are there any masks in the warehouse? If so, how many are there, and what material are they made of?" Rebecca answered, "There are masks, but not many. They're made of 2 layers of thin cloth, only used to block saliva when sneezing." Elena, try to picture the mask. 2 layers of thin cloth. Is that it? "Yes, that's right." Looking at the paper in her hand, she muttered to herself, "That's not enough." To counteract that, she immediately came up with an idea. "I want to make new masks. Can we hire suitable artisans?" "Yes, I can let you know this week." One problem solved. The next question was for Miss Cheddar. "You mentioned opening more branches outside the capital, right?" "Yes, that's correct. If so, I'd like to recommend this location." Cheddar inquired where. Elena pointed at the map. "In Earl Robert's territory." "Yes, establish an intelligence gathering branch here, and keep a close eye on this place." Cheddar was slightly puzzled. "I understand, but why include Robert's territory?" "Because I think something will happen there sooner or later." "What?" But Elena didn't want to explain too much, so she said tactfully, "Miss Cheddar, the owner of an intelligence shop, can discover that for herself." "Yes, I understand." The second problem was also solved. The last question was, "Miss Earn, do you still enjoy visiting the First Prince's garden?" Earn, of course, said, "It's like a treasure trove. I don't know how many interesting things I've discovered in that garden. I have over 15 notebooks just for listing the plants there." Elena found this amusing. "Really? That's amazing." Earn said, "Thanks to your introduction to that garden, I was accepted into the academy." She smiled, replying, "Well, that depends on your abilities." Earn immediately denied this, adding, "That's not true at all. The congratulatory gift for passing the exam helped me get a head start on my personal research. I don't know how to thank you." "Miss Rosaria, you're truly too kind and generous. Why doesn't anyone know your true nature?" She trailed off, then muttered, "Though it's true that I did send her to the garden with some money to help me with some work for some reason." Elena cleared her throat, steering the conversation back on track. I'm curious about your personal research. What do you usually study? Ern replied, I research a variety of plants, but I'm mainly focused on creating herbal remedies. That's quite an accomplishment. Come to think of it, Miss Ern, you're also quite knowledgeable in medicine, aren't you? Oh, no, I wouldn't say I know that much, Ern demurred. Finally, Elena broached the subject she'd been leading up to. Everything is moving in a good direction, and that leads me to what I wanted to ask you, Miss Ern. The girl looked perplexed. Ask me. Please, go ahead. I'll give it some thought, Elena said, a cryptic expression on her face. Perhaps you could help me with something. Considering your knowledge of both poisonous and medicinal herbs, she continued with a faint smile, could you, hypothetically, devise a cure for a disease that is about to spread? Ern, though unsure of Elena's intentions, agreed. Certainly. The scene shifted back to Kaysen and Rosetta. The Crown Prince asked gently, what's troubling you, Rosetta? Rosetta immediately denied anything was amiss. Nothing, Your Highness. Kaysen pressed further. My fiancé, you needn't hide anything from me. The Crown Prince continued to soothe her. If someone is causing you grief, tell me. Rosetta quickly replied, no, it's not like that. Hesitantly, and with a flattering tone, she said, I was just thinking about the festivals held in my town around this time. Kaysen immediately understood. You mean your hometown? Rosetta replied with a look of innocent longing. Yes, it's where I felt truly happy. The warmth and kindness everyone showed me, that made me incredibly happy. She reminisced inwardly. It was a place where I was the center of attention, where everyone loved me, cherished me, cheered for me. But then Rosetta's tone dropped, tinged with melancholy. However, ever since I've been spending all my time in this palace, I've missed such interactions. She thought to herself, if I remain confined within the palace walls, it will be difficult to build my reputation. I must interact with society, leave an indelible mark as the Crown Prince's sole beloved. Hearing her words, Kaysen asked, so you're saying you wish to leave the palace grounds? This was precisely what Rosetta had hoped for. She turned, her eyes alight with feigned excitement. Oh, could I? The Crown Prince's gaze turned sharp, causing a flicker of worry in Rosetta. What's wrong? Why is Kaysen looking at me like that? With a hint of displeasure, the Crown Prince said, what do you mean by you wish to leave? Rosetta lightly touched Kaysen's hand. Your Highness, how about we go out together? But the Crown Prince responded coolly. Rosetta quickly interjected, smoothing things over. Although I wanted to enjoy myself alone, I believe it would be much more enjoyable to spend time with Your Highness. Just a few flattering words were enough to appease Kaysen. Yes, I suppose there's no harm in that. He called for a servant. Grand, call and come here. Outwardly, she appeared delighted, but inwardly, Rosetta seethed. I didn't expect him to be so clingy. He's so unfitting to be the Crown Prince. Kaysen turned to her, his expression softening. Rosetta, let's arrange an outing for tomorrow. Rosetta feigned interest. Really, thank you, Your Highness. And so, the next day, the Crown Prince and Rosetta left the royal palace. The capital's main street is so bustling. It looks so delicious, Rosetta remarked. Pointing at a necklace in a shop window, Rosetta exclaimed, Your Highness, look, how beautiful. The Crown Prince indulged her. We can buy it if you like. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of children noticed the pair. They look rich, easy targets, the crunch of flower petals underfoot. They appear to be street urchins huddled together, discussing something. I've met my quota for today, so I'm heading off. The apparent leader warned, there will be consequences if you fail to meet your quota again. One of them, a daring child, piped up, Lilo's coming. The child deliberately bumped into Rosetta, causing her to stumble and fall. Seeing this, Kaysen rushed to her side, his voice laced with concern. Rosetta, are you all right? Rosetta, regaining her composure, turned to the child behind her. I'm fine, she said, her voice deceptively gentle. But are you all right, young man? Caught off guard by her question, the boy stammered, Fear of discovery etched on his face. He blurted an apology and tried to flee. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. But Kaysen was quick, his hand shooting out to grab the child's arm. He held him fast, the capture unsurprising given his position. You're a pickpocket, aren't you? The Crown Prince asked, his voice sharp and cold. The air thickened with tension, leaving the child to silently endure the prince's scrutiny. Kaysen ordered his men to take the child to the city guard immediately, but suddenly Rosetta rushed forward, shielding the boy with her own body. Oh no, she cried, her eyes gleaming. She addressed the Crown Prince. Your Highness, he's just a child. The surrounding crowd, drawn by the commotion, began to murmur amongst themselves. I think they might have caught a thief. Did she just call him Prince? Rosetta, feigning compassion, continued her plea. Please consider forgiving him just this once. We all make mistakes. But beneath the surface, her thoughts revealed a different motive. Good, I've captured everyone's attention. Looking up at the Crown Prince, Rosetta pressed her case. I implore you, Your Highness, show this child mercy. Kaysen, clearly embarrassed by the spectacle, hesitated. Rosetta, turning to the boy with a benevolent expression, Rosetta asked, Can you promise me you will never do this again? No, the boy mumbled, fear still clinging to his voice. Hearing the boy's promise, Kaysen relented. Very well, then. The crowd, finally recognizing Kaysen, erupted in hushed whispers. Heavens, it's the Crown Prince. Who's the woman with him? Speculation rippled through the onlookers. I think I know who she is. I've heard the rumors. She's the Crown Prince's lover. The whispers, each one a testament to Rosetta's successful manipulation, continued to spread. Oh, she's not only beautiful, but kind-hearted too. She's nothing like you-know-who. Rosetta, inwardly triumphant, realized her plan was working even better than she'd anticipated. The rumors about the woman at the Crown Prince's side were spreading like wildfire. Soon, she would ascend to the position of Crown Princess, and everyone would know her as the future Empress of the Empire. Meanwhile, the pickpocket's accomplices arrived on the scene, oblivious to the drama that had unfolded. Why are all the adults so excited? I don't think she did anything praiseworthy. They couldn't understand the buzz surrounding Rosetta's actions. I agree, one said, but what about him anyway? The boy's life as a street urchin had reached its end. Now that everyone knew his face, his days of thievery were over. Back at Elena's residence, Whaleston posed a hypothetical question. If the Lion Church were still active, my lady, do you think she would adhere to its doctrines? Elena, taken aback by the sudden change in topic, responded, Where did that come from? Whaleston, realizing his misstep, quickly backtracked. Forgive me, please forget I said anything. Elena, however, was intrigued. I wonder if he's learned more from that book he mentioned earlier. Elena, a subtle smile playing on her lips, pressed further. I don't think I can forget something I've already heard. Why did you bring it up so suddenly? She suspected he was trying to steer the conversation away from something. So he's trying to cut off the conversation, she mused. I know you're not one for idle chatter. Oh, careless Duke, she said aloud. But if it's just a random thought that crossed your mind, why not discuss it with me? Elena's voice resonated with confidence. As you know, I have ample resources, authority, and the ability to resolve issues. I'm willing to offer my support if there's anything troubling you. Seeing Elena's unwavering demeanor, Whaleston felt his suspicions were likely justified. Since there's something that's piqued my curiosity, I might as well ask. He confessed. After stumbling upon that book, I felt the need to discuss the matter of a higher power with someone. It's a difficult topic to broach, Whaleston continued. It's hard to find someone who's willing to engage in such a conversation. Elena nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is. But if we're truly going to delve into this subject, she said, a knowing smile gracing her lips, I think I'll need to read that book myself. Whaleston, as Elena had anticipated, saw his opening. Very well, Miss Elena, he agreed. I shall lend you the book. I don't have it with me at the moment, but I'll bring it next time. Elena replied, I understand. You must promise to bring it then. Even so, a flicker of worry remained. He hadn't asked her anything about the rumors surrounding her. Sensing this, Whaleston inquired, What do you mean by that, Miss Elena? A blush warmed her cheeks. Well, you've heard the dreadful rumors about me, haven't you? Whaleston, however, seemed unfazed. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Rumors are just rumors to me. Elena hesitated. Is that so? She asked softly. Her gaze held a touch of playful warmth. Then I must thank you, Mr. Whaleston. He responded gently. It might be a bit premature to thank me. I haven't told you my opinion of you yet. Elena laughed lightly. I was only jesting. Oh, you must be teasing me. Whaleston spoke casually. I've met Rosetta once. Elena's surprise was evident. You've met Rosetta? She asked, her expression turning serious. What sort of person did she seem to you? Whaleston considered his words. Of all the people I've met here, Rosetta is the most peculiar. The adoration she received from everyone is almost uncanny. Every action, every gesture is intricate, as if she were deliberately crafted, the protagonist in someone's carefully constructed narrative. He continued his assessment. Miss Rosetta is certainly beautiful. She appears cheerful, friendly to everyone. She seems to be a kind person. Elena paused, a thoughtful expression on her face. Is there anything else? Whaleston looked perplexed. Don't you wish to meet her, Miss Elena? Elena stammered slightly. Or perhaps develop a closer relationship with her. Whaleston's confusion deepened. Why would I think such a thing about Miss Rosetta? He added, I suppose befriending her wouldn't be a bad idea, considering she's favored by the Crown Prince. But that's all. Observing Whaleston's nonchalant attitude, Elena thought to herself, is he immune to Rosetta's charms? Amused by the thought, she chuckled softly. I don't know why, but it seems her influence isn't quite as potent on everyone. Whaleston, however, was taken aback. Why are you laughing, Miss Elena? She replied. I suddenly realized you're quite adept at judging character. Though not entirely understanding, Whaleston played along. Ah, I suppose that's why I'm your private tutor, Miss Elena. She smiled. Oh, I think you're right. Finally, it was time for Whaleston to leave. Then I shall take my leave. Elena responded. Please be careful on your way. Suddenly, Whaleston paused. Miss Elena, there's one more thing I'd like to ask. What is it? He asked directly, without hesitation. I believe you've heard about the pickpocket incident a few days ago. Oh yes, she confirmed. He posed a question that felt like a test. If you were in that situation, Miss Elena, how would you have handled the child? Elena answered immediately, if I were to confront a child thief. A gentle kindness colored her words. I wouldn't leave him on the streets. Perhaps she, too, knew of the incident. If it were you, miss, how would you have dealt with a young pickpocket? If it were me, I wouldn't let the boy go. Elena stated her views point by point. Perhaps, unsurprisingly, this answer is correct. This is Elena. After his departure, Elena approached the window. The people below immediately noticed her presence. It's that sister. Sister, the gardener won't be happy to see you distracted from your work. That's right, the child was quickly reminded. That child is more dangerous than I imagined before I met him. Elena turned away, lost in thought. A few days prior, Cheddar had delivered a report to Elena. This is some information on the child you asked me to investigate. The situation is worse than I thought. Holding the report, her brow furrowed. Elena could scarcely believe it. Children who didn't meet the requirements were recognized by each face, beaten, and starved. This child was thrown out to provoke those who saw him. Before handing the pickpocket over to the authorities, Elena worried about the child's fate if things continued this way. Miss Cheddar, could I ask you for another favor? If you're willing, that is. Several hours later, at the Rosaria ducal residence. Hello, why are you here? It's you, the one at the center of the rumors. The newly arrived child knelt, apologizing profusely. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't ever do it again. What did you do wrong? What won't you do again? I'm a pickpocket, he confessed, trembling. I won't ever do that again. So please forgive me. Elena wondered, had this child told the woman everything? He trembled as he spoke, but inwardly, the boy was terrified he would be killed. This person seemed even more frightening than the silver-haired woman before. Forgiveness wouldn't come. What should he do? Then Elena spoke. Work at my residence. That way I can keep an eye on you. What? What did she just say? Work here. Isn't she going to kill me? The child stared at Elena in astonishment. She continued, my gardener is short-handed. I'm offering you work at my residence so I can supervise you. Thank you. The child burst into tears of relief. Elena responded, don't think I'll go easy on you. Yes, I'll work hard. First, I'll give you food. Eat. Does the food taste good? And a bed with soft, warm blankets. As she investigated the child's situation, everything became clearer. Rosetta was using this child. She'd created the perfect stage to showcase a fabricated opposition to herself. Once she got what she wanted, she would discard the child who would serve her purpose. Rosetta, now I know what you're aiming for. If you're going to use people like this for your own ends, I'll do everything in my power to stop you. I won't let you get away with it. A week later, where are we going? Elena asked curiously. Lloyd replied, didn't you hear what I said yesterday? I said we were going on a picnic. Isn't everyone dressed for it? Can't Elena let me go? Would Elena really do as others said? Actually, when he invited me out at the last minute, I was thrilled. She asked again, is it today? Now isn't a good time for a picnic. This is the only time I have. I've received so many invitations to gatherings lately. Lloyd didn't have much to apologize for, just hoping it wouldn't rain. In truth, Elena thought it was a miracle Lloyd had found the time. Ever since Lucille Cedric became his aide, Lloyd's power had increased significantly. Add to that her own alliance, and even Rebecca Renders Beatrice and Merchant Gill had joined the faction. Of course, even with two pillars, her own power would increase, as it was her own ability. Elena thought confidently. Lloyd suddenly said to Elena, I don't know what you're thinking, but could you stop? Your expression looks terrifying. Elena realized then that her pleasant smile actually looked rather frightening. The carriage finally stopped. Let's go explore somewhere else, Lloyd invited, offering Elena his hand. It would be my honor Your Highness. Elena took Lloyd's hand, but as soon as she stepped out of the carriage, she said, "Let me ask again, are you sure we have to come today?" Lloyd apologized. "Seeing the weather today, I wanted to postpone the outing, but I really wanted to show you this land." Elena immediately asked curiously what land. Then Lloyd led Elena to see a plot of land that the Lord had just given him. He explained, "He told me to choose from 3 royal lands. So I looked at them all and chose this one." Elena was surprised by Lloyd's land. She hadn't expected him to own this particular plot. "It's beautiful." "Well, what about the other lands?" Lloyd explained that one belonged to the Queen and several others were within the Rosaria Duchy. Elena immediately exclaimed, "Those 2 are more precious than gold. Why did you choose this place?" Suddenly she pondered. "Wait," he said. He looked at all the lands. "So how could this clever person not know the benefits of those 2? There must be something special here that surpasses those benefits." "Let's take a look around first," Lloyd suggested. Elena suspected he was right. There had to be something special about this place. Her excitement flared again, but after a while, fatigue set in. "How much further?" she asked. "We're here," Lloyd announced. "This is it." Elena looked around dubiously. "This is the place." "Wait, that tree, Lloyd. I want to go there." "That tree? No way, it's a coffee tree." Elena was utterly astonished. Lloyd, too, spoke up. "So what do you think? Do you like this land now?" "Lloyd, I don't," Elena blurted out. "Perhaps I should have chosen the land next to the Queen's, suitable for tourism," Lloyd mused, "or the one near the Duke's territory, rich with minerals." "Neither of those," Elena protested. "I'm glad you chose this land." Her excitement bubbling up, she declared he was right. Then, in a burst of enthusiasm, she rushed forward and hugged him. "You're the best in the solar system." The sudden embrace left him slightly flustered. "Thank you so much," Elena said, beaming. "Our finances will improve." As Lloyd replied, Elena noticed their close proximity and realized, with a touch of embarrassment, that her exuberance might have led to some inappropriate behavior. Rain suddenly began to fall. Seeing this, Lloyd urged Elena to find shelter before it intensified. They quickly ran to a nearby covered area. Elena was surprised that there wasn't even a single proper shelter in this place. Irritated by the downpour, Lloyd grumbled, "I'll build something here soon." Elena laughed at the sight of Lloyd, unusually drenched. "You too," he retorted. "You look like a drowned rat." Elena immediately bristled. "You won't find a more beautiful rat in this world." And then she sneezed. "Take some of your clothes off," Lloyd instructed. "Otherwise, we'll both catch a cold." She turned to do so, but struggled. Her wet clothes clung stubbornly to her skin. "How long is this going to take?" Lloyd asked. Elena turned back, a curious look on her face. "That's odd," she teased. "You're soaked to the bone, yet you want to keep all those clothes on." Lloyd simply sighed and offered his coat. "At least put this on." Elena looked puzzled. "Why should I wear your coat? Are you shy?" She seized the opportunity to tease him further. "Sir, are you worried about my beauty? I have a pretty face, a nice figure, and my clothes are all wet. I understand your concern." She recalled Lloyd's claim of being experienced in matters of the heart during their previous conversation. But judging by his current behavior, perhaps that wasn't the case. Elena continued her playful ribbing. "While I understand, it feels different from when you usually tease me about being single, as if I've been this way since birth. Maybe you're the same, but you seem unaccustomed to this kind of situation." Flustered, Lloyd quickly pulled up Elena's collar. "It's cold." As she looked at him in confusion, he reiterated that she would catch a cold, especially since she had already sneezed. "It's good to be confident," he said, "but I wish you'd consider the practicalities and not overthink things. Just sit down and rest. It looks like the rain will continue for a while." Elena wondered if he felt played by her teasing. "The rain keeps falling," Lloyd remarked. "It seems like a drizzle," Elena agreed, "but it looks like it will last." She, too, started to feel the chill and blew on her hands to warm them. Lloyd then gestured for her to come closer. He extended a hand towards her. Feeling shy, Elena lied and said she wasn't cold at all, so there was no need to worry. Seeing Elena's continued avoidance, Lloyd declared without hesitation that he was cold. "Is it because you got too wet in the rain?" she asked, flustered, "or because you gave me your coat?" He replied decisively, "Yes, I'll catch a cold at this rate, so come and help me." He finished speaking. Lloyd scooped Elena into his arms, holding her tight. Elena immediately protested, saying this position wasn't quite appropriate. Lloyd told her to be quiet and still. Held close like this, Elena felt her heart racing, a fluttering in her chest. "I'm sure it's not because I like Lloyd," she thought. "I feel guilty for teasing him earlier. I have to apologize quickly. Hesitantly, Elena asked Lloyd if he was angry. I was just worried about you. It was just a little joke. Lloyd noticed Elena's ears turning crimson. He thought she looked adorable. Actually, I'm not angry, he replied. You're right. I was shy and worried. His words only deepened the blush on Elena's face. Really? She blurted out. But why? Lloyd explained, I felt like I'd been caught red-handed, so I played it cool. Elena felt a surge of certainty that her initial assessment had been correct. Then, puzzled, she asked, but why are you holding my head like this? Lloyd said, I didn't want you to see my embarrassed expression. It was too humiliating. Elena then remarked, by the way, it's raining really hard. Lloyd told her to be patient, that they would find them soon. And as he spoke, Lloyd gently took Elena's hand, wondering why her skin was so cold. Then he softly kissed her hand. Elena, startled, quickly pulled it back. Lloyd asked, perplexed, what's wrong? It should have been Elena asking that question, considering he'd just kissed her hand. Yet Lloyd was the one inquiring. Didn't you hear what I said? Your hand was so cold, so I just wanted to warm it up. See, your hand is warmer now. Indeed, Elena's hand was now flushed from the brief kiss. I'm really at a loss when I see him like this, she thought. I wonder if he loves me, but I can't even ask him. Her hand continued to warm. I'm afraid that if I speak, I won't be able to control my words. Just then, someone found them. That night, at the Crown Prince's palace, he asked Count Render, do you know that the Beatrice Company has been very helpful to Lloyd's succession process? But the owner of the company is Rebecca. Isn't it difficult to manage a daughter in the family? Calbender apologized. The Crown Prince began to ponder, isn't the Beatrice Company's money coming from 3 mines? If we cut them off, the Beatrice Company will collapse, and the sponsor Lloyd will also decline. He was scheming. Count Render understood and immediately said to the Crown Prince, I will take action immediately. He then gave a deadline of 3 months, demanding that the Beatrice Company be defeated by any means necessary. Count Render quickly bowed in agreement. After he left, the Crown Prince cursed angrily, those idiots. At a time like this, I need to make people understand with words. Going to see Rosetta is the most appropriate course of action. As he was about to step out, he overheard a conversation. Why did His Highness call him tonight? His Highness is very unhappy about the Beatrice Company allying with the prince. But what do they have to do with the prince? Someone wondered. Calbender immediately warned, do you want me to say it out loud? Another person guessed it might be because of Miss Rosetta. Count Render immediately told him to shut up or His Highness might kill him. Overhearing everything, the Crown Prince glanced at the guards. He gripped the hilt of his sword, wanting to tear those gossiping mouths apart. Then he suddenly remembered Rosetta's instruction. Your Highness, you shouldn't wield your sword like that. He immediately reconsidered. Rather than worrying about them, I should go see her. A few days later, at Lloyd's palace, Elena was happy because Lloyd had been giving her surprises lately. Until now, I only saw him as a great, outstanding, all-knowing person, but he's so unguarded when he sleeps. He's also cute. Elena admired Lloyd's sleeping face, then sighed. So handsome. Really? Lloyd suddenly spoke, startling Elena. He asked her, I particularly like to know what specifically is handsome, Elena. Elena, flustered, wasn't sure what to say. Thinking it best to pretend nothing had happened, she changed the subject. Did you sleep well? You seem tired these last few days. Lloyd immediately questioned her. Why are you changing the subject? Was there something handsome about my face? What are you talking about? Did I sleep too much? I wasn't asleep, so I heard everything perfectly clearly, Elena thought. Lloyd had called her bluff. She hadn't expected him to feign sleep. Well, since you put it that way, I have an idea. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. She cleared her throat. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Go ahead, Lloyd said. Objectively speaking, you're really handsome, you know. Elena pointed directly at Lloyd. Your face is a blend of east and west, with a high-nosed bridge and sharp eyes. Your eyelashes are so long, it's like butterflies have landed on them. Your face is truly beautiful. It feels like your eyes hold a vast blue ocean or even the entire universe. Lloyd immediately laughed and asked, is that an objective assessment? Elena blushed. I might have let some feelings slip in, she thought, but lied. Of course. Other ladies say the same. Lloyd decisively pulled Elena onto his lap, inviting her to take a good look at this face that had been objectively deemed wonderful. Elena shyly protested that she didn't need to look so closely but Lloyd pressed her. Take this opportunity to tell me what's the most handsome part. In truth, Elena found everything about Lloyd's face beautiful. But if she had to choose, she thought his eyes were truly captivating. She loved watching the subtle shifts of emotion in those usually icy depths. The delicate sparkle when he was teasing, the deadly pale blue when he was angry. Lloyd suddenly brought his face closer to Elena's. If you look even closer, is there anything even more beautiful? Elena thought that not only were Lloyd's eyes beautiful, but his lips were as well. Just then, Landor burst through the door, announcing, "Miss Rosaria, Your Highness, we have a problem." Lloyd was extremely annoyed at being interrupted yet again. Landor, realizing this, immediately closed the door and apologized. The three of them fell into silence. Landor began, "I'm sorry, but please forgive me. I was going to go back, but something happened." Lloyd simply gestured for her to continue. It turned out the miners were on strike, which was why Landor was so urgent. They claimed the strike was due to poor working conditions and low wages. Lloyd was puzzled, as Beatrice's miners were supposed to be paid above average. But according to the chief inspector's report, most people were working according to their contracts. It seemed something else was going on. Landor agreed, and she had already asked Miss Cheddar to look into it. However, even if they knew the reason, if they couldn't resolve the miners' issues, even if everything was fine now, mining output would still decrease. And within 3 months, the Beatrice Company's finances would be crippled. "I'm sorry. As the guild leader, I didn't prepare for everything. This is embarrassing." Elena comforted Landor. "It's all right. Don't blame yourself too much, and don't worry too much. What you're worried about won't happen." Landor brightened. "Sister Elena, I knew you'd think of something. You don't have to say anything, because I trust you, Miss Elena." Then Landor stood up. "I have to go see Miss Cheddar and hear about the situation at the mines." Elena asked, "Do you need me to go with you? It's been a while since the three of us have met." Landor thought this was a good idea, as they could exchange ideas. Suddenly, Lloyd slammed his teacup down. He said, "I apologize, but Miss Rosaria still has some matters to discuss with me. I'd like her to stay here." Hearing this, Landor understood the implication. "Then I'll go see Miss Cheddar tonight," she said. "Miss Elena can come along as well. Please, continue what you were doing." With that, she hurried off. Even if Elena wanted to stop her, it was too late. She knew she couldn't leave this place naturally now. Elena decided to change the subject again, bringing up the miners' strike. "I'm not saying it's good, but isn't this a good opportunity?" She ventured. "We might be able to use what we've discovered for a useful purpose. The preparation time will be about a day. What do you think?" she asked, but all she received was silence. She wondered why he wouldn't speak. If it was really necessary to recall what had happened earlier, he should say something. Elena grew suspicious. Or is he trying to tempt me without saying anything? She thought, if that's the case, then I have to bring up what happened. I feel like things aren't right between us right now. That's just how I feel. It was like this last time, and just now too. You can't just embrace someone like that. She was certain it must mean something, but honestly, Elena didn't want to be the only one who had to hold on to hope and wait. She spoke frankly to Lloyd. "Anyway, I think it's best we draw a line." "Elena," Lloyd replied, "I don't want to do that. I want you to think about why yourself," he added. However, Lloyd didn't continue. Instead, he stood up. "I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. I hope you have a good time with the ladies." Elena thought hazily, when someone reacts to my words like this, even if we don't have a defined relationship, it's easy to see. Mustering all her courage, she asked Lloyd, "Do you really like me?" Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's palace, Rosetta spoke cheerfully. "Your Highness, you seem to be in a good mood. Did something good happen?" Kaysen replied, "Yes, if it's a good thing, it's a good thing." Rosetta wanted to ask what had happened. Kaysen hesitated for a moment. He thought it wasn't a big secret, and even if he told her, she wouldn't understand, so it wasn't important. So he decided to tell Rosetta. There was a money-related issue that had been bothering him, and he felt it was time to cut it off. Rosetta wondered if this was related to Rosaria, but she said excitedly to Kaysen, "As expected of your Highness." His mood was also good. Stroking Rosetta's head, he said, "Because of its scale, it will take some time to resolve completely, but I will suppress it so it can never raise its head again. After that, everything will return to normal, including Elena Rosaria." Suddenly, Rosetta threw herself into Kaysen's arms, comforting him. "I believe everything will go as you wish." However, she fumed inwardly. Elena Rosaria again. How long was Kaysen going to drag out this engagement? She was spending her time taming the Crown Prince, gradually permeating his life, making him need only her. But why wouldn't Kaysen give up on Elena Rosaria? Rosetta truly couldn't understand. She sighed, which immediately made Kaysen worry. This was also her bait. After becoming Empress, Rosetta said, I don't think she'll let me stay by your side like this. If she just sends me away, I'll be lucky. I'm sure she won't let me off easily. Rosetta guessed things would go this way. She spoke fawningly to Kaysen. But with you by my side, even though I'm scared, I'll endure it. Kaysen said, as you say, there's nothing to worry about. I'll always be by your side. Since she said that, he would give her a piece of jewelry. Rosetta pretended to refuse. Why another gift? I've already received so much. Even if you don't give me. Kaysen immediately interrupted Rosetta. Don't be shy. Take it. Since ancient times, women shouldn't refuse what men give them. After Kaysen left, Rosetta asked Errol to make her some tea. She thought, instead of giving these useless gifts, Kaysen should just cancel his engagement with Elena Rosaria. That woman wanted to break off the engagement from the beginning. Why couldn't Kaysen let her go? Are all nobles like this? Errol had just finished. The tea Rosetta had ordered was being prepared, but unfortunately, she tripped while carrying it. The hot tea splashed all over Rosetta. Errol quickly knelt down and asked, Are you all right, Miss Rosetta? What if you're burned? Rosetta reassured him, saying it wasn't as hot as he thought and that she was fine. She then asked Errol, Are you all right? You fell just now. Are you hurt? While relieved that neither of them was seriously injured, Errol noticed a red mark on Rosetta's shoulder. Panic seized Errol. I've left a burn mark on Miss Rosetta's shoulder. If His Highness finds out, I'll be killed. He flustered, apologizing profusely to Rosetta. Rosetta saw an opportunity. I won't tell His Highness, she offered. Hearing this, Errol quickly looked up, questioning her with his gaze. Rosetta confirmed her offer, but with a condition. Errol had to obey her every request from now on. Errol's mind raced. That she wanted to do something intimate. He instantly understood the implications of Rosetta's offer in this situation. She knew she was stepping into dangerous territory, but she couldn't refuse. I will fulfill your requests, Errol conceded. Regarding the Crown Prince, Rosetta said cheerfully, Of course, Errol. I'll keep the secret of what happened today forever. As she spoke, she gently stroked Errol's face. A week after the miners' strike at Lloyd's palace, he was talking with Elena. Although I anticipated it, the result is surprisingly perfect. Elena was annoyed with that jerk Kaysen for using underhanded tactics, just like his appearance. Lloyd was secretly pleased. It seemed that Kaysen's haughty face didn't work on Elena. He smiled, mentioning how surprised the Crown Prince had looked. Seeing this endearing side of him, Elena was momentarily taken aback. Don't let your heart race, she told herself. You know what Lloyd's after. After Lloyd's cryptic think about it, Elena had been pondering ever since her return to the castle. Did Lloyd truly like her? But why was he so aloof about it? And conversely, why did she react so strongly to everything? After much contemplation, Elena realized the truth. She liked Lloyd. Just looking at his face made her heart pound. And Lloyd seemed to like her too. Elena had her suspicions, but why did he sometimes turn cold? Had she done something wrong? She couldn't understand. Then, in a book, she read that men become indifferent after getting what they want. Elena was stunned. Staring at the illustration of a woman nestled against a man, she was speechless. That jerk. She cursed aloud. After analyzing several other documents, she concluded that Lloyd only desired her physically. I know what you're up to, she thought, and I won't let you get away with it. Suddenly, Lloyd sat beside her. Elena immediately shifted away. What's wrong? He asked. It seemed like you were avoiding me just now, weren't you? She could only ignore him. She knew Lloyd was staring at her, and unless she gave him a plausible reason, it would continue. But she couldn't because today, she finally felt no shame. Elena abruptly stood. I was just reviewing documents and thinking, she declared. Let's discuss the mine issue in a month or two. If we don't take any action, the striking workers will grow impatient. I believe improving the coffee plants will take time, but it shouldn't be too long. A month or two at most. This was Elena's way of evading Lloyd. Slamming the report down, she announced, Well, that concludes today's meeting. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment with the noble ladies. Lloyd was slightly taken aback. Has she seen through my intentions? He wondered. No, that's not the point. I like this about Elena. But is it a crime to be this adorable? Lloyd chuckled, recalling Elena's blush. She was just too cute. If only she realized and understood my feelings, he mused. Wouldn't that be wonderful? A few days later, in the Duke's garden, Lloyd chased after Elena, demanding to know where she was going. He hadn't expected to be pondering this question just a few days prior, but where was she going? Rewinding an hour, as Elena fled, Dane asked curiously, Your Highness, I'm going to find the princess who has locked herself away in her castle, Lloyd declared. It turned out he hadn't seen Elena since their last encounter, and he was unsure whether her absence was due to shyness or contemplation. Dane looked puzzled. A princess. But our empire doesn't have a princess. Lloyd simply smiled to himself. I believe she'll come to see me once she's sorted out her thoughts, but since I'm the one who misses her, I should take the initiative. At Duke Rosario's castle, the servants buzzed with excitement at Lloyd's arrival. The butler rushed forward to greet him. I've come to see Miss Rosaria, Lloyd announced. You know, she hasn't visited my palace recently. Everyone was delighted to chat with Lloyd. It was no surprise that his reputation surpassed even Kaysen's, especially now that he had his heart set on someone. The butler then led Lloyd to where Elena was taking afternoon tea. Elizabeth was surprised to see Lloyd arrive unannounced, and Elena abruptly stood. Then she fled, leaving Elizabeth staring after her in bewilderment. The butler, and especially Lloyd, hadn't expected her to run faster than a startled rabbit. Suddenly, a teacup shattered. Elena's father roared, "Sir, may I ask why my daughter ran away the moment she saw you?" His unspoken words hung heavy in the air. "You scoundrel, what have you done to my daughter?" Lloyd was forced to explain, "I understand how this situation could be easily misinterpreted, but I assure you it's a misunderstanding." Elizabeth hesitantly asked, "Your Highness, is it truly a misunderstanding?" Lloyd admitted, "I'm not sure what's troubling Elena, but I'll speak with her and clear things up." 10 minutes later, Elena ran, calling out, "Stop chasing me." But Lloyd tried to reason with her. "Then stop running. Why do you keep running? We should talk." Elena even jumped down a flight of stairs in her desperate attempt to escape. Lloyd raised his voice. "Are you going to keep avoiding me? Fine, I'll catch you." And so, the chase continued throughout the entire mansion. Elena was exasperated by Lloyd's relentless pursuit. She found it incredibly difficult to shake him off, especially since no one in the mansion seemed willing to help her. In their eyes, this was simply a lover's quarrel, a playful chase. Finally, Elena stopped to catch her breath. She thought he must have given up. Surely he wouldn't follow her this far. To her surprise, Lloyd caught her shoulder from behind. Elena was startled, unsure when he had caught up. Unfortunately, she twisted her ankle, and Lloyd quickly reached out to steady her. Caught in a most compromising position, Elena was mortified. Lloyd asked, done running. They stood in a pose that was difficult to describe. Annoyed, Elena demanded, "Why are you chasing me like this?" Lloyd looked puzzled. "Shouldn't I be asking you why you've been running away? Are you shy because of the kiss?" Elena immediately denied it. Lloyd pressed, "It's been a week. Are you still shy about that?" Elena quickly retorted, "Didn't you hear me? It's not like that." But Lloyd teased her. "Our princess is even more naive than I imagined. If you're this embarrassed, I'll pretend nothing happened. Let's just skip over the incident and the conversation afterward. As your partner, I'll magnanimously overlook it because I can't let a lady be embarrassed forever." Elena suddenly blurted out, "I knew you were this kind of person." Elena was incredulous. Even if she tried to pretend nothing happened, if he truly had feelings for her, he wouldn't say such things. She accused Lloyd, "You just want my body." At her words, Lloyd's face went blank. Then Elena cried out, "That's the truth. I love you, but you only love my body, which is why you can forget it so easily." Lloyd rushed to calm her down. "Why would you think that?" he asked, bewildered. It's unclear when someone drew a sword and ordered them to continue speaking. Elena's father, his face etched with alarm, asked, "Your Highness, might we know more about this?" Elena herself wasn't even sure when everyone had arrived. Lloyd rushed to explain, "Duke Rosario, there's been a misunderstanding." Elena, despite her animosity towards Lloyd, didn't want him to face her father's wrath. She echoed his sentiment internally, though she loathed the situation. Grabbing Lloyd's wrist, Elena declared, "This is between us. You don't need to get involved." She pulled him away, leaving him inwardly lamenting. If they left like this, Lloyd would continue to assume the worst. Duke Rosario stared helplessly at the drawn sword, grief washing over him as he watched his daughter seemingly elope with a man. Elena, with all her strength, dragged Lloyd back to her room, slamming the door shut behind them. "We need to talk," Lloyd began. "What makes you think I don't love you?" He finished. "I thought you didn't like me," Elena replied. "There must be a reason you feel this way," Lloyd pressed. "I want to know the real reason." She hesitated. "There are plenty of reasons why I love you, she admitted, but you don't seem to have any reason to like me. It feels like my feelings are one-sided. Elena's confession brought a blush to Lloyd's cheeks. So you think I only want you physically? He asked, bewildered. Put yourself in my shoes, Elena retorted, anger rising in her voice. What am I supposed to think when you never clearly express your feelings? In that novel, Lloyd added, a hint of accusation in his tone, only solidified that idea. Elena suddenly realized she'd forgotten to put it away. Lloyd stepped closer. I think I'm the one who should be confused, he said. You're beautiful, strong, and intelligent. How could I not love you? He gently took her hand. Not only that, he continued, his voice soft with sincerity, you're thoughtful in everything you do. You take everything seriously, always try your best, even when you pretend to be difficult. You're always kind and considerate to others. Tell me, how could I not love someone like that? Disbelief colored Elena's voice. Lloyd, she whispered, do you really love me? Without hesitation, Lloyd replied, yes, I love you. I, Lloyd Kartika, love Elena Rosaria. Very, very much. And with those words, he sealed his confession with a kiss, their embrace filled with the joy of a love finally understood. Several days later, in a mining town owned by the Beatrice Trading Company, a beer mug shattered against the floor, punctuated by an angry accusation. You said everything would be arranged within a month. What is the meaning of this? Tell me. Commander Paul, the leader of the mine, responded calmly. My dear sir, you seem to have forgotten our objective. His friend, however, was far from calm. What good is an objective when we can't even sustain ourselves? He raged. Didn't you guarantee everything would be resolved in 3 weeks, or even less? You even promised us raises and better working conditions. He gestured around at the others. But look at where we are now. The guild hasn't said a word. If this continues, we'll all be out on the streets soon. Slamming his fist on the table, he demanded, don't just sit there. Say something. His mind flashed back to a month earlier when a stranger had approached him. Are you Paul, the leader of the Miners Guild? I am, Paul had replied. Can I help you? The stranger had said nothing, simply tossing a black bag at Paul's feet. Paul sat down and opened the bag, his eyes widening at the sight of the money inside. What is this? He gasped. It's all yours, the stranger had said, if you do me a favor. Paul pulled out a stack of bills, his brow furrowed in confusion. How much is in this bag? Get all the Beatrice Guild miners to stop working for 3 months. That's all I ask. Paul stared at the money in his hand, a thought taking root. If no one works for that long, the Beatrice Guild will crumble. He looked up at the stranger, a chilling realization dawning on him. So this person wants to dismantle the guild. While this is a considerable sum, Paul mused, it's still not worth giving up a stable income. He placed the money back in the bag and abruptly stood. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer. The other person responded instantly. If you can complete the task, the money in this bag can be doubled. Paul's eyes widened. Doubled. With that kind of money, he could retire and never work again. That, he conceded, is a very persuasive figure. He decided to cooperate with the stranger. You won't need 3 months. You'll have your results within 1. Now, Paul hadn't anticipated it taking this long, exceeding even a month. But if he wanted to ensure the strike continued, he reasoned he needed to address their concerns first. He clasped his friend's hand gently. I didn't expect the guild to be this stubborn. I apologize for that. His friend stood silently, surprised by Paul's words. Even so, let's hold on a little longer. We didn't start this strike for personal gain, but so that every family here can live a more stable life. More than that, it's to improve the treatment of all workers like us. Improve the treatment of all workers. That sounds grand. How can I think of such things when I can barely put food on the table? Paul explained, I'll help everyone. His friend asked, Paul, what do you mean by help? Paul smiled. I have some savings. If anyone is struggling, come to me. While it might be insignificant compared to the hardships you face, I hope you'll understand my heart, even if it's just a small effort. His words astonished the group. Leader, his friend began, tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, leader. You're sacrificing so much for us, and Paul placed a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder. Don't worry. You follow me because you trust me, so this is the least I can do for each of you. It felt right to Paul. He just needed to hold on a little longer. Soon the Beatrice Trading Company would crumble, and all that money would be his. Lloyd's Spartan room was gradually filling with Elena's presence, so much so that sometimes she felt as if she were in her own study. She picked up a pen and continued writing her story. Taking a sip of hot tea, she exclaimed with a happy laugh, finished. Lloyd emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. Elena, what's got you so cheerful? Elena replied, I think I found a clue to the problem that's been bothering me. I'll tell you about it in detail once I've sorted it out. He sat beside her. I understand. Tell me when you're ready. I'm a bit bored right now, so I hope you'll do something to entertain me. Elena asked, puzzled. Entertain you? How? Lloyd picked up a piece of cake and held it to Elena's lips. Say, Elena. She took a bite, savoring the sweetness. So, watching me eat entertains you? She inquired. Lloyd replied, no, just having you here is enough to chase away any boredom. How can you say such things with such a straight face? Lloyd chuckled. But isn't it better this way? After their mutual confession, Lloyd had grown much bolder. He always wanted to do everything together, becoming more affectionate and intimate. When it was just the two of them, he didn't want to leave her side for a moment. Lloyd, can I ask you something? Of course. When did you start having feelings for me? Lloyd placed a hand on his chin, feigning thought. When was it? Was it love at first sight when we first met? I'd say so. I admit, I didn't feel anything for you at first. We were both very wary of each other when we met. But I will say that meeting left a strong impression, sparking my curiosity and keeping my attention on you. It wasn't long after that I was certain. I saw the real you and the unwavering strength you possess in life. I thought you were truly amazing, and that's when my feelings for you began to bud. That's almost exactly the same reason I started liking him. I mean, when you said you only wanted my body, or whatever, wait, then why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Lloyd squeezed his eyes shut. Pop quiz time. I have a question for you. Elena turned around. A quiz? Why so suddenly? The prince had made unwelcome advances on Elena, who was completely inexperienced in love, while Lloyd had already confessed his feelings. At the same time, Elena was furious about being trapped in the engagement. So, the question is, Elena, now how would you respond in this situation? Elena shrieked. Are you kidding me? I already have too much on my plate. Why are you making things worse? Now another question. The novel's female supporting character suddenly appeared. Unlike the original plot, Elena tried to get along with her, but she wasn't at all like the gentle and considerate female lead in the book. In fact, she was the type to enjoy scheming, complicating Elena's life and causing her more trouble. Then Lloyd confessed that he wanted to help her. Elena frowned. This isn't the time to be thinking about love and relationships. Focus and think clearly. Lloyd continued, do you understand now? I never fail. I hate repeating attempts. I mean, I don't try when I know the chances of success are low. Basically, he was saying he'd been waiting, looking for the perfect opportunity because he didn't want to be rejected. Like a graceful, proud swan circling me in a pond. But even if he turned into a swan, Lloyd would still be cute. I just think Lloyd as a swan would be adorable. So then the Elena loget. Lloyd, watching Elena, asked, why are you laughing? Because I find it amusing to compare you to a swan. Lloyd didn't understand what she was saying. A swan. That means I really like you. When you really like someone, everything they do seems cute. Lloyd gently took Elena's hand and placed it on his cheek. Really? Then I'll take those words as a compliment. Then he gently kissed her. Commander Paul, head of the Beatrice Miners Union, the evidence has been gathered. In the hallway in front of the Emperor's study, Lloyd carried a small package. A soldier greeted Lloyd. Greetings, sir. Please inform His Majesty that I have arrived. He quickly replied, yes, sir. As soon as Lloyd entered, Lauren Kartika began, son, do you know how long I've been waiting? But doesn't your Majesty already know? Lauren Kartika laughed. I only know what happened, that's all. Your Majesty, do you believe I have the ability to resolve this issue? Lauren Kartika stroked his chin thoughtfully. If you didn't have the ability, you wouldn't be standing here. Then I suppose I shouldn't disappoint your Majesty. With that, Lloyd handed the tea package to the soldier. Could you brew us some tea? A few minutes later, he returned with the tea. I have prepared tea and hot water for you. Lloyd immediately said, thank you. Your Majesty, please try this. It's a new type of tea I recently discovered. Lauren Kartika was surprised. A new type of tea. I've never smelled such a fragrance. Lloyd poured the tea as he spoke. Here, please enjoy. Lauren Kartika picked up the teacup and savored it slowly. Even the color is unique. That's it. That was Lloyd's clever solution to resolve the miners' strike at Elena's palace. Today, I've invited everyone here to introduce something new. Everyone was surprised. Something new. What is it? Elena held out the small package. It's what's inside this package. Everyone looked at it curiously. Cheddar tried to pick it up. It sounds like powder. Ern was curious. Miss Cheddar, open it and see. Cheddar opened it slightly. Inside was a brown powder that looked like chocolate. Ern caught a whiff of a wonderful aroma coming from the package, nutty with a hint of bitterness. Landor turned to Elena and asked, "What is this powder? What's it used for?" "This, everyone, is for drinking." Everyone stared at Elena, wide-eyed. "It's for drinking." Cheddar eyed the powder in the drink, then brought it to her lips, taking a sip. "If that's the case, let me try it right away." Elena quickly stopped her. "Wait, don't drink it like that." But it was too late. Cheddar exclaimed, "It's so bitter." Elena began to instruct them on how to drink the tea. "First, rinse your mouth with water, then spit out the powder." Cheddar hissed, "Miss Elena, what is this stuff? It's incredibly bitter." Watching them fussing over each other, Elena thought they were as cute as kindergartners. "Of course it'll be bitter if you use it like that. There's another way, like this, with warm water." Hearing Elena's explanation, everyone started asking questions. Cheddar inquired, "So we don't drink the powder directly, but the liquid?" Ern asked, "Why are there bubbles coming out?" Landor marveled, "The aroma is getting stronger." Elena picked up the kettle, a smile gracing her lips. "All right." Looking at the unique color of the water, they exclaimed, "Ink." "Although you might hesitate at first glance, please try it. I believe you like it too." Cheddar accepted the cup of water Elena offered. "If you say so, sister, I'll drink it even if it's poison." Ern and Landor watched wide-eyed as Cheddar drank the unusual liquid. After taking a sip, Cheddar declared, "It's delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before. How can it have such a flavor? Oh my, it's bitter, but not too strong, and there's a refreshing floral fragrance lingering in my mouth. I've never had this. Is it from a foreign land?" Elena immediately replied, "No, we discovered it in the Duke's territory. There's a plantation where the fruit for this drink is grown." Landor placed her cup on the table. "Miss, is this the secret plan you mentioned earlier?" Elena nodded with a smile. "That's right. We'll be selling it exclusively through the Beatrice Trading Company. I believe this will cause a sensation when we launch it. If you know the benefits of this drink, you'll understand that it can be marketed not only to the upper class, but also to other social strata." Ern asked, "Elena, what are the benefits of this drink?" "It has an invigorating effect, instantly improving focus and preventing drowsiness. Also, I'd like to ask Miss Ern to further demonstrate the other benefits." Ern cheerfully replied, "Please leave it to me." "Miss Landor, do you think this drink will revolutionize the Imperial market?" "Yes, no. For Miss Elena's support of us, I will definitely make it a success." "Wonderful. Now all that's left is to conquer the Imperial market. Speaking of which, let's have another cup." "All right, but what's this drink called?" Elena hesitated for a moment. "The name of this drink." Then the name of the drink came to her, and she decided to call it coffee. In another scene at Paul's house. Why? How can the Beatrice Trading Company not collapse? According to the plan, they should have contacted the miners 2 weeks ago. By now, they should be anxiously knocking on the miners' doors, desperate to change their minds. But the one knocking on my door is the union leader. "Excuse me, I need some money." "Leader, hasn't the Beatrice Trading Company taken any action yet?" "Leader, it's best to end the strike now. How many more times are you going to come asking for money? This is shameless." But because he couldn't stop the strike at this point, Paul had no choice but to give them the money. "At this rate, I'm going to run out of money." And because he kept giving them money, they were starting to question its source. "I can't keep this up. I have to change the plan. I need to contact that person and see if I can get more money." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" "Leader, we have a problem." Paul asked, "What is it? Why are you coming to me in the middle of the night?" He continued, "Now's not the time to discuss this. Because of the strike and everything that's happened, the Beatrice Trading Company might not need us anymore." "What does this mean?" 3 days from now, at the mansion, Landor, buried under a mountain of paperwork, barely had time to breathe. Elena entered, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, and gently placed it on his desk. "Have you been doing nothing but sleeping and working?" Landor jumped, startled. "Huh." "Mr. Landor," Elena continued, "you have dark circles under your eyes. Take a break and have some coffee. I'll handle the rest of the paperwork." Landor's face lit up. "Really? Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver." Elena carefully examined the coffee sales figures. "Sales are growing so fast, I can barely keep up." Landor added, "When I announced that coffee would be sold exclusively through the Beatrice Trading Company, everyone came rushing in, desperate to get their hands on it. They came with bags of cash, hoping to open Beatrice branches. Thanks to Miss Ern confirming the benefits of coffee, I think it's going to become incredibly popular. Not only does it invigorate the mind, but it also prevents inflammation and slows down aging. Trust my research. These are the effects observed after drinking coffee. Some are even calling it a divine beverage. There's no better advertisement than the endorsement of the Academy's top scholars. Landor chimed in, however, what helped the most with sales was your differentiated sales strategy. Miss, coffee is available to everyone, from commoners to nobles. The only difference is the grade of the coffee beans. By varying the value, they can enjoy coffee suitable for their social standing. As a result, commoners can experience the pleasure of imitating noble tastes, while nobles and royalty are happy to enjoy coffee befitting their status. Thanks to the support of both commoners and nobles, buying and enjoying coffee has become a trend. I made a fortune. I truly admire you, Miss Elena. How did you come up with all this? Elena beamed at Landor's praise. Thank you for the compliment, but have the losses from the miners' strike been recovered? Certainly, although not completely. But if this continues, I can withstand years of small-scale strikes. Elena replied, yes, this is a good outcome. Then let's move on to the next step. Are you ready? Landor looked puzzled. The next step. Elena handed Landor a piece of paper. Landor looked at it and said, yes, I'm ready. The next day, at Paul's house, everyone was looking for Paul. Commander, please come out now. Paul thought to himself, if I keep hiding like this problem will never be solved. The door remained firmly shut, showing no signs of opening no matter how hard they knocked. While breaking down the door wouldn't be a difficult feat, they waited patiently, partly out of gratitude for the sacrifice Paul had made for them. After a month of this with no other recourse, Thomas grabbed an axe and yelled, stand back. A friend tried to stop him. But Thomas swung the axe at the door. With a mighty heave, the door splintered. I heard the Beatrice Trading Company found a new source of income. Nonsense. Doesn't Beatrice's money come solely from the mines? If this goes on, will they abandon us? That's impossible. I'll investigate this. Everyone, please go back for now. Paul thought to himself, everyone is anxious. I have to get to the bottom of this. After hearing this news, I contacted the person who offered me the deal to confirm the rumors, but I haven't received a response. I can't reach him. It's as if our deal never happened. Wait, in that case, we just need to pretend the deal never happened. And the strike never happened either, right? After I criticized the Beatrice Trading Company, I'll resign and run off with the money. Just then, Paul saw the door. What? Impossible. Someone broke into my house. The door, now split in two, revealed Thomas. Commander, what are you going to do about us now? Thomas, I didn't expect them to break into my house like this. I need to calm them down first. I can't believe you all would do this. Paul raged. You think I won't tell everyone after this is over? Just put this whole thing aside and calm down. Hey, what are you doing? Thomas retorted. That's what we want to ask you. What have you been up to? What's in that bag? Paul snapped. Nothing. It's just my luggage. Put it down, Thomas insisted. I've been suspicious of that bag since last time. It feels like you've packed up and are ready to bolt out of here any second. This is worse than we thought. Paul roared, put it down. Boss, what's with all this money? Where did you get it? Paul stammered. It's just my savings. Paul lunged for the bag, yelling no, but it was too late. Thomas had already swung his axe, cleaving through the stacks of money inside. Thomas bellowed, I asked you where this money came from. I already told you, it's my savings. Are you all deaf? This is all my money. Our money. The others echoed. Paul sank to his knees, devastated. My money. Thomas commanded, everyone drag him out. Paul struggled. No, these bastards are trying to steal my money. Let me go. We're in deep trouble, Thomas. The Beatrice Trading Company is at the mine entrance. The Beatrice Trading Company is here. Moments later, in the nearby square, Thomas escorted a bound Paul. Elena had also arrived. It seemed the miners had discovered the union leader's corruption. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Are they from the Beatrice Trading Company? Where's the president? Who are those women? They were still piecing things together. Well, let's see how our president will handle this. Suddenly, a blonde woman stepped forward, who's currently in charge of the miners' union. Hey, who are you, miss? Right, so where's the president? I'm asking who's leading this union. What's with the oppressive aura this young lady is giving off? Someone whispered. I just took over as the union leader, Rebecca stated, cutting through the whispers. I see, someone replied. Then allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Rebecca, president of the Beatrice Trading Company. Thomas bowed his head respectfully. President Rebecca, my apologies for this oversight. You said you just took over the union leadership, which means someone held a position before you. So, that man tied up like a criminal is the former union leader, I presume. Good. We're here for more than just the strike. We're also here to deal with this traitor tainted by corruption. Overall, it seems like everyone here has a general idea of what's going on, but how much do you really know? We just found a bag of money at his house. Rebecca commanded, Jed, go check it out. He immediately obeyed. Yes, President. If you combine the money in the bag with the amount they claim was taken, it's roughly equivalent to 3 months' wages for all the employees at this mine. That's quite a substantial sum. At this, Paul shrieked, substantial sum. It's just my savings. Do you have any proof that it isn't my money? If you don't have proof, then aren't you just oppressing us strikers? Rebecca countered, proof. You say proof. By the way, how did everyone manage to piece this information together? Elena spoke up. We have the cheese information shop. Mess with my sister, and I'll gather information on your betrayal. She's truly reliable. Rebecca brandished a stack of papers. Are you talking about this? Thomas took the papers. What's this? He began to read, his eyes widening in shock. It was a document issued by the president of Beatrice, detailing all of Paul's corrupt dealings, from conversations with unidentified individuals to promises of money in exchange for the strike, with the promise of doubling the amount in his pocket if the strike succeeded. Paul thrashed, no, these are all fake. They're trying to pin the blame for this strike on me. Even if you were a victim of his manipulation, we can't place all the blame on him, someone said. I think so too. Are we all going to be fired like this? Another worried. The miners' wages will be reduced by 10% for 2 months due to this strike. Isn't that just a disguised dismissal? If I dismiss everyone who will do the work, everyone must continue working. We haven't finished discussing this matter. I promise to give you the best treatment in the industry. And in return, everyone must promise that there will be no more strikes at the Beatrice Trading Company's mines from now on. This meant she intended to permanently strip them of their right to strike. Jed, prepare the contract now. Jed finished quickly. Yes, Elena was satisfied with this outcome. The trading company and the mines signed a new contract based on the conditions proposed by both parties. The Beatrice Trading Company distributed all of Paul's secret funds to the miners. Through this incident, the miners were not only grateful, but also developed immense trust in the Beatrice Trading Company. Ultimately, this was a favorable outcome for the Beatrice Trading Company. The imperial economy experienced significant fluctuations, and the key player behind it all was the Beatrice Trading Company. What? The number one trading company in the empire has become the Beatrice Trading Company. Why hasn't His Majesty imposed sanctions yet? He couldn't accept it, crumpling the newspaper in his hand. At the Rosaria Duke's mansion, Miss Elena, she cheerfully replied, hello, Miss Landor. Landor ran over excitedly. I finally did it. Elena said, congratulations, I knew you could do it. This is no. Miss Elena, what are you trying to say? This is the result of our joint efforts. The revival of the mines and the coffee business. The current empire-wide trend has brought enormous revenue to the Beatrice Trading Company, which has helped us achieve our goals faster. Now I must take another step to achieve my ultimate goal. Seeing someone looking for her outside, Elena said, come in. A maid hurried in and reported, Miss, there's a letter from the Imperial Palace. Someone who can send me a letter in the name of the Imperial Palace. I'll read it now. A few days later, in the garden of the Imperial Palace, Elena came to see Lauren Cardica. You've arrived. It's been a while. It's a pleasure to see you, as it is to see you, Your Majesty. Why has the Emperor suddenly summoned me? I heard you've been enjoying coffee lately. Is it to your liking? That coffee. It's a peculiar thing I've never encountered before. At first glance, it resembles a dark brown hazelnut, like the color of a 1,000-year-old tree trunk. The aroma gently drifted past my nose, making me turn to see if a flower had just bloomed. But it wasn't a floral scent that captivated me, but rather the rich aroma of nuts and a subtle hint of hazelnut. Quite the poet. I'm glad you enjoyed so much. I heard from Lloyd that you created this coffee. Is that correct? Elena nodded. Yes, I am curious. Normally, we only think of eating the fruit's flesh, but never consider processing the seeds, do we? So, how did you discover the method of making this coffee? My curiosity about its success. To perfect it all, you thought of steeping it in hot water. Elena, recalling the yearning for success, smiled. It was just a coincidence, Your Majesty. Really, just a coincidence. You can't be naive enough to think I believe that, can you? What a stubborn old man. By the way, I heard that the Beatrice Trading Company has become the #1 trading company in the empire. I also heard they're collaborating with you. Lauren Kartika took a sip of his coffee and continued. However, you've been fortunate to achieve all of this without facing any setbacks. Elena guessed he was implying her progress was entirely thanks to him. After all, competition between trading companies was beneficial for the empire's development. So, let's leave it at this. I'll say it again. I'm very curious about the secret to your coffee. Elena sensed both a veiled threat and a craving in his words. It was nothing more than greed. But Elena wasn't about to give in easily. Your Majesty, why would the Emperor of the Empire involve himself in such a trivial matter? Are you lecturing me? How could that be? Everything in the Empire is yours. The people are yours, and I, the Duke's daughter, also belong to you, Your Majesty. Please continue. Elena boldly continued, use me as you will. Whether it's wealth or power, Your Majesty's words will bring further prosperity to the Empire. You're very confident. What if I use you up and discard you? Elena pressed on, Your Majesty, do you believe I am someone who could be discarded? My dear, you are indeed an interesting person. Elena felt this was enough. The Emperor had acknowledged her necessity. I like people who know their worth. Such people always do something to prove their worth. I believe this young lady will do the same. Of course, if Your Majesty trusts me. Compared to their first meeting, this was a huge step forward. Now the Emperor wouldn't simply see her as the Duke's daughter or the Crown Prince's fiancée. Elena praised herself inwardly. I've really worked hard. Do you know what I value most? It's this empire. Lauren Kartika replied, yes, I've grown tired of everything unrelated to the empire. Your Majesty, I have the confidence to make this empire prosperous. I want to tell Your Majesty that I wish to stand before you as the Duke's heir, not as the Crown Prince's fiancée. Well, I know you want to break off the engagement. A young person's heart is like a reed in the wind. It changes. He recalled Elena's past broken engagements. It's not that I don't understand that feeling. What's so significant about breaking off an engagement? Thank you for your understanding, Lauren Kartika interrupted. However, I'm afraid I'm not willing to allow you to break off the engagement at this time. Yes, I will obey Your Majesty's will. Elena cursed the venomous old man in her heart. Good. You seem to have accepted the situation. I apologize, but Elena still doesn't understand what suddenly happened. When did I do that, even if I didn't accept it? Lady Rosaria, why are you here? Elena turned in surprise to see Kaysen. His Highness, the Crown Prince. Why is he here? How long has he been here? What I need is someone who can overcome any obstacle and prove themselves worthy of this position. The old man was using her. Elena glared at Lauren Kartika. Your Majesty, I've enjoyed our conversation so much that I've forgotten my next appointment. Please forgive me. Elena continued, I'm honored to receive such praise, but I'm afraid I've taken up too much of your time. Please allow me to take my leave now. Lauren Kartika said, very well, you may go. Kaysen reached out and stopped Elena. Sit down. Kaysen held Elena's hand and asked why. I'll say it again. Sit down. Watching Kaysen stare at her, Elena thought, is he glaring at me now? Whether he glares or not is none of my concern. Kaysen Karta had never known the meaning of failure. It was ingrained in him from birth. But at some point, Kaysen had begun to endure what could be called failure. Your Highness, I have a report regarding the Beatrice mine. Kaysen replied coldly, there's no need. The whole world knows about your failure. Why can't you do even one thing right? I apologize, Your Highness. Forget it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. Rather, at the upcoming meeting, as he spoke, Kaysen caught sight of Lloyd. You bastard. How long have you been standing behind me? Your Highness, something big has happened. The Empire's major trading houses have shifted their allegiances. Kaysen snapped. What? It's been overtaken by the Beatrice Trading Company. Kaysen sighed wearily. Fine. His Majesty is already aware. What I need is someone who can overcome any obstacle and prove themselves worthy of this position, no matter how much mud lies ahead. That's why he summoned me a few days ago, to warn me, in front of Elena Rosaria, that the Crown Prince's favor can change at any moment. And so can his choice of consort. The constant failures in her attitude, the look on her face showed she was truly bored and tired of me. If Elena truly hates me, I am the one who should hate her. She was supposed to like me. I'm the type of man a woman like Elena Rosaria should like. The phrase echoed relentlessly in the Crown Prince's mind. She was supposed to like me. I'm the type of man a woman like Elena Rosaria should like. Kaysen bit his hand, the sharp pain jolting him back to the present. What am I even thinking? He stared at the bitten nail. I must be out of my mind from the shock of the top trading company changing hands. Elena, How did she become so different? Or did I simply never know her true nature from the beginning? Either way, this is my failure. It's time to admit that Elena hates me. Even if I admit it, I can't just let her go. The very idea of her wanting to leave me is unacceptable. She was meant to be mine. If I try to listen to what Elena wants, appease her, she won't try to leave me anymore. Suddenly, Rosetta appeared at the doorway. Your Highness, may I enter now? No, come in, he said, his voice artificially gentle and welcoming. Rosetta, my destiny. He paused. Yes, Rosetta, what brings you here? Rosetta continued. I sense your Highness was troubled. With you by my side, what do I have to worry about? You say that, but you've endured enough pain to leave such a mark. Seeing Kaysen's injured hand, Rosetta asked with concern, is this because of Rosaria? Is it because of Miss Elena Rosaria? So that lady is the source of your Highness's troubles. Rosetta, why are you suddenly crying? If anyone should be crying, it shouldn't be you. The one who torments Rosetta. The one who makes me suffer. It should be Elena Rosaria who cries. Rosetta looked at Kaysen. Your Highness, what's wrong? Rosetta, she continued, what can I do to ease your troubles? You don't have to do anything. Just stay by my side and smile like a flower. Rosetta interrupted. That goes without saying, but I want to eliminate whatever is troubling your Highness. So, for your Highness, who is troubled by that lady, what should I do? Yes, if only the problem could be solved by Elena Rosaria ceasing to exist. But Rosetta, you just need to stay by my side like you are now. She must become the queen of this case in Carta. I won't forgive her for leaving me. Rosetta said angrily, I understand. Because you love her. No, it's not like that. It's just the crime of her daring to escape when she was meant to be mine. I will punish her transgression by keeping her by my side forever. I can't say it's just a way to solidify my position, because she has a strong background. In that case, what I have to do is decided. I will try to build a good relationship with the lady who will become the future queen. Since your Highness needs that lady, I will make it all easier. But please don't forget me, your Highness. I am striving for you. I want you to know I'm willing to do anything for you, my dear prince. All right, my dear Rosetta. An invitation bearing the royal seal had already been sent. Attached were flowers and a letter. I wish to become friends with Miss Rosaria. I look forward to it. From now on, the true story between Rosetta and me is about to begin. The carriage continued on its journey. Finally, Elena returned to the palace, the wheels of fate already in motion. But this diverged from the plot of The White Rose Maiden. If Rosetta were the same as in the novel, I would have believed what was written there. But Rosetta, both you and I have changed so much. You're no longer the White Rose Maiden I once knew. And I am no longer as fixated on Kaysen as Elena was in the novel. So many things have changed, yet the major events of a novel are still destined to unfold. In the original story, today's meeting was the day Elena poisoned Rosetta's teacup. It wasn't Rosetta, but Lloyd who drank that tea. Of course, because the original story has changed, Lloyd will never meet Rosetta again. In fact, this makes me even more apprehensive about what this second meeting will bring. The scene shifted. Rosetta answered softly, "Please come in." A servant announced, "Lady Elena Rosaria has arrived." Rosetta said cheerfully, "Welcome, Lady Rosaria. I've been waiting for you." At that moment, Elena thought, though she appears innocent, she's incredibly foolish and impertinent. What a loathsome person, daring to sit while speaking to me. Then she inquired after Rosetta's well-being, to which Rosetta replied that everything was fine. Elena drawled, "I was so thrilled to receive your invitation. Thrilled enough to anticipate it all night." Hearing this, Rosetta replied with a smile, "I understand. I was truly delighted to send you that letter, Lady Rosaria. Let's have a wonderful time together." Rosetta continued, "I honestly thought you would decline the invitation. Our first meeting wasn't exactly pleasant. You pushed me into the fountain. It was the first time I experienced such intense hatred directed at me." Hearing this, Elena sneered inwardly. Look at her, making it all sound like self-deception, when only she and I know the truth. Or is she using this tactic to solidify her reputation amongst those close to her? Rosetta went on, "We will share a husband in the future, won't we? So let's get along." But Elena replied with a smile, "We won't. I intend to break off my engagement with the Crown Prince." Seeing Rosetta's shocked expression, Elena thought, judging by her reaction, did he tell Rosetta he couldn't let me go? Then Elena ended the topic, shifting the conversation. "So you say you called me here because you wanted to get along with me." And because she was quite worried, Rosetta had also invited another person, who was being escorted in by Errol. Elena cheerfully welcomed the newcomer as well. "Certainly, let that person in." Hearing this, Rosetta said with a smile, "Thank you for your generosity. Errol, please bring our guest in." Meanwhile, a sudden thought struck Elena. It's the sound of a woman's footsteps. I was worried it would be Lloyd, as in the novel, but what a relief. Then she heard Lady Tennessee's voice with surprise. It's been a while, Lady Rosaria. Yes, it has been a while. I didn't expect to meet Lady Tennessee here. Rosetta quickly said cheerfully, you two already know each other, right? So I asked Lady Tennessee to help with a few things. Luckily, she enjoys visiting me here, so she happily agreed. I'm incredibly grateful to her for listening to and fulfilling my request. Rosetta also said excitedly to Tennessee, I notified you on short notice again today, but you still came. At that moment, Elena thought, if a noble daughter of an earl is overshadowed by a commoner favored by the crown prince, she has no pride left. Or is Lady Tennessee also blindly loyal to Rosetta? Returning to the conversation, Elena said with a smile, the two of you seem quite close. Rosetta nodded in response. Yes, that's why I want to become close with Lady Rosaria like this. But suddenly, Elena said, that might be difficult. This left Rosetta bewildered. Why? It usually takes me a while to open up to people, Elena explained slowly. It seems Lady Tennessee hasn't told you that. At this, Rosetta offered a small, knowing smile. And while it takes a long time to become friends with Lady Tennessee, that wasn't the case with us, was it? She added, glancing at Elena. Rosetta promptly nodded in confirmation. Indeed. Unable to contain her delight, Rosetta chirped, see, we'll become close soon enough. Elena took a calm sip from her teacup. Of course, if you put in the effort, that day will surely come. Unlike the original storyline, Tennessee and Rosetta were on the same side, and it felt strange. Elena's outward affirmation of Rosetta's words felt hollow, lacking genuine conviction. I need to figure out what this discomfort is. They had been chatting for a while now, and the tea had cooled somewhat. Rosetta gestured to Errol to have it replaced. As Errol gathered the used teacups, she suddenly slipped, spilling the remaining tea onto Rosetta. Both maids cried out, Lady Rosetta. A ripple of concern spread through the room, but thankfully, the tea had already cooled. So, no real harm done. It was then that it struck Elena. Yes, this is it. This blind devotion to Rosetta. Flustered, Errol stammered apologies. I tripped over something. To this, Rosetta simply replied, it's all right. I'm just glad you didn't fall and hurt yourself. Elena's mind raced, making a fuss over such a trivial matter, acting so distraught as if it were some grand tragedy. Tennessee wouldn't have done that. Rosetta then excused herself to change into fresh clothes. During Rosetta's absence, Elena and Lady Tennessee sat together in silence. Suddenly, Tennessee spoke. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Elena let out a soft laugh. I suppose you and Lady Rosetta have become quite close. But Tennessee offered a wry, almost sardonic twist of her lips. No matter what I say, my lady, you won't see. Surprised that Rosetta's influence seemed to have no effect on Tennessee, Elena offered a gentle smile. I understand what you mean. It's not about me, my lady. It's about you. At this, Tennessee's tone sharpened. I sense an implication in your words. What is it? Please be direct, so I can understand. This time, Elena's voice shifted, laced with a subtle undercurrent. This clinging, this pretense of being controlled by Rosetta, the kind everyone despises. Is this your revenge on me? Tennessee's composure crumbled. Frustration flared, and she jumped to her feet. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Just then, Rosetta reappeared. Oh dear, what's going on here? Lady Tennessee, we're good friends, aren't we? I want to be as close to Lady Rosaria as I am with Lady Tennessee. Rosetta then offered an apology to Elena for her presumptuousness, but Elena thought her actions aren't presumptuous at all. It's the way she acts as if she's in control of everything. That's what's truly unbearable. Elena forced a smile. It's all right. I don't feel offended at all. Hearing this, Rosetta visibly relaxed. Really? That's wonderful. I want to become closer to you, so I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable. What is she implying? Elena wondered, constantly talking about wanting to be friends, yet never revealing her true intentions. Suddenly, Rosetta asked, a curious lilt in her voice. Speaking of which, Lady Rosaria also has many close female companions, doesn't she? The young ladies of the Render family, the second daughter of the Aaron family, and the young lady of the Baronchatter family, correct. Elena couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise when Rosetta suggested befriending them. It was baffling. If Rosetta wanted to meet them, she could simply arrange it herself. Why seek Elena's permission? Rosetta explained, "They're all close friends of Lady Rosaria, and I was worried you might be displeased if they became close to me as well." Is this a declaration of war? Elena thought, is she trying to take everything of mine and make it hers? This provocation, I won't indulge it. Slowly, she responded, why would I be? Everyone has their own life to lead. You could go see them whenever you like. Rosetta immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. However, a darker thought lurked within her. Let's see if you can bear losing those close to you because of me. Afterwards, Elena excused herself, citing a meeting. Rosetta replied, see you next time. Elena responded, yes, if there's time. As soon as Elena left, she thought, will she last until the end? Should I find out if something happened? While I was away, she was certainly more clever than I thought, adept at using her position to create advantages for herself. Surprisingly, most of the people around Rosetta are friendly to her, very concerned for her. But that doesn't mean everyone is influenced by her today. My hypothesis is that if someone is connected to me, for better or worse, they look at her with objective indifference. But I feel this hypothesis is incorrect. Because they're the main characters of the original story, I don't know if I can utilize their power. Will my influence weaken then? Elena mused to herself. Forget it. What Kaysen does or doesn't do is his business. She then stepped in her carriage and spoke to Beatrice Guild. Elena needed to take care of her own people first. Back at the palace, Rosetta questioned Lady Tennessee. Tell me, what happened with Lady Rosaria just now? Lady Tennessee simply replied, nothing much. Don't worry. However, Rosetta recognized the clear dismissal. She responded sharply, I don't need to worry. I think I need to know what happened between the two guests I invited. But no matter how Rosetta pressed, Tennessee refused to answer. Rosetta thought, Tennessee has had a bad impression of me from the beginning, nothing but hostility. I'm curious to know why, but there's nothing, just pure hostility. Rosetta awkwardly apologized. I must have been too worried and asked too much. Even so, there were times when Rosetta wanted to keep Tennessee by her side because she wanted to see that expression. But the more I see that sinister look, the more uncomfortable I feel. Should I just get rid of her? Rosetta was more sensitive than anyone to the malice directed at her. Many people felt antipathy towards Rosetta, but it was simply cause and effect, a detail she understood well. At the same time, Rosetta couldn't help but wonder, should I appease her worries? Then she suddenly called out, Lady Tennessee, I'm sorry for upsetting you. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me, Lisa. Hearing this, Tennessee was extremely flustered. What? Seeing Lady Tennessee's lack of response, Rosetta hurriedly explained, I'm used to calling you Lisa, so I'm sometimes disrespectful. But by now, Tennessee was seething with anger, ready to take action. Then Rosetta suddenly said, but Lisa will forgive me for the Crown Prince's sake, right? Well, he introduced me to you. Tennessee had no choice but to endure and reply yes. Rosetta immediately brightened. As expected, Lisa, you're so kind. It feels like we've truly become close friends. Friends must help each other unconditionally. So if Lisa needs help in the future, I will definitely do my best to assist you. Tennessee replied, yes, I'll let you know when I need to. Inwardly, she seethed, Rosetta, this woman who insults me and renders me powerless, and Elena Rosaria, the one who created this situation. I will definitely lead you both to ruin. A few days later, at Beatrice Guild, Lady Landor was very excited. As you said, Lady Rosetta approached me. She's beautiful and kind, but she's nothing special. Suddenly, Lady Bella exclaimed, I don't like her. She said such things to Lady Rosaria, but as you said, I didn't speak up. Elena listened as someone stroked her hair, praising her for a job well done. They not only couldn't tell the difference, but they were also hostile towards Rosetta due to her perceived coldness toward Elena. This meant Rosetta's charm held no sway over them. My hypothesis is about to be proven. I just need to observe a few more changes. A few days later, at the palace, Rosetta appeared there, an unexpected occurrence unbeknownst to Elena. Seeing Errol, Rosetta was quite surprised. She slowly approached, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you little Errol? Just a few minutes prior, in the Crown Prince's garden, Errol was thinking, why did Lady Elena ask me to research the poisonous herbs and medicinal plants of the north? She must have her reasons. I'll finish the research as soon as possible. Just then, Errol unexpectedly ran into Rosetta. Rosetta began to greet Errol, which surprised her. What is she doing here? After Rosetta explained, Errol learned that a particular plant had antiseptic properties. Rosetta also mentioned that the plant could be chewed to relieve pain, but chewing it for too long carried the risk of numbing the mouth. So, remember to spit it out immediately after a while. Never swallow it. Hearing this, Errol was completely impressed. Your knowledge is truly extensive. Thanks to you, I've learned a lot today. At that moment, Errol thought, considering Lady Rosetta's knowledge of northern plants, I wonder if it's related to what Lady Rosaria asked me to do. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but thanks to her, gathering plant information has become much easier. Errol also told Rosetta, this is the royal palace. Some even joke that the royal family moved an entire mountain from the north just for this purpose. I didn't know you were also from the north. It must be wonderful to see plants from your homeland here. Rosetta smiled after hearing this. Yes, it is. Honestly, the first time Rosetta saw the greenhouse here, it evoked the worst feeling in the world. The entire place reminded her of the past, when she was a poor girl struggling to survive, and more importantly, it was like being shown that this was her true self. These things were all hard for Rosetta to believe. Even so, of all of Elena's relatives, Errol was the kindest to her. So, I should be grateful. Errol continuously expressed her gratitude to Rosetta, who responded with a smile, it's all right. It won't take much time. Afterwards, while strolling, Rosetta suddenly noticed a nearby flower. Errol, seeing her pause, asked, does that flower also have medicinal properties? But Rosetta shook her head. No, it's not a medicinal plant at all, actually. It's just a flower. Then, the two of them talked about the mystique of the flower, as it reminded Rosetta of the flowers that used to bloom around her home. Hearing this, Errol smiled. Feel free to visit the garden anytime. That flower will always be here. Yes, I will. Just then, Rosetta remembered she needed to meet His Highness, so she had to return immediately. Hearing this, Errol excused herself and thanked Rosetta profusely for everything that day. Then the two of them said their goodbyes, and Rosetta and her servant left. Afterwards, Errol spoke, you can come out now. Elena emerged. I'm completely surprised. Errol gave a strained smile. Me too. It must be because we're lucky. You had just left for a moment when Lady Rosetta happened to pass by. Hearing this, Elena laughed. I agree. But the real reason Elena had slipped away was that while Elena and Errol were separately researching different specimens of northern plants, Rosetta had suddenly appeared before Errol, who was alone. Elena, taken aback, had hidden behind a tree to observe from a distance. Who would have thought Rosetta would come all the way here to see Lady Errol? I'll just stay here and see what she's up to. After Rosetta left, Errol was practically rooted to the spot, so Elena offered a word of praise. Well done. Suddenly, Elena asked, what are your thoughts? This caught Errol off guard. What do you mean? Miss Rosetta is beautiful and kind, and I'm grateful she shared so much about plants. But somehow, I don't feel drawn to her as a friend. How should I put it? It's like looking at a skillfully crafted painting. She feels lifeless. Hearing this, Elena couldn't help but wonder, if someone with shared interests approaches me, will they still be drawn to her? But that hadn't happened this time. Now I'm confident I can protect those around me. But it seems Rosetta's methods have changed. I'll have to keep observing her. Elena then asked for Errol's opinion. Shall we go too? How about the cafe at the Beatrice Guild? By the way, what flower was Rosetta looking at just now? Errol replied. She said she was happy to see those flowers because they bloom near her home. But for someone who's supposedly seen the flowers of her homeland, it seemed a bit odd. At these words, a prickle of unease ran through Elena. The Rosetta, I know from the novel, should have been overjoyed. So she requested of Errol, could you look into that flower a bit more? I have a feeling it's not just any ordinary flower. Back at her residence, Elena sighed wearily. I was out longer than I expected. Is this a letter from Lady Cheddar? Why didn't she give me this letter while we were having coffee? I wonder if something happened. In truth, Elena couldn't shake a growing sense of apprehension. The scene shifted to the Crown Prince's palace. Elena hesitated, plagued by indecision. What am I doing here? If I could, I'd break that window right now and demand to know what they talked about. I know nothing will happen between Rosetta and Lloyd. I've confirmed it from every angle. But perhaps because I read in the novel how much Lloyd loved Rosetta, I'm worried the original plot might somehow be forced to play out. Just as Elena was about to give up and return home to try again tomorrow, Lloyd appeared. What are you doing? Startled, she stammered, you're still awake. With you nearly putting those daggers through my window, how could I sleep? Tell me, what are you doing here so late? Elena hesitated. It's nothing important really, just something I heard. Lloyd cut her off, about me meeting with Rosetta alone. Elena's face flushed crimson. H, how did you know? Meanwhile, Lloyd hadn't expected to see such an expression on her face. He burst out laughing, which only flustered Elena further. "What's so funny? How did you know? And why did Rosetta come see you?" Finding her utterly adorable, Lloyd gently pinched her cheek. Then he placed a light kiss on her lips, whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, Elena. No matter what that woman does, she can't win against you. Besides, my little bird is curious about what happened, right? So I'll tell you." After talking with Elena about the existence of the god, he'd spent the entire day at the secret base sorting through information. Lloyd had done a lot of searching too. Of course, he made absolutely no progress, as all the remaining books were mere decoys. Just as he was leaving the room, Lloyd ran into Lucille. Surprised, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Lucille explained, "How can an assistant rest when their master hasn't finished their work?" The two then walked and talked. When Lloyd mentioned the god, Lucille was quite taken aback. Lloyd then asked, "What are your thoughts on the existence of God?" Lucille answered slowly, "If you're asking about gods, then I'm an atheist. I'm not interested in hypotheses about fictional entities, like ghosts or deities. I'd rather learn more about how to move towards a more progressive future." Hearing this, Lloyd found himself intrigued. "Thank you for your perspective." Lloyd sighed. "You can leave now." The disappointment of investing so much time and getting nothing in return was palpable. Just then, he ran into a woman. Rosetta, upon seeing him, brightened. "Oh, it's so good to see you here. To be honest," she confessed, "I'm lost. I frequent these grounds, yet I still manage to lose my way. Somehow, I ended up wandering here today and got completely turned around." Lloyd, wary of her charm, the only skill he believed she possessed, escorted her. After a short walk, they reached their destination. Rosetta thanked him, and Lloyd curtly replied, "Don't mention it. Be careful on your way back." Before leaving, Rosetta introduced herself. "You must be the Crown Prince, Lloyd Carter, right? I apologize for not recognizing you immediately. After getting lost, my mind went completely blank." "It's fine. Be careful on your way back," Lloyd repeated, turning to leave. Suddenly, a cry of pain ripped through the air. Rosetta shrieked, stopping Lloyd in his tracks. "Your Highness, I'm so sorry, but could you help me? I think I've injured my leg. I can't move it." Hearing this, Elena, observing from afar, was a mixture of shock and anger. "So what did you do?" she later demanded of Lloyd. "What could I do?" Lloyd responded calmly. "I called for someone and instructed them to ensure her safety." Elena was secretly pleased. "Is that so? That's what you did. What else could I have done?" Lloyd found Elena's reaction endearing. The tension dissipated, and they were happy together once more. However, what Lloyd hadn't told Elena was that he had been the one to reach down to help Rosetta. As he did, she had accidentally fallen into his arms. A cold smile played on Lloyd's lips as he leaned in and whispered in Rosetta's ear, "Miss Rosetta, let me be clear. I have no interest in a woman who's so willing to flash her skirts at a man she's just met." Rosetta's composure faltered. "What do you mean?" She stammered. "I'm tired of these tired old tricks," Lloyd retorted swiftly, leaving her speechless. Rosetta attempted to defend herself. "I think you've misunderstood. I simply slipped. I had no other intentions." But Lloyd remained unconvinced, and Rosetta, sensing the situation turning sour, decided to retreat. She turned abruptly and left, seething with frustration at being so easily seen through. Lloyd watched her go, thinking, smarter than I expected, and just as irritating as Kaysen. If I told Elena, she'd overthink it. I love seeing her smile like this. Elena, noticing his lingering gaze, questioned him. He quickly offered a smile. "Nothing. It's just that your smile is beautiful." And with that, the perceived misunderstanding was resolved. That night, in her bedroom, Rosetta fumed, trying to understand why her plan had failed. Why couldn't I seduce him? She wondered aloud. She sat in silence. Then a thought struck her. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, something changed around that time. When we first met at the office, no one paid me any attention. Even the noble ladies ignored me. Then there's the Crown Prince. They're all connected to Elena Rosaria. That's right, it's her. Disbelief warred with dawning realization. Could it be that everyone's attitude towards me changed because they're all focused on Elena Rosaria? For the first time, Rosetta felt a flicker of fear towards someone who disliked her. If she's the problem, then I just need to get rid of her. A few days later, in the Crown Prince's palace, Kaysen was startled by a strange sound. He rushed into the room to see what was happening. "Rosetta, what's wrong?" She cried out, "There's another dead animal in my bed." Kaysen was shocked. "What? Who would do such a thing?" "I don't know. Why do these things keep happening to me?" Overcome with concern, Kaysen rushed to comfort her. Calm down. Tell me exactly what happened. Deeply worried, he turned to his servant. Do you know anything about this? She replied, explaining that recently, someone had been sending gift boxes to Miss Rosetta's room, but they were filled with dead animals. Hearing this, Kaysen roared in fury. Who would do such a thing? At that moment, Garnet spoke up. I hate to say this, but there's only one person who harbors ill will towards Miss Rosetta. Suddenly, she cried out, No, it can't be her, Your Highness. Hearing this outburst, Kaysen deduced there could only be one person Garnet was referring to. Elena Rosaria. After Rosetta calmed down, Kaysen pressed further. Why didn't you tell me the first time it happened? Do you not trust me enough? Rosetta offered an unexpected explanation. It's not like that. I just didn't want to bother you with trivial matters. I know you're busy, and after I was certain I could become closer to Miss Rosaria, I didn't want you to know things had gotten this bad. If that's the case, do you have any proof? No, but she's the only one who hates me enough to do something like this. At this point, two thoughts warred within Kaysen. One, that the woman was indeed capable of such an act, yet he still held onto the belief that she wouldn't stoop so low. Thus, Kaysen expressed his confusion. I truly can't imagine her doing something like this. Hearing this, Rosetta thought to herself, why does he need proof? He just needs to trust me. I just need to treat him as I always have. Then, aloud, she said, Your Highness, I must have been mistaken. She would never do such a thing. I'm sorry. I won't ever doubt her again. Please don't send me away. Kaysen panicked. What are you talking about? Why would you think I'd send you away? You're my one and only. Never say such a thing again. All right. I'm sorry. I love you too, Your Highness. The scene shifted. It was the day of the gathering of the heirs of the great families, a day that should have been ordinary. If he hadn't come to see me, after the Rosetta incident, Kaysen went directly to Elena. Elena bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. However, Kaysen frowned. A look of discomfort etched on his face. The tension in the air was palpable. Elena then inquired, I presume you're here to see me. Hearing this, the other two present excused themselves. We'll take our leave then. Kaysen gritted his teeth and got straight to the point. Why did you do it? This abrupt accusation left Elena bewildered. What are you talking about? Recalling that Miss Bella had also mentioned someone repeatedly sending dead animals to Rosetta's bedroom, Elena ventured a guess. Are you referring to the dead animals being sent to Rosetta's room? Kaysen exclaimed in surprise. So was you. Hearing this, Elena responded sternly. You should have handled this matter more discreetly, but I never thought you'd suspect me. Who else would hate Miss Rosetta? Kaysen shouted furiously. Don't be absurd. Who else besides you would hate such a sweet girl? Well, even if I did, what proof do you have? Don't tell me you're going to accuse me, the heir to the dukedom, a close ally of the royal family, based on mere suspicion. Kaysen was speechless. I understand perfectly well that my actions are indefensible, but I just can't help myself. Suddenly, Kaysen cried out, This is all your fault. Elena was now alarmed. Good heavens, what are you doing? I truly detest you. Kaysen suddenly trembled. How can you say that so easily? Elena wanted to ask the same question. Why are you so fixated on me? It was strange to think about. Kaysen was so infatuated with Elena, yet unlike others, he was also captivated by Rosetta. Suddenly, Kaysen asked, Why can't I let you go? At that moment, hearing this, Elena said sternly, I can't answer that question for you. Now, would you please remove your hand from my shoulder? But Kaysen tightened his grip, causing Elena pain. He added, This is both my final offer and my final warning. Come back to me. Come back and be my queen again. Of course, Elena disagreed. Even if I were to become your queen, I could never be the queen you desire. Kaysen was astonished. The queen you desire. You told me before you wanted to live a life of quiet, luxurious privilege. But alas, I no longer yearn for such a life. Isn't that what all women desire? To live in the upper echelon, without a care in the world, eating well, and by their husband's side. Elena conceded, I suppose some might want that, but I don't. I want to live a life of my own, centered around Elena Rosaria, with someone I love and can rely on. Kaysen hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He gritted his teeth. You've lost your last chance. Don't come crying to me later. Elena retorted instantly, Don't worry, I won't. As Kaysen turned to leave, Elena thought to herself, this conversation wasn't enough for me to know everything, but he was definitely shaken. That's not my problem, though, Kaysen. You have to deal with your own issues. A few days later, at the Rosaria ducal residence, Wellstone came to see Elena. He had heard from the Duke that she had taken on more than half of the work, and the Duke was proud, feeling there was nothing left to teach her. But Elena humbly requested the Duke to continue guiding her. She also cheerfully inquired, What brings you here today? We don't have a lesson scheduled. Wellstone replied, I came to bring you this book. Elena's eyes widened. I've been waiting for this book for so long. But before Wellstone handed her the book, he wanted to ask something. Are you truly Elena Rosaria? Wellstone quipped, for those who can't carry their own weight in life, with nowhere to go, I don't believe in any god. At least not until I saw the title Soul Taker. But the infamous villain Elena Rosaria, the Duke's disgrace, now that I've met her, she may be temperamental, but she's far more intelligent than the rumors suggest, and I can believe in that. It's almost as if the soul within her has been swapped. Ever since learning about Soul Taker, I can't help but want to know more about her. In the study, Elena took the book from Wellstone as he meaningfully asked her, are you truly Elena Rosaria? Elena found it strange. What did he just ask me? She wondered. I thought someone would ask me that when I first arrived here, not now, after all this time. After taking the book, Elena smiled and asked Wellstone, who else could I be? He became inexpressive, looking down at the book, then continued, I don't know. Only you know the truth. Elena froze for a few seconds, her voice laced with a sudden panic. What is going on? She thought frantically. It seems he knows something. Elena trembled involuntarily. Good heavens, what did he see in that book to ask me such a question? After a moment of contemplation, Elena decided to speak. I don't know what prompted you to ask such a question. Does this have anything to do with what you read in this book? Wellstone confirmed, yes. Elena smiled. Your answer only makes me more intrigued. I have to read this book as soon as possible. So, while it's a bit rude, could you leave me alone with it? Wellstone, understanding, quickly stood up, his hands clasped respectfully. Of course, Lady Rosaria. Until next time, he bowed his farewell. Safe travels. As soon as he left, silence returned to the study. Elena finally allowed herself to breathe. Was my response too late? He took me by surprise. He must be certain I'm not the real Elena, but I can't just say I'm not. How am I supposed to explain all of this to him? Her hand traced the cover of the book she received from Wellstone, her mind filled with uncertainty. I suppose I have to read this book first, and then maybe I'll know what prompted him to ask that question and what I should do next. After a while, Elena changed into a new, more comfortable set of clothes and then held the book for a long time. She absently noted its title, Soul Taker. This is what he needed to connect all the clues about me. Elena's breath hitched as she recalled Wellstone's question from just moments ago. Are you truly Elena Rosaria? He was indeed astute and perceptive. The Lion Doctrine, as she understood it, mirrored the real-world belief in reincarnation, though in this world, the method of rebirth was determined by one's faith in the divine. Such an ideology wasn't easily grasped by the inhabitants of this world. Reaching this point in her reading, Elena let out a long sigh, a small smile playing on her lips. Having read this, I'm starting to think a God might actually exist, because what's happening to me validates this religion's doctrines. So what kind of world is this? How does it differ from the one described in the book? A torrent of thorny questions flooded Elena's mind. If a God truly exists, and this world is real, then what makes Rosetta the divinely favored protagonist? And what am I? She sighed again, contemplating her sudden appearance in this world and her deviation from the original narrative. And Lloyd, I'm June Lee, the CEO and heiress of the Asen Group. I thought at least this book would give me some direction. But now I have even more questions. This isn't something I can figure out on my own. I need to talk to Lloyd. Suiting action to thought, Elena rose to her feet. The following morning, the tranquility of the royal palace was shattered by a scream. Elena had indeed sought out Lloyd, explaining the current situation. Lloyd's reaction was intense. How did you respond when Mr. Wellstone asked you that? He demanded. I wish I could say I handled it gracefully, Elena replied, but that wasn't the case. I stammered. I must have looked suspicious. Lloyd set his teacup on the table. But nothing has happened so far, which means he doesn't intend to use this against you. I think you're right, Elena added. He doesn't seem to want to harm me. You really trust him, don't you? A flicker of jealousy colored Lloyd's tone. Elena quickly clarified that Wellstone was, after all, her teacher, and she needed to speak with him about the matter soon regardless. Hearing this, Lloyd seemed to cast aside his apprehension. His voice warmed as he addressed Elena. We can start looking into whether a God truly exists. Don't worry, I'll be by your side, helping you every step of the way. Thank you. The strange distance that had momentarily settled between them seemed to dissipate. Driven by days of inquisitive exploration, they began searching for clues about the existence of a God in every conceivable realm. But this period of investigation was short-lived. An unforeseen event forced them to halt their efforts. Just as they had feared, a plague began to spread through the town of Robert. Within days of the outbreak in Robert County, the royal palace itself was affected. An emergency meeting was convened at the palace due to the burgeoning epidemic. Amidst the clamor of the gathering crowd, Elena and her father returned to the palace. Looking around, Elena thought, usually only representatives of each family attend these meetings, but look, everyone's here. She surmised the situation must be dire. Then, Elena's gaze fell upon Mr. Wellstone in the distance. Mr. Wellstone, I still don't know what to say to him, so I'll avoid greeting him for now. Just then, the royal guard's voices boomed, announcing the arrival of important figures. They heralded the arrival of the majestic emperor, the crown prince, and Prince Lloyd. As the royal family entered the hall, a chorus of greetings arose, following unspoken protocol, Your Majesty. Once Emperor Lauren was seated, he addressed the assembly. Let's dispense with the formalities. Let's hear from the representative of Robert. Sebastian cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice grave and professional. Allow me to explain the situation. Everyone present knew him as Robert's aide. Sebastian's voice resonated through the hall. Currently, an unprecedented new disease is spreading through the western region of our territory. Symptoms include headaches, chills, fever, coughing, phlegm, and a red rash on the skin. Within 2 weeks, the patient's body becomes covered in red spots, and they inevitably succumb to death. We don't know the origin of this disease. We implore you to help us. We are at our wits' end. A chill descended upon the meeting. One of the attendees, unable to bear the weight of the news, stammered, "WF." Unease rippled through the assembled nobles, their murmurs laced with suspicion. What's happening? My territory borders Robert County. What if the plague spreads? What are they even doing over there? Then, one nobleman, his face flushed with anger, rose to his feet. Why has Count Robert let this sickness fester? How has he governed his lands to allow such a disease to run rampant? Sebastian retorted, his voice sharp. What are you accusing us of? The origin of this plague is still unclear. Unclear. Preposterous. Everyone knows the Count cares nothing for his people. He's been a blight since his father's time. Pathetic. Elena, watching the escalating commotion, frowned. This isn't the time for bickering. She thought, people are dying. Before the situation could fully unravel, Emperor Lauren, his face thunderous, slammed his hand on the table, the force of it echoing through the solemn hall. Enough. This is not the time for blame. We must find a way to aid Robert County and prevent the spread of this plague to the capital. Does anyone have any suggestions? A heavy silence descended, the pressure emanating from the emperor so intense that the assembled nobles scarcely dared to breathe. No one answered. Lauren's voice, laced with displeasure, broke the silence. It seems you are all quick to point fingers, but slow to offer solutions. A hesitant hand rose. Your Majesty, we should first forbid anyone from leaving Robert Town and send enough food to sustain them. What are you suggesting? Do you intend to starve my people? Another nobleman interrupted, his voice booming. No, that wasn't my intention, but we can't let it spread to the capital. The first nobleman, a duke, replied, his voice laced with confusion. A slender hand, then, joined the fray. Elena, cutting through the noise, immediately dismissed the duke's idea. You're all useless. She addressed the emperor, her voice clear and steady. If no one has a viable suggestion, would you be willing to hear mine? The room fell silent, the tension palpable, until, after a pregnant pause, Lauren spoke. Speak, lady. The emperor had given Elena leave to address the court. Would you be willing to hear my opinion? The room fell into an expectant hush. Seconds stretched into a tense silence before Lauren finally responded, Speak, lady. The emperor had granted Elena permission to address the court. After listening intently to Elena's reasoning, Lauren couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer force of her logic. Yes, you are right, he commended, urging her to continue. I believe controlling the borders is understandable. The previous duke interjected, his voice eager. That's precisely what I suggested. Ignoring the duke's interruption, Elena continued to address Lauren directly. Our next steps are quite different. This clearly displeased the duke, who glared at Elena. This little girl, he began, his voice dripping with disdain, but he was cut short by the emperor's sharp rebuke. Enough. I gave her permission to speak. Who gave you the right to interrupt? Your Majesty, I apologize, the duke stammered, his face reddening. With the interruption dealt with, Lauren turned back to Elena. Continue, lady. Thank you, Your Majesty. As I was saying, We need to control the borders of Robert County to prevent the spread. Then we need to burn everything the sick have touched as a preventative measure. We also must send necessities to support the people in the territory who have lost everything. Finally, the treatment. We must help the sick recover and find a cure. This way, we can save the people and in turn, the entire empire. To do all of this, we need the nobles to personally go to the territory and lead the efforts. At these words, a wave of unease washed over the assembled nobles. Whispers rippled through the room, mostly negative. I don't know what will happen. You might drop dead if it scares you. They say the mortality rate is 100%. Observing their reactions, Elena realized one thing. They were all deeply concerned for their own well-being. This is where I start. She posed another point. I also want to mention that my people learned one thing after studying the plague. It is an airborne disease that spreads through coughing, sneezing, and talking. So you must be careful with the saliva of infected people. Someone asked, so we just need to prevent saliva from escaping their mouths. I can't guarantee that this will completely stop the plague, but it's the most likely way to prevent transmission, Elena replied. The Duke then sneered at Elena, his voice laced with contempt. How can you make us believe you? We can't even be sure that's how it spreads. Duke Rosaria glared at the man who had just voiced his doubts, daring to question the Duchess's wisdom. He seemed to have picked up on the whispers, but thinking back now, I felt it unnecessary to verify. The Duchess Rosaria's information was always reliable. At that moment, Lloyd joined the discussion with Elena, pondering over the information she had provided. If, as Rosaria said, there was a way to stop the disease from spreading, all that remained was to decide who would carry out the task. The Emperor addressed Elena. Lady Rosaria, would you be willing? The one who proposes the plan is usually also capable of executing it. These words were no different from pushing Elena into a predicament. Both Kaysen and Duke Rosaria were shocked to hear the Emperor's question. Elena responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." She had officially accepted the task assigned by the Emperor, a thrill coursing through her. Duke Rosaria, however, disagreed with her decision. Knowing that participating in this journey would be extremely dangerous, he jumped up, shouting Elena's name. But she said, "I suppose I still need my father's permission." Elena sighed inwardly as the commentators began to murmur. Look how quickly she accepted. She must have something planned. I bet the Duchess's intelligence network discovered something bigger, or she's just in it for the glory. These words quickly reached Elena's ears, and a sudden thought struck her. I'm going to shut these meddling little nobles up. The obese Duke, out of curiosity, asked Elena, "My lady, is there a reason why you are willing to spearhead this matter? Perhaps you are scheming, or shall we say, planning something bigger." Elena, who had been waiting for someone to ask this question, flashed a sinister smile the moment she heard it. "Found you. I've been preparing for your bastardly questions." Elena's voice became solemn. "I am." At this, Lloyd angrily questioned the obese Duke, scheming. How twisted must your mind be to utter such preposterous words? Elena's father also expressed his displeasure. "You have a problem, you imbecile. They say you're blinded by power, but are you really going to let that cloud your judgment? Do you know what people like you are called?" The Duke shouted directly into his face, "Parasites, nothing more. I can't believe someone like you is even allowed to sit at this table." Elena was rather surprised by the perfect coordination between Lloyd and her father. "You have no right to call yourself a noble. I demand you relinquish your title immediately." Good heavens, you would think they had rehearsed this beforehand. Seeing the obese Duke's horrified expression, Elena spoke, "I appreciate them defending me, but I can't end it like this." Elena said, "Enough, both of you. We're in a meeting with the Emperor." Then, she sneered at the man who had questioned her. "I am not scheming anything. When I went to Robert, I simply made connections with the Beatrice Association there, so I have sufficient means to provide emergency support." Of course, my lady," he stammered in reply. "Let's settle it like this, then," Elena said with a smile, asking if any of the nobles present were willing to accompany her. She was met with silence. Elena rolled her eyes, suddenly wondering how this empire had become a world power, when a hand shot up, accompanied by a gentle voice. "I'll help." Relieved, she looked towards the source of the voice. "Thank you for your support." It was Wellstone. He left his seat and continued, "I will go with you to Robert County." Facing Wellstone, Elena had a bad feeling. Why would Mr. Wellstone suddenly volunteer? A chill settled over the meeting once more. "All right, Count Jacques' son is here, right? And he's the second son, so no worries about inheritance issues. Lady Rosaria, you know him, correct. How perfect. As for Wellstone, he thought, I find his presence here odd. He doesn't even live up to his father's title. Is he here to see me? I suppose I can't avoid him any longer. Ultimately, Elena agreed. She smiled at Wellstone. Thank you for your assistance. I'm grateful as well, Elena said. 2 days after the meeting, and after some discussion, they dubbed the plague the Red Death. Their departure for the county was set for 3 days later, a short preparation period, but sufficient. The process hadn't been entirely smooth, mostly thanks to Lloyd. He'd slammed his hand down on the map, demanding of Elena, why do you have to put yourself in danger? Elena's reply was simple, because it's already been decided. Do you really need to go yourself? You could do plenty from the capital. Elena countered, I have to go. Think about how much this story has already changed, but this plot point exists in the original. Most importantly, this is the arc where Rosetta truly begins to gain power. I can't let that happen. Lloyd wanted to accompany Elena, but the moment he began, then let me, she cut him off with a firm refusal. You have work to do here. You need to make sure Kaysen doesn't take charge of handling the Red Death. If a protagonist like him gains that kind of power, who knows how beneficial it will be for Rosetta. I've already persuaded him, she added. But the closer it got to her departure date, the more despondent Lloyd became. Just burn the whole place down, that'll disinfect it, he muttered darkly. Elena placed her hand over his. His next action, however, made her blush. Lloyd grasped her hand and stared at her with an uncomfortable intensity. Are you mad at me? He asked, then slumped against her. No, I'm just worried about you. I don't want you to go. Elena hugged him tightly, offering soothing words. I won't die. I'm going so that we can all live, and you know that. I'll be careful, I promise. Don't worry about me. I won't go anywhere too dangerous, and I won't put myself at risk like last time. And I ride often, so don't look so glum, okay? The sound of flapping wings drifted in from the open window. What? A carrier pigeon landed in Lloyd's room. This is the carrier pigeon I trained, he explained. You can send letters through it. Lloyd's voice softened. You'll write every day, won't you? Tell me every detail. I want those letters to be long. That evening, Elena returned to the Rosaria ducal estate. Upon seeing her parents, they burst into tears. Elena, we have so much to talk about. Her mother sobbed, still in disbelief. Elena, stunned for a moment, was about to speak when a knock echoed from the front door. Is Lady Elena home? A voice called. Yes, she's here, came a reply. The unexpected interruption heightened Elena's anxiety. Who would come calling at this hour? Upon hearing of Elena's return to the estate, Cheddar and the other girls rushed to her, all clamoring at once. What's the meaning of this? Elena froze, momentarily speechless. Why were they all here? Oh no, miss, are you really going to lead the efforts in Robert County? Cheddar cried. We heard the news at the intelligence shop. Is it true? How could you go without telling us? A barrage of questions rained down on Elena. It made Elena want to scream. Oh, good heavens. Though she'd just calmed down, seeing the girls in such a state, she couldn't turn them away at this late hour. She decided to talk to them. Besides, she needed them to do some things for her before she left. Cheddar and the other two girls were still teary-eyed. Don't be so upset, you guys. I've already planned everything out. But how can we not worry about you? Why don't you ever learn to take care of yourself? This approach wasn't calming them down. It was time for change of tactics. Elena shifted her tone, her voice lifting with a newfound levity. I'm not worried at all, because I know you'll all help me, am I right? Miss, just as hesitation flickered across their faces, Cheddar gently placed her hand over Elena's. When you're serious like this, she said, I just need to do everything I can to help you. Me too, the others echoed. The atmosphere lightened again. Great. Now that we're all here, let's discuss what needs to be done. Do you all have some time? Of course, they replied in unison. Elena got straight to the point. First, she began, have all the guild members retreated. All members of the Intelligence Guild have withdrawn from the county after you informed us about the plague, Cheddar replied. A gentle smile played on his lips. However, since we don't yet know how the situation will develop, I hope you'll continue to keep an eye on the county. Of course, Cheddar readily agreed. Elena then turned to Lady Landor with another task. Lady Landor, she addressed her, are the masks I requested ready? Yes, we've prepared a sufficient quantity, Landor confirmed. Even if we end up needing more, we can continue production without any issues. I guarantee the quality is ready for market. I knew I could rely on you, Elena responded. Then please send 80% of the total supply to Robert County to be distributed for free. What? For free? Landor's voice faltered, disbelief coloring her tone. She asked Elena for a moment to consider. Lost in thought, Landor mused, producing the masks might be more expensive than we anticipated. If we distribute them for free, both the guild and I, as the investor, will suffer losses. But after a few tense seconds, Landor's usual confidence returned. The prestige gained from free distribution will be more valuable than any amount of money, she declared. Excellent, Elena replied. However, would you permit us to charge the nobles for the masks? I was about to suggest that myself, Landor admitted. Elena nodded. Cheddar spoke up, a note of concern in his voice. But the nobles will object. They'll complain about being the only ones who have to pay. Elena waved away his concern. Don't worry, she said. We'll sell them under the name of the Rosaria Duchy. Then no one can complain. I'll make sure of it, Landor affirmed. Once again, Elena and Landor had reached a remarkable understanding, leaving the other two women in awe. They thought that if these two joined forces, there would be little that could stop them. One last task, Elena announced, her voice softening. And this one falls to Aaron. Aaron, she called gently. Yes, what would you have me do? Elena's expression turned serious. To be honest, this might be the most difficult task of all. I need you to cure the Red Death. A heavy silence fell over the group. Cure it, Aaron echoed, apprehension flickering in her eyes. It was, after all, a tremendously dangerous undertaking. You want me to create a cure? Aaron's hands trembled. Even Mabel Aaron in the novel had been filled with trepidation when the fate of the Empire rested on her shoulders. But in the end, she had succeeded in developing the cure. My skin is returning to normal. A patient exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. It's a miracle. The medicine worked so quickly. You'll be fully recovered soon, Aaron reassured the patient gently. The Emperor, deeply impressed by Aaron's skill, approached her with lavish praise. We'll overcome this plague soon, he declared. It's a blessing to have such a brilliant researcher. I shall reward you handsomely. You're too kind, Your Majesty, Aaron demurred. I merely crafted the medicine. The one who truly deserves the reward is Lady Rosetta. She was the one who guided me to the appropriate ingredients. In the end, Mabel had allowed Rosetta to take all the credit. Because of that, Rosetta's influence in the Empire had grown, while Elena's situation had become even more precarious. Determined to stay true to the novel's plot, Elena offered Aaron words of encouragement. You're the only one who can do this, she said, even though I know it's a heavy burden. After a moment of hesitation, Aaron's gaze met Elena's, filled with newfound determination. I won't disappoint you, my lady, she vowed silently. I'll make sure you return safely. Grateful for the unwavering support of her sisterhood, Elena expressed her thanks. Thank you all, she said, adding, I'll depart as soon as I've confirmed everything is in order here. Of course, don't worry about us while you're gone, they assured her. The scene shifted. 3 days later, the morning of their official departure for Robert Town arrived. Elena stood with the Legion, Sir Wellstone, and Lloyd by her side. Good morning, Lady Elena. Wellstone greeted her, his voice slightly flustered. He seemed rather unnerved. I still don't know what to say to him. This is so awkward, he thought. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. Everyone's here quite early, considering we still have some time before departure, the person remarked casually. Lloyd approached Elena, who asked in surprise, Sir Lloyd, what are you doing here? How could I be so heartless as to not see off the one I love? But we just saw each other yesterday. Wellstone, unwilling to witness the tender scene, quickly excused himself. Ignoring the departing Wellstone, Lloyd replied to Elena, yes, but I was worried about what he might do today. You don't need to worry about that. Placing a hand on Elena's cheek, he added with a playful touch of annoyance, to be honest, that was just an excuse to see you again. Thank you. I'm really glad you came. The two continued their heartfelt exchange. Lloyd confessed he never thought he'd see Elena Rosaria react this way, which made Elena laugh. Really? Then how about this? Looking directly into Lloyd's eyes, Elena declared, I love you, then offered a sweet smile. Lloyd was momentarily stunned by the sudden confession. He leaned closer to her. I can't lose to that. I love you too. Just as the two were still basking in the warmth of the moment, a guard approached Elena. My lady, it's time to depart. Don't forget to write. Take care. Don't worry. Finally, Lloyd had to bid Elena farewell. The carriage began to move, the sound of its wheels gradually fading into the distance. Inside the carriage, Elena's thoughts suddenly turned sharp. Rosetta, I won't give you any chance. Near a village bordering Robert County, Elena's convoy arrived, but the scene that greeted them was far from what she expected. How desolate. Elena clenched her fist, her displeasure evident. We decided to inspect the nearby village's first to assess the situation. Unfortunately, the sight was grim. Even Elena had to admit it's much worse than I imagined. Before her stood a mother weeping, clutching her child. Let's go to the Count's estate. Elena promptly turned to leave, right? The scene shifted to the Robert estate. Elena met the noble in charge. Upon seeing her, he hurried over. Welcome, Lady Rosaria. This was Sir Jack, rumored to be Count Robert's chief minister. Thank you for your welcome, sir. The chief minister got straight to the point. Everyone must be tired. I prepared dinner. Let's dine. Following the chief minister, Elena couldn't help but think, is there a factory that churns out these corrupt nobles? They all look the same. She glanced around, noting the lavish decorations. Even Wellstone complimented the chief minister. You must be quite the art enthusiast. You have a keen eye, Sir Wellstone. The chief minister added, I've acquired many fine pieces recently. And while your people suffer, the lord of this land indulges in luxury. Finally arriving at the dining hall, the chief minister said softly, I prepared today's meal especially for your arrival. I assure you, you'll enjoy it. Please have a seat. Elena sat down, her expression tight with anger. This feast must be something to boast about. Outside, people are battling a plague, and he doesn't consider the state of his own territory. Unexpectedly, the chief minister said, it's such a pity. This confused Elena. What? To be honest, this county has many sights worth seeing. Since you've come, I wanted to show you around, but it's too chaotic now. We can't go. Elena retorted, it can't be helped. After all, your people are dying from the Red Death. I know, Robert said nonchalantly. They must be living in extremely filthy conditions for such a plague to occur. Elena seemed to freeze, glaring at Robert. What? What did you just say? She gripped a sharp knife, an aura of power emanating from her. Robert was taken aback, perhaps even frightened by Elena's reaction. She continued, let me tell you something, sir. The people in your territory can eat for a week with the money you spend on one steak. She slammed her hand on the table. Even this nutritious food, even this clean water isn't enough to prevent this outbreak. Do you want to know how the commoners live so that such an outbreak could occur, my lady? Robert stammered. Elena's voice dripped with increasing scorn. Do you really need to deliberate on that? Have you ever visited your territories? Did it ever cross your mind that the reason for all this might be because your people can't even afford half of the food you throw away after a single bite, or because you neglected the management of your lands? At the thought of this, his eyes and lips paled. Wellstone simply watched Elena, silent, as he witnessed her fierce reaction. Then, Elena abruptly stood. For breakfast tomorrow, I only want simple soup. I trust you understand why. If you truly don't, then perhaps you should leave with your useless head. With that, Elena departed, leaving Robert bewildered and afraid. My lady. Before he could finish, the terrifying pressure emanating from her forced Robert's mouth shut. In the hallway, Elena and Wellstone walked back to their respective rooms. Turning to Wellstone, she said, I'm sorry you didn't even get a chance to eat because of me. Wellstone chuckled softly. I don't think I could have eaten anyway. This actually makes me feel better. This silence might have been awkward if that question remained unanswered. That's awful. I don't want that to happen with someone I consider to be on my side. At a loss for words, Elena paused before asking Wellstone, I imagine you're tired too. Why don't you go and rest? As Elena was about to leave, his actions made her freeze. Wellstone said, My lady, I am here as your aide. While you are working here, don't worry about me. Just do what you think is right. Elena returned directly to her room. As the door clicked locked, many doubts began to surface in her mind. The words Wellstone just said to me. It felt like he was telling me he was willing to wait for my answer to his question, but not necessarily an answer he would be happy with. Like a teacher willing to wait for the student to realize the answer themselves. Well, then I'll think more about that question. Let's start by comforting that little puppy who's worried about us being apart. The scene shifted to Lloyd's location. Dane served hot tea in the office while asking, Is everything difficult, sir? Difficult. He grew more irritable. Those loudmouths are arguing just for the sake of arguing. You have no idea how much I want to strangle them. Dane paled and had to try to appease Lloyd. Don't worry. You think I'd really do something like that? The tense atmosphere had just eased when his trained carrier pigeon flew in. A small letter was tied to its leg. At this moment, Lloyd remembered his previous instructions to Elena, and his mood became as pleasant as springtime. My goodness, Elena sent a letter. I didn't think she'd actually do it. On the day she arrived, as he opened the letter, Lloyd was quite surprised, as it contained an unknown list, including names and times of existence. He separated it. 40 Liahat Kwabagai, 4-5 Lohe, 7 Kwabagai, Fair 7:30. Lloyd suddenly burst out laughing. What is this? A letter or a report? Clearly, Elena had written her travel itinerary in this letter format and sent it to Lloyd. The details were as follows. 3:30 departure, slept in the carriage. 3:40 delivered the seeds to the post office. He's cute for. A M guard asked me if I was okay. Don't talk to me. 5 o'clock arrived at the county. The epidemic is severe. 7 o'clock arrived at the count's estate. The numbers are terrifying. 7:30 went to the dining hall for dinner. It was a feast. I wish everyone could eat like this. 8 o'clock dinner ruined. I'm writing this letter. I miss you, Lloyd. I know you're worried about me, but don't be. Right now, the best way you can help me is to focus on your own work. I don't think we need to be overly wary of Sir Wellstone. He's still my kind teacher. Lloyd was a little surprised. Please, it's like you don't care about my feelings at all. Had she truly never been in love? She certainly knew how to make a man's heart race. That kiss, after all, had been deliberately left lingering by Elena. Lloyd, no longer holding back, captured her lips with his own. All right then, I'll stay here and obey the Queen's orders. The next day was indeed hectic. But Count Robert, the true lord of this territory, didn't even bother to show his face, claiming he couldn't come due to a fever or something. A fever? What a joke. You're just sulking because I reprimanded you. Just you wait and see how I deal with you. Just as Elena's temper flared, she heard someone greet her. Good day, Lady Rosaria. It was Sebastian. He introduced himself excitedly. Haven't seen you since the meeting. I'm Sebastian, Count Robert's aide. Ah, yes. What is it? I apologize for not escorting you personally yesterday. I had urgent matters to attend to. Elena didn't particularly care about the slight, so she let it slide. Also, I was wondering if anything displeased you yesterday. Haven't you heard? I believe that's also why breakfast was such a mess. Despite his words, breakfast had been yet another lavish feast. Sébastien feignait surprise. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't received any reports. Hearing this, Elena understood. So, there are secrets between master and servant as well. Well, it's none of my business. Let go. It's nothing to worry about. No, my lady. If you just give the word, I'll take care of it immediately, Sebastian insisted. However, this only irritated Elena further. She glared at him. Didn't I just say to leave it be? Sebastian understood immediately, only blaming himself. What did that idiot do this time? He went to find Robert, throwing the door open roughly, startling the Count. Damn it, my lord. Seeing him, Robert spoke. Sebastian, what's the matter? He strode towards Robert, then erupted in anger. What happened yesterday? Why wasn't I informed? Robert recalled Elena's demeanor. Then he replied, it was nothing serious. I didn't think it was necessary to bother you with such a trivial matter. Sebastian roared, My lord, how many times have I told you to treat her with the utmost respect? I did as you said, but that girl must have been upset about something. She took her anger out on me. He sighed. My lord, please tell me exactly what happened. I need to know if it can be salvaged. Robert became anxious. What happened was, during dinner, I mentioned that I didn't understand how this plague broke out among my people. Then, the girl suddenly started talking about commoners and water or something, and then she left without eating. Commoners. Sebastian thought furiously. A noble like her skipping a meal because the Count was talking about commoners. Impossible. This fat old pig must have done something to offend her, but he's too afraid of being scolded to tell me anything. I need to find out the reason for Lady Rosaria's hostility towards him as soon as possible. It's the only way I can achieve my grand dream of integrating into the capital society. Sebastian looked at Robert with disdain. This incompetent, unthinking pig couldn't do anything right. I've been trying to teach him for so long. Finally, Sebastian regained his composure. He spoke to Robert gently. My lord, I apologize for raising my voice earlier. This is our chance to enter the capital society, and I'm worried we've missed it. Of course, I understand how you feel. Thank you for your understanding. Because of that, I have a plan to regain Lady Rosaria's favor. I'll need some funds. A shadowy purpose had taken form. Several days later, in the heart of Count Robert's territory, the spread of the plague was quickly brought under control because we were quick to recognize its presence and prepare accordingly. Thanks to this, the region soon began to recover. Thanks to the masks, gathering virus samples has become much easier. which is a great help in developing a cure. Everything is going smoothly, except for two things. Sebastian approaches Elena. Lady Rosalia, did you sleep well? You look as radiant as ever today. Firstly, this guy's nauseating flattery. A thought flashes through Elena's mind. I thought so too, until I saw you. Elena turns to leave abruptly, but Sebastian blocks her path. My lady, I apologize. I will certainly stay out of your sight from now on. Please, calm your anger. Just the sight of him makes me uncomfortable. He hasn't even helped with the epidemic, and yet he wants to be on my good side. Secondly, there's Wellstone, who also has some of the same expressions as that Sebastian from earlier. Good morning, my lady. Elena wonders if the matter with Sir Wellstone from recently still hasn't been resolved. Only two things are bothering me. One is that nose-picking jerk, and the other is my unfinished business with Sir Wellstone. Good morning, Lady Rosalia. Sebastian quickly takes his leave. Then Wellstone asks Elena, is there something you wanted to say to me? Do you have a moment? The two quickly enter a secluded room. It's time to set things straight with this night. Please sit. I don't understand why you asked who I am. Elena speaks, a slight tremor in her voice. I didn't want to be so blunt, but I've been thinking about how to answer. I understand. I'm willing to hear your answer. My answer. Elena hesitates. She takes a few seconds to compose herself, then challenges Wellstone. Am I your best student, Elena Rosalia? I am simply myself. Seeing he doesn't reply, Elena continues. Did I go too far? That is your answer. Very good. He flashes another bright smile. Do you have any other questions? No, I quite like your answer. I can see you've given it a lot of thought. Thank you. That lifts a weight off my shoulders. But at Kaizen's residence, he pores over several reports, thinking, under normal circumstances, I would dismiss what happened in Robert County as insignificant news, yet I can't stop thinking about it. The provided masks have greatly helped prevent the spread of the disease, and reports indicate progress is being made in treatment, all thanks to Elena Rosalia. Prince Lloyd will be in charge of the matter, Your Majesty. That's not enough. He's still testing me, weighing his options. Rosetta wakes up in a haze. What's wrong? Is Kaizen still awake? She comes to Kaizen's side and looks at the stack of reports. Your Majesty, what's keeping you up? Seeing them, Rosetta gasps. Reports about that Elena Rosalia. She immediately begins to sweet-talk him. Your Majesty, I'm so glad you didn't go there. It's dangerous after all. It's enough for someone as precious as you to stay here. Kaizen glances at Rosetta. She's starting to worry me, learning about what's happening through these reports. I hear that when they return, there will be a celebration for Lady Rosalia and Prince Lloyd's achievements. The truth I've been trying to ignore is coming to light. Kaizen lashes out at Rosetta, his voice laced with menace. What do you understand about politics? You're relieved. What does a commoner like you understand? At least you could try to learn. No matter how hard you try, you'll never compare to her in lineage and ability. Kaizen only snaps out of his tirade when he hears Rosetta's voice. Your Majesty, Rosetta, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just angry at Lloyd. It's all right, Your Majesty. I understand why you would feel that way, Rosetta says with a smile. Kaizen then strokes her head, his voice rising. Now that I think about it, I feel I would have been more helpful to you in Robert County. What? Why would you? Didn't you say, if I want to stay by your side, I must become a woman like her? For that, I must go there too. Rosetta. Kaizen stares, trembling, at the woman who shares his bed. She adds, I will fight for you there. Your Majesty, a few days later, another convoy arrived at Count Robert's estate. Rosetta emerged from the carriage, her beauty breathtaking. Robert, ever the host, escorted her, gushing, Oh, welcome, Rosetta. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Elena, watching from afar, saw Rosetta's arrival and thought, I had hoped to prevent Rosetta from coming to Robert County, but it seems the course of events remains unchanged. Rosetta, spotting Elena, hurried over. Lady Rosalia, it's so good to see you. Elena repit, like vise. I didn't expect you here. Rosetta answered, I'm willing to do anything to help Prince Kaizen. I can't turn a blind eye to those in need. I truly wish I never had to see this kind of suffering. The beautiful Rosetta, putting her own safety aside, Elena said to her, I'm sure you've had a difficult journey. Please come inside and rest. Thank you, I think I will. I began preparations for your arrival the moment I heard the news. This is the finest room in the entire estate. Robert's voice boomed beside Rosetta. Watching the way Rosetta had been received, 1,000 thoughts swirled in Elena's mind. I just hope nothing untoward happens. The next day, a meeting was held to discuss the relief efforts. Rosetta spoke up. May I go to the village with you? We don't have enough volunteers right now. At this point, I'd accept help from Stray Cat, someone muttered. Hibbins, no. Robert interjected. It's far too dangerous for you, Rosetta. No, I must go. I'm here representing the Crown Prince. I can't just sit here and read reports. I will go and help. I appreciate that. I see you understand your duties better than some. Rosetta stood up immediately, then turned to Elena. Excuse me, I need to prepare. Before she left, Elena instructed, come to the hall when you're ready. We can leave at any time. I wonder what she intends to wear. When Lady Rosetta emerged, she wore a gown even more dazzling than usual, even her customary mask replaced with a fashionable fabric. Rosetta replied, yes, that would be a problem. Elena was speechless. If I say anything about her attire, people will think I'm jealous. No, it's fine. Let's go. I would never let that happen. When they arrived, everything around them was unbelievably awful. Certainly no one is recovering, but no one's getting worse either. Seeing Rosetta anxiously looking around. Put on a show, why not? Elena thought, what is she hoping to achieve by coming here dressed like this? Just then, a patient awoke and asked for water. Water, I need water. Rosetta seized the opportunity and approached the maid, Garnet. May I have some water? Here you are. Rosetta deftly moved to the bedside. Here's some water. Drink. Thank you, but who are you? Garnet scolded. Mind your tongue. This is Lady Rosetta, the future queen. Whispers rippled through the room. What is she doing in a place like this? It's a strange sight to see such a highborn lady kneeling before us, as if she doesn't care about her status at all. She's so beautiful. As soon as people noticed Rosetta's presence, they began to praise her blindly, as if they were hypnotized or under the control of some more powerful force. She's looking at me like she knows. Just as Elena thought this, Rosetta did indeed look at her with a wicked smile. In the days that followed, Rosetta endeared herself to everyone by interacting closely with the sick villagers. Soon after, during a meeting, Lady Rosetta, you must write a report about your activities in the village. Rosetta said excitedly, I feel it would be better if I just told you directly rather than writing a report, as writing those reports is really too difficult for me. Can we keep things as they are? On the other hand, Elena was quite disgruntled. She's single-handedly disrupting this entire meeting. While Rosetta is a commoner, she's also the Crown Prince's most favored consort. This puts her in an ambiguous position, making things even more difficult for us nobles. Rosetta turned to Elena with sudden cheerfulness. If that's all settled, I'll excuse myself. I need to return to the village. With that, she made a swift exit. Elena softly declared, let the real meeting begin. The merchants murmured their agreement. Following her pronouncement, the meeting concluded within minutes. Until our next meeting then. Yes, Lady Elena. Now, alone, Elena pondered, I want to raise more funds to compensate the commoners. But even now, this Count's estate is extravagant. How does he maintain such luxury? Suddenly, a familiar figure approached. I've been wondering the same thing, my lady. Startled by Sir Wellstone's voice, she turned. It caught my attention the moment I arrived, so I've been monitoring the Count's expenditures. He handed Elena a stack of documents. These figures are quite alarming. See for yourself. I thought he might be using family assets, so I did some digging, but these numbers are far too high to be considered generational wealth. Indeed, it's especially peculiar that in times like these, only the Count's coffers are overflowing. At that moment, they spoke in unison. He must be acquiring funds from somewhere else. Elena's expression turned wry. I'll investigate as well. I'll share anything I find with you. Wellstone looked pleased. I did choose a trustworthy student. I'll do the same. Several days later, at 5 a.m. in the corridors of Count Robert's estate, a guard suddenly appeared, carrying a large bundle. How much longer must I keep this up? No, I just need to grit my teeth and endure. My chance will come. Elena, witnessing the scene, grew suspicious. What is he doing in front of the cellar in the middle of the night? After speaking with Sir Wellstone a few days ago, I made inquiries at the cheese shop about Count Robert. The next day, information regarding the Count and Sebastian arrived. The information we received not only corroborated what Sir Wellstone had found, but also included more details about Sebastian's activities. It seems he makes trips twice a month, and today happens to be one of those days. When I followed him, I discovered that suspicious cellar. He makes these trips every second Wednesday of the month, and I noticed some strange behavior. He disguises himself as the Count, even patting himself to appear larger. He's leaving now. First, I need to check what's in that cellar. I'm guessing it's locked. Since I don't have a key, it's time to pick the lock. Elena slowly descended into the cellar. Time to play detective. The next day, Elena hurried to meet with Wellstone. He looked at her expectantly. I presume you've discovered something. She confirmed with a firm nod. Yes, a significant discovery. I saw Sebastian's secret room last night. That cellar was filled with strange sacks. What are these things piled up here? Herbs, white powder. It looks a lot like flour. Elena suddenly froze. She stumbled, her legs giving way. Wellstone, staring at the white powder, speculated absently, "You're saying this is a hallucinogenic drug?" A wave of unease washed over Elena. And a cheap one at that. The ingredients are questionable, but the effects are real. You must be maintaining the estate's expenses by selling this. Suddenly animated, Elena revealed, "When I checked Sebastian's bedroom, I found a notebook detailing all of this information." Her impulsive actions even startled Wellstone. "What were you thinking, putting yourself in such danger?" She quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm far more capable than him. Don't worry, I'll look at the ledger." Wellstone asked softly, "Are there deposits on the same day every month?" Elena quickly retorted, "Yes, there were deposits the day we arrived. All transactions are recorded under the account name, not Sebastian's." Sebastian clearly wants to avoid being bound by the agreement. Wellstone gradually laid out his argument. That way, if anything goes wrong, he can claim innocence and pin it all on Count Robert. If we want to catch Sebastian, we need more evidence. We'll have to see if they're hiding the poison outside the estate. Do you really think they would do that? A seed of suspicion began to sprout in Elena's mind. The money here wasn't nearly enough to cover Count Robert's lavish spending. There must be more hidden somewhere else. Perhaps Sebastian is in charge of those funds. We just need to find out where and catch him red-handed. Elena silently began to formulate a plan. To catch Sebastian, Wellstone suddenly became agitated. "Do you plan to follow Sebastian yourself?" "You absolutely must not." Elena thought to herself, "He's like a seer, knowing everything." She then showed him the records. "Judging by the ledger, he'll be lying low for the next 2 weeks. We can use this time to plan. He'll make a move before then." All her arguments seemed to fuel his panic. "Have you already started something? Don't do this on your own anymore. I'll go with you." "Excellent." That night, Sebastian made his move. He was horrified when he saw the secret room had been breached. Sebastian fled in a hurry. "Count Robert." "No, you wouldn't need to pick the lock." "Who is it?" He suddenly noticed a strand of red hair on the floor. "Is this Lady Rosalia's hair? We've been discovered. I have to get rid of this. I have to erase everything." "But wait, we've already been discovered. Getting rid of this won't solve anything." "All right, calm down. Her leaving everything here after discovering it probably means she doesn't have any concrete evidence. For me, I just need to move all of this somewhere else. As long as there's nothing in the estate, they can't catch me." Back with Elena, "We've received good news from the capital." She was surprised. Wellstone cautioned, "The research team hasn't been able to completely eradicate the pathogen causing the Red Death yet, but they've seen a significant alleviation of symptoms and a slowing of the disease's spread within the body." Elena felt a surge of excitement. "It seems the research team has been working hard. We must test the drug's effectiveness here as soon as possible. That means we need to record results within a small-scale population." She had just planned a nearby location where they could quickly obtain results, but the population couldn't be too large. Yuzu Village should be the most suitable. Hearing this, Rosetta suddenly stepped forward. "What a coincidence. I was just planning to go to Yuzu Village today. I can assist you today, Lady Rosalia." Seeing this, Elena turned and asked, "Rosetta, didn't you already go to Yuzu Village yesterday?" Rosetta admitted, "Yes, but I'm just worried about the villagers there, so I want to go again today. And the medicine has arrived just in time." How perfect! The flattering words began to grate on Elena's nerves. Rosetta would do anything to try and upstage Lady Rosalia. Elena put on a haughty expression. "That's wonderful. I appreciate your offer. I'm sure you'll be a great help." A few hours later, both Lady Rosalia and the princess arrived. "Is this place really that important?" Afisichan aprakid Elena. "My lady, this is the situation in the village this morning. Distributing the medicine we received today to the people here will alleviate their symptoms." Meanwhile, Rosetta was also working diligently. "So I just need to give them this medicine and record their symptoms before and after they take it." "Understood. I'll categorize them by age, gender, and symptoms. We've already organized all the medicine received today." "I understand. I'll take these supplies then." Lady Rosalia said we should only allow those who know how to use them properly to handle them. Suddenly, Rosetta pulled a physician aside. "No, I need to stay here and prepare." This action irritated everyone. Honestly, she doesn't listen to anyone, not even Lady Rosalia's orders. "You're right, and she's not even being helpful." Elena thought to herself, Rosetta is just using this opportunity to make herself look good, pretending to be some noble lady saving the villagers. But that's not the case at all. So you want to use these rumors to elevate your standing in the royal court. If that's your plan, it's certainly working so far. She simply sighed and instructed, "Just let her be for now." About 2 hours later, They had reached the last tent. The patients were deeply moved by their assistance. Don't mention it. I hope this medicine helps you recover quickly. People's perception of Rosetta began to shift. How can she be so kind? She's both beautiful and compassionate. Rosetta was secretly delighted. Everything was going according to plan. I came to this county with only one goal: to ensure that the people here see me as the one who drove away the plague. And everything is progressing even more smoothly than I anticipated. For whatever reason, some people don't like that, especially those close to Elena. It seems Rosetta really loathes Elena. How despicable. Elena, you're my way. With the relief efforts completed, Elena felt a surge of exhilaration. I can't even remember the last time I saw a sunset like this. It's breathtaking. However, other physicians suggested, why don't you go and rest for a while? You don't even need a mask since hardly anyone goes there. There's a nice walking path across the stream. This gave her pause. I don't need a break. Wait, Sebastian has been hovering around Rosetta, but I haven't seen him today. He must have realized I've discovered his secret warehouse. I bet he's terrified now. He'll make a move soon. I need to warn Sir Wellstone. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lady Rosalia. Rosetta approached Elena, a knife concealed behind her back, and asked suspiciously, are you going for a walk? What are you doing here, Rosetta? Continuing her charade of flattery, Rosetta replied, I decided to take a walk myself and happened to run into you. I just unconsciously followed you. Elena slowly walked toward her. I see. Is there something you wanted to say? Elena was suspicious. She flinched when I walked towards her. What is she planning? Rosetta began to ramble. Do you remember the first time we met? It's hard for me to forget. That's when I realized you weren't the Rose from the novels. I'll never forget it either. I still dream about it sometimes. I was so scared, but now I want to forgive you because I want to be like you. So let's forget our past quarrels. As the victim, I want to extend an olive branch. This immediately made Elena even more bewildered. However, she was unaware that this was Rosetta's ploy. If she persisted, Rosetta would instantly lunge and attack. Fortunately, Elena reacted in time. Things won't go as you planned, Rosetta. But Rosetta didn't relent, shouting, let me go. Quickly, Elena subdued Rosetta. Are you trying to paint me as the villain again? Elena's words stunned her. What do you mean? Elena sternly reiterated. Did you really think I'd be foolish enough to fall for that a second time? Rosetta, still arrogant, retorted, if you don't let go of my wrist right now, I'm going to scream. But Elena was unfazed. Go ahead and scream. It won't be a good choice for you. The guards and physicians are all on my side. I'm sure they'll arrive before the villagers who adore you. One look, and it's clear who has more to lose. Looking at her face in this moment, I knew this was the moment I've been waiting for. Rosetta, you relish strutting around this village, acting as if you own the place, don't you? I could see it as I confronted her, stirring the rot within her soul. No matter how Rosetta struggled, Elena didn't loosen her grip. After a few seconds, Rosetta cried out in pain, Elena. Elena's grip tightened. I told you, she threatened. If you screamed, it would be to your disadvantage. Only then did Rosetta fall silent. Elena slowly released her hand. I've waited years for this moment. From today onward, you'll never know peace. A cruel smile twisted Elena's lips. You must be enjoying yourself, my future queen. But don't tell me you actually believe everyone adores you, sings your praises. That every word spoken to you is uttered with deference because you're special. Is that it? Her words began to unsettle Rosetta. What are you talking about? Elena's smile widened, bright and false. I told everyone to ignore you. As irritating as it is to see you flitting about the village, I told them to leave you be out of respect for your efforts. Rosetta, however, denied it. They adore me. They're captivated by me. It's always been this way. People have always loved me, cherished me. Elena scoffed. Don't make me laugh, you lowborn girl. This instantly ignited Rosetta's fury. You're only doing this because I'm a threat to your position. That's why you're trying to make me anxious now, isn't it? Are you afraid I'll be more popular than you? Elena remained surprisingly calm. Trying to make you anxious. Why would I bother? A girl of your standing isn't even worth the effort. Rosetta's composure cracked. Always about class. A drug addict like you. What right do you have to talk about my class? You were just lucky enough to be born into nobility. Everything you have, I can attain. I just need to marry the prince. You'll never marry him. You're not me. I'll watch you fall. I'll surpass you in your precious class. Visions of carnage flickered behind her eyes. Rosetta, now bordering on hysterical, turned on Elena and shouted, do you understand? This is how it ends. Elena cut her off sharply. Have you always been this kind of girl? Rosetta gasped. What do you mean? You don't know anything about me, do you? I could never fully understand you, but there's one thing I do know. Elena placed a hand on Rosetta's shoulder. I understand that you don't know your place. I need to put you in your place, right here, right now. Rosetta instantly shrugged her off. Don't touch me. You're not me. I'll only say this once, so listen carefully, Elena said firmly. Keep your head down from now on, and I'll keep your secret. The secret of a commoner assaulting a duke's daughter. Be careful. The sick villagers may wear masks, but yours is far too fragile. Smile, and don't get too close to the sick. Who knows if you'll be infected too? Despite her fear, Rosetta lashed out. Don't make me laugh. You're just jealous that I have a better reputation with the sick than you do. Elena countered calmly. Fine, if that's what you want to believe. But don't disregard my warning. You and your precious class. How much do you know about politics? Do you feel secure? Do you think you'll fare any better here? What are you good at? What can a commoner like you do? If you truly want to stand beside me, at least strive to be half the woman she is. After Elena left, Rosetta couldn't contain her rage. First no. I can't let this affect my judgment. This is all that woman's scheme. All I can do now is stay calm and make sure everyone acknowledges my significant contributions. That's why I should stay by the patient's side until the very end, until the day her skills and efforts are recognized. The time changed to 8 o'clock in the evening in the quarantine tent area. Elena arrived, and Wellstone inquired, "Did you get any rest?" She admitted, "No, but I feel surprisingly refreshed." Her expression startled him. "What have you been up to?" "Just a little chat." Just then, two patients rushed towards them, pleading for help. Wellstone started forward. It seems something's happened. "Let me go and see." But she stopped him. He couldn't help but be taken aback by her actions. Elena simply smiled. "Let's see how our future queen handles this." When the patient spoke, "I know this isn't the appropriate place, but please hold my child." Garnet immediately refused. "I can't allow that. It won't cure your child either." Even so, the woman persisted. "I understand the queen's embrace can't cure my child, but her kind heart will give him strength. Please, just let the queen hold him for a moment." Garnet thought, this is absurd. Who knows what could happen? Rosetta began to refuse. "I'm sorry," but her eyes caught Elena watching from a distance. A flicker of unease crossed Rosetta's face, and she seemed lost in thought. Saving face, Rosetta stepped towards the two mothers. "Give him to me." "Thank you," the mother whispered, gently handing over her child. Rosetta held the infant and offered a prayer. "May you recover soon, little one. You'll be well in no time." Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the boy suddenly coughed up blood. The blood splattered across Rosetta's face. When did this child's mask come off? She thought in despair. Covered in the infant's saliva and blood, Rosetta instantly recoiled, pushing the baby away. Those around them gasped in alarm. "That's blood. The thing coughed blood on me." Heavens, the princess is covered in blood. Garnet rushed forward. "Miss Rosetta, we must get this blood cleaned off." Rosetta erupted in a frenzy. "Where are the doctors? Get them away." Suddenly, someone stepped forward. Elena gently scooped up the infant. "Are you all right?" At the same time, the doctors arrived. "Where's the patient?" "Lady Rosalia, this is dangerous. Put the child down." "You're here. I'm Euphine. See to the child first." The doctors seemed bewildered. Meanwhile, Rosetta trembled. "I've walked right in her trap. She deliberately planted the fear of the Red Death in my heart." Elena turned, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. "How was my performance? Do you still think this is your domain?" The next day, Elena met with Wellstone. "Have I kept you waiting?" "No, I just arrived." She looked awkward. "You could have waited until tomorrow." Wellstone immediately countered, "I had to tell you now. As your advisor, I must say that was reckless. As the one in charge, I know. I apologize for worrying you." But she explained, "But it's precisely because I'm in charge that I had to do it." "What do you mean?" Elena spoke softly. "I have a mission to fulfill. I must order Robert back to the capital to secure the greatest possible support. But there's something even more important. I need to show the people here, the sick, the weary, those living in fear of this seemingly endless plague, that I will never abandon them. So if I, as the one in charge, hesitate..." Wellstone finished her thought, "Then morale will plummet." This gave her pause. Exactly. The moment Rosetta pushed that child away, I could feel despair gripping everyone's hearts. Elena spoke with conviction. "If it happens again, I'll do the same thing, because I believe I did the right thing." He smiled gently. "I don't think you need much more." But Elena disagreed. "I still have much to learn. Please, let me continue my lessons with you." Wellstone abruptly stood. "At this hour, I'm going to bed. I'm sure you're tired as well, so I'm canceling tomorrow morning's meeting." "Thank you, sir. Good night." Before he left, she didn't forget to add one more thing. "I'm going to make Rosetta's life difficult." Moments later, Elena seemed to have returned to her room. The maid, seeing her arrival, bowed respectfully. Lady Elena. Elena gestured for the maid to open the door, but the maid's face was etched with apprehension. I apologize, my lady, but Miss Rosetta expressly forbade anyone from entering. Elena's voice crackled with indignation. I hardly require permission from a commoner. Raising her voice, she called out, Rosetta, I'm coming in. I've heard what happened. Are you all right? I told you not to get too close to them. Rosetta's face was a mask of barely contained terror. You said that on purpose, didn't you? Elena's denial was swift. I was merely concerned you might be infected. How could you misconstrue my intentions so thoroughly? Rosetta's fear instantly morphed into fury. Concerned. Don't make me laugh. You were just waiting for me to collapse so you could take my place. Elena scoffed. Rosetta, you presume too much. After all, it was I who cleaned up the mess you left behind when you fled. Rosetta erupted. None of this would have happened if it weren't for you. I can't believe you orchestrated this. You're despicable, Elena. Elena's laughter was sharp. Are you all right? I hardly think you're in a position to accuse anyone of being despicable. Tears welled in Rosetta's eyes. Why are you tormenting me like this? I just want to be near Prince Kaysen. Why are you stopping me? You don't even love your prince. Elena's voice was low and steady. You started this. Worse, you accused me of sending you that dead animal not long ago. You've been like this ever since we met at the fountain. A bitter laugh escaped Rosetta's lips. Really? I never said it was you who sent it. As for the fountain, all I remember is you grabbing my collar and shoving me in. Elena's voice was devoid of remorse. Yes, I'm certain. But Rosetta, from now on, remember this. I don't refuse a fight, and I never lose. So, my beautiful Rose, if you're willing to bow your head, I'll let you have your precious prince. Rosetta made to shove Elena out. I see no value in continuing this conversation. Certainly. Excuse me. Rosetta felt as though she had been plunged into an abyss. 2 days later, in Elena's bedroom, after working for some time, she seemed to have finished the last signature for the day. Elena sighed, exhaustion evident in her voice. I'm so tired, but at least I finished my work earlier than usual. And Rosetta hasn't left her room for 2 days after that little altercation. Thanks to that, we were able to finish our work faster, and the rumors about her are spreading like wildfire. The rumors about Rosetta's behavior will reach other regions as well. I need to write a letter to Lloyd quickly. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Who could it be at this hour? Perhaps Mr. Joke. No, it's too late. Earl Robert couldn't possibly be looking for me. Sebastian isn't back yet, so that only leaves Rosetta. The person's voice caught her attention. I recognized that voice. It was Lloyd. Surprise flooded Elena's features. What are you doing here? I made some time. They embraced immediately. Lloyd smiled. It seems you've been working hard here. I thought seeing me might give you some motivation. Elena impulsively kissed his cheek. My thoughtful beloved, I've missed you terribly. She proceeded to recount the events of the past few days. So Rosetta hasn't spoken a word since then. What you did was dangerous. I know, but the look on her face was truly satisfying. Lloyd chuckled and pinched her nose. That's not good. Have you thought about that? People are worried about you. Elena's voice softened. All right, I'll be more careful next time, I promise. And many of the patient's symptoms are improving. Lloyd suggested, go to sleep now. I'll leave once you've drifted off. I really should see you out. He chuckled again. You're already half asleep, aren't you? Good night, Elena. Noting the changes outside the manor, Lloyd walked towards Whalebone's room. The sound jolted him awake. Who's there? Lloyd's voice followed, offering a suggestion. We need to talk. It took a moment for Whalebone's sleep-addled mind to recognize the Grand Duke, the tension slowly easing from his shoulders. Meanwhile, Elena woke with a yawn. She blinked, surprised. Wait, what time is it? Golden sunlight streamed through the window. I need to bathe quickly. I hope I don't miss the morning meeting. And I need to make sure I have the documents. Lloyd had left a letter. When did he write it? It seemed to pour out everything he wanted her to know, all the feelings he held within. A warm feeling bloomed in Elena's chest. I know he must be exhausted from traveling so far to see me, but this is so thoughtful. Then something else caught her eye. There was another page. This is a good plan. I need to be prepared. In Rosetta's room, a different kind of tension brewed. I've been locked in this room for days. No one has visited except the Earl. If I stay here any longer, my reputation will be ruined. It would be like admitting defeat to Elena. It's time to act. I have to do what I must. Outside, a heated argument flared. What are you doing here? Look, I don't want to be here either. You're making me wait, Sebastian. How much longer? I'm not Sebastian. I'm Earl Robert. Rosetta, watching from afar, felt a prickle of curiosity. Why was Sebastian pretending to be the Earl? And what was he discussing with this suspicious person so late at night? Sebastian's voice dropped to a low murmur. Doesn't matter. Just deliver the goods. I told you, the lady already knows about this place. Suspicion coiled in Rosetta's stomach. What are they talking about? Elena, the lady, I don't care. My life is being threatened. Just wait a few more days. I'll find a solution. And make sure Lady Rosaria doesn't interfere again. So, Elena was interfering in their affairs. A sly smile spread across Rosetta's face. I know how this world works. A pawn has just fallen into my lap. Meanwhile, Sebastian seemed to be at his wit's end. It's like I wasn't even trying to appease her from the beginning. I tried to get her on my side. But according to her, the moment our eyes met, I knew. Because she was looking for an opportunity. What am I supposed to do now? I can't let this happen. Suddenly, Rosetta's voice cut through the night. Sebastian, what are you doing sitting here? Are you feeling unwell? Sebastian quickly denied it. No, I'm fine. Just thinking about some things. I was worried you might have caught the red plague. Rosetta's voice was flat. I suppose that doesn't sound very sincere coming from me. He looked at her, puzzled. Why would you say that? After what happened in Tika, there was nothing she could do. Everyone knows how terrifying this illness is. An incident like that doesn't change how I feel about you. A smile touched her lips. I know there are still people on my side. Hearing you say that gives me the courage to leave my room. I was planning on coming to see you anyway. I've been worried. Why haven't you left your room? Rosetta hesitated, reluctant to reveal the truth. Lady Rosaria visited me that night. She told me if all I was going to do was ruin Moral, I shouldn't leave my quarters. Sebastian was shocked. How could she say that? Everyone makes mistakes. And what has Lady Rosalia done for everyone? Rosetta is the one caring for the sick. Rosetta quickly corrected him. Don't say that. Elena has put a lot of effort into the relief work. Then she reached out and took his hand. But thank you for saying that. Thanks to you, I think I can go outside again. Her touch sent a wave of warmth through Sebastian. But Sebastian, is something bothering you? He gently placed his hand on Rosetta's. You seem more worried than the last time I saw you. Since you comforted me, I want to do the same for you. He began to whisper to Rosetta. There's an obstacle in my current work that's preventing me from moving forward. Well, I don't know what kind of work you're doing. It sounds dreadful, but you can eliminate this obstacle. Sebastian still couldn't grasp what Rosetta was implying. It seemed Rosetta was subtly drawing him to her side. Sebastian was gradually becoming captivated by her. Now that you mention it, he said, Rosalia truly is a nuisance. She's blocking my path, interfering with my accounts. I understand now. Yes, we must eliminate all obstacles. He continued, his voice hardening. She's in this lovely young lady's way as well. That woman must be permanently erased from this world. The scene shifted to the laboratory. Ern slumped over another failed experiment, muttering to herself. We're almost there with the cure, but the proportions are still slightly off. The entire team was exhausted after repeated failures. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Ern abruptly stood. I'm going to take a break. As she walked, Elena's words echoed in her mind. Ern wandered into the garden, wondering if there was something specific she had overlooked. No, if there were, she would have told me. Don't overthink it. Just rest and think about the right formula. Ern's gaze fell upon amaranth powder, known to aid digestion, and the roots of the Wukna tree, believed to improve eyesight. And over there, she mused, a new species of tree just shipped from the east, the ongak tree. Its trunk is edible, and the roots can be used medicinally. It's said to be an excellent emulsifier, helping incompatible ingredients blend together. A sudden realization struck Ern. Incompatible ingredients. Wait, we've been trying to find ways to treat each symptom separately, but they haven't been mixing well. But if this ongak root works, we can create the perfect remedy. Meanwhile, Elena received an unexpected letter. Surprised, she opened it. I wasn't expecting a letter today. Has something happened in the capital? Inside, a single word, complete. But that single word filled Elena with immense joy. Finally, this chaotic battle was nearing its end. The next morning, news of the cure reached the royal palace. Ern's face radiated joy. It's finally done. Dane breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Now we won't lose any more people. Elena felt a surge of hope. If we all keep working hard, we can return home by spring. She smiled brightly. Sebastian sat off to the side, his face pale and trembling. Complete. Oh no, I haven't even covered up what happened at the Earl's mansion. If Lady Rosalia returns to the capital now, she'll definitely report my crimes. The thought of the ironclad evidence in Elena's possession intensified his anxiety. This means I'm certainly doomed. This can't be. After everything I've done, is there truly no other way to escape? I'm sure she investigated my background. I'll have to use that to my advantage. A desperate, almost insane idea sparked in Sebastian's mind. This is dangerous, but there's no cleaner way to end this. Elena noticed his unusual demeanor. On the day we received news of the cure, Elena recounted, Sebastian suddenly made an unexpected request. She had been taken aback. What? You want me to accompany you tonight? He hadn't even attempted to hide his intentions. Elena had refused, of course. I'm sorry, but I'm busy preparing for the distribution of the cure, so I can't. Sebastian had paused at her rejection, then stammered, My lady, I wish to surrender. As if on cue, a triumphant smile played on Elena's lips. To herself, she mused, For what crimes? Sebastian, misinterpreting her silence, continued in a strangely energized voice, You know everything I've done. I'm not that foolish. Elena turned to face him directly. So, Sebastian bowed his head in a show of contrition. I know my actions are unforgivable, so I hope to at least lessen the punishment. Elena fixed him with a steady gaze. Why did you want to see me tonight to tell me this? She stared, trying to decipher his intentions. Turn yourself in. What are you really planning? Sebastian nervously laid out his supposed plan. I'm meeting my intermediaries tonight. I'll cooperate with you to catch them all. He affected an air of anxiety, hoping Elena would take the bait. Please, trust me, he added with feigned sincerity. I want to use this opportunity to cut ties with them. Elena finally acquiesced. I'll tentatively accept your plea. Tell me where you're meeting them. The tension visibly drained from Sebastian's face. He looked relieved. Thank you. As Sebastian departed, Wellstone approached Elena. Do you really believe him? She confirmed his suspicions. Of course not. It's clearly a trap. Wellstone frowned, puzzled. Then why did you agree to go? Elena explained, because we have to stop the drugs from spreading further. I have to take this risk. Otherwise, it could cause immense damage to the Empire. Wellstone looked worried, but it's too dangerous to walk into a known trap. Sebastian is desperate. Who knows what he'll do? A cold smile flickered across Elena's face. He's trying to stop me from returning to the capital. Exactly, but I have my own preparations. She clutched the document folder in her hand. I've received full authority from the court to handle this matter, and I have enough evidence to convict them. And I've also mobilized the army in case of any unforeseen circumstances. So tonight, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. A surge of pride coursed through Elena. You're determined to handle this no matter what, aren't you? Elena nodded firmly, resolute in her purpose. Wellstone, deeply concerned for her, declared, Then I'm going with you. Elena's eyes widened in surprise. I'm sorry, but I'm in charge, so I can go alone. Wellstone pressed his point. I'm your assistant. I know I can't stop you from going, so at least let me go with you, Wellstone said with a gentle, persuasive smile. Elena relented, realizing her own stubbornness. But who was being more stubborn now? She sighed. Fine. I'll see you tonight then. On a darkened road, a lone figure emerged, muttering to himself. What in the world is Sebastian up to? I don't know why he wanted me to come here and make sure no one was following. Earl Robert was cloaked and hooded, his features obscured. He glanced at the map in his hand, anxiety gnawing at him, his body trembling slightly. He said I'd be fine if I hid here until morning. But where even is this? How does he expect me to know these peasant villages? Then Robert spotted something in the distance. There it is, that warehouse. The best way to hide a tree is in a forest. I had my suspicions when I saw the map, but I didn't think he'd actually hide everything in the middle of a village. Another voice responded, Me neither. Sebastian is bolder than he seems. Elena and Wellstone also appeared on the street, slipping into a small hut together. The noise within made the scene all the more unnerving. Elena looked around, aghast. My God, this is all the stuff he's been storing here. If he sold all of this, he could probably buy an earl's estate 5 times over. He's a monster. He is all this, yet he's so stingy with the villagers. Elena's voice dripped with anger. Wellstone offered a dry reminder, shouting him he won't change anything. Elena's voice hardened with resolve. Tonight, I'm taking all of these people down. Seeing her rage, Wellstone cautioned, Didn't you promise me we were just here to assess the situation today? As they spoke, the sound of approaching footsteps reached them. Wellstone whispered, I hear footsteps and voices. Elena lowered her voice as well. The intermediaries must be here. Hide. A man entered the room, his eyes widening slightly at the sight before him. What is all this? Hidden behind crates, Elena and Wellstone watched the scene unfold. Another man entered, chuckling with glee. Look at all this medicine. With this, we could distribute it throughout the entire kingdom. Oblivious to the watchful eyes upon him, the man settled comfortably and urged, "Hurry up, Sebastian. I'm ready to make the exchange." He had already finished his third cigarette, but still no one had arrived. Impatience gnawed at him. Good heavens, when is he coming? What would be happening? Wellstone whispered, Lady Elena. Elena, equally tense, felt her heart pounding against her ribs. Something's not right. Sebastian insisted it would be tonight, but he's not here. I think we should leave. Elena turned to Wellstone. Don't you agree? I do. Let's take the other exit. Elena turned decisively, Wellstone following close behind. Yes, my lady. In her haste, Elena bumped into someone. What? It was Earl Robert, equally startled. Lady Elena, he exclaimed. The commotion outside alerted the young man inside. What's going on? Who's shouting? Sebastian, is that you? Elena was taken aback. What is Earl Robert doing here? He should be at home at this hour. The encounter gave Elena pause. Wait, these are all people who know his secret. The young man emerged. Sebastian, that scoundrel. Realization dawned on Elena. It was a trap. A furious curse nearly escaped her lips. Just then, an explosion ripped through the air and the entire building erupted in flames. He intends to bury us all here, everyone who knows his secret. Indeed, Sebastian stood outside, calmly watching the inferno. Crates began to topple toward Elena. My lady, Wellstone cried in alarm. Elena awoke in a daze. Where am I? I came to capture Sebastian and his associates. But why? The smell of smoke filled the air. The warehouse explosion. Sebastian meant to eliminate us all in one fell swoop. Her memories slowly returned. I am alive. So his plan failed. The village is on fire now. Someone will report it and come to rescue us. But where is Lord Wellstone? Elena turned, searching for him. She found him shielded behind her, his back against a pile of rubble, blood smeared across his face. Yet, his first concern was for her. You're awake. Thank goodness. But I don't think I can hold on much longer. Elena's voice was thick with worry. Lord Wellstone, what have you done? She remembered him supporting her as she fell unconscious. Even now, Wellstone managed a weak smile. I am your aide. You are my prize student. I couldn't let you be harmed. His words barely finished. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lord Wellstone. No. Elena cried in despair. Elena couldn't accept it. 10 minutes before the explosion, Sebastian had been watching, observing as the intermediary entered the warehouse. So this is the warehouse Sebastian mentioned. He hid himself, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Finally, they're all inside. The Earl, Lady Rosaria, and that troublesome medicine intermediary. You should have stayed out of it. If you had turned a blind eye, none of this would have happened. This is our own fault. Sebastian struck a match and tossed it into the pool of gasoline he had poured earlier. It all ends here. The flames roared to life. Elsewhere, Rosetta paced restlessly. Why haven't I heard from Sebastian? I need him to eliminate Elena before the antidote arrives. Once it does, we're both finished. She has to be eliminated now. Just then, a servant rushed in with grim news. Lady Rosetta, something terrible has happened. Rosetta's heart leaped in her throat. What is it? There's been an explosion at the warehouse. It set the village on fire. Rosetta reeled from the news. What? We must inform Lady Rosalia. Where is everyone? The maid stammered about that. Earl Robert, Lady Rosalia, and her aide, that they're all missing. What? Rosetta demanded. Why? A servant reported, we fear they are trapped in the warehouse. Rosetta, feigning concern, gasped dramatically, oh dear, that's terrible. Could you give me a moment alone? The servant, seeing their mistress's apparent distress, understandingly withdrew. Of course, Lady Rosetta. The moment the door closed, Rosetta's true colors emerged. Unable to contain her glee, she laughed. Serves you right, Elena. After all that meddling, you're the one who disappears. Alerted to the disaster, soldiers worked tirelessly to control the blaze. Prince Lloyd, frantic, tried to rush into the inferno, calling Elena's name repeatedly. The guards were forced to restrain him. Your Highness, you can't go in there. Earlier, Lloyd had received Elena's message. She was meeting Sebastian that night, and her agent, Wellstone, would be there as well. I need you to bring her back. I'll be waiting. Seeing Wellstone motionless, panic seized Elena. Trembling, she covered her face, sobbing, No, you can't die, Master Wellstone. With a last surge of strength, Wellstone reassured her, I'm not dead yet. Elena, startled, looked up at the sound of his voice. Wellstone, he offered a weak smile. My leg is going numb. Elena floundered, her mind racing. How do you feel? Are you sure you're all right? Wellstone managed to reply, I can't say I'm well. My leg is trapped under the debris, and your head is bleeding. Elena's trembling fingers touched the wound on Wellstone's head. Wellstone's voice was firm. Now is not the time to worry about my injuries. We need to figure out how to get out of here. Elena wiped her tears. Calm down, don't worry. I told Prince Lloyd we would be here. He knows where to find us. Wellstone sighed. At least there's that. Elena's thoughts raced. Lloyd must have assumed he'd catch Earl Robert and Sebastian here. Who could have predicted this? Someone is crushed beyond recognition under the rubble. It will take them at least a day to get us out, Wellstone told Elena. Maybe 4 if we're unlucky. Elena remained positive. No, they'll be here sooner. The explosion knocked over all the crates, but they also stopped the fire from spreading. From the outside, this part of the building hasn't collapsed. If the reinforcements can put out the fire at the entrance, they can reach us. As long as we keep making noise, they'll find our location easily. Even in this life-or-death situation, Elena calmly analyzed their predicament. Wellstone felt a surge of pride. She truly is one of my best students. I have nothing left to teach her. Elena brushed off the sentiment. Don't talk like you're giving your last words. Her mind raced. I need to find a way for Lloyd's men to get us out quickly once they find us. So first, Elena drew her sword. I will get out of here alive and continue your lessons. Wellstone, unsure of her intentions, asked, My lady, what are you doing? Seeing the drawn sword, Wellstone panicked. Wait, stop, you can't. Ignoring his protests, Elena focused on her task. I have to get Master Wellstone out. If we leave him like this, his injuries will worsen, and our escape will be slower. But if I make a mistake, the whole pile of rubble could come down. Elena gripped the hilt of her sword, a flicker of fear in her eyes. I need to wedge something in to support it. I only have one chance. I'm going to drive the sword in there. Understanding her plan, Wellstone cried out, My lady, I forbid you. Elena continued, knowing that if she lost her balance, she too would be in danger. My lady, Elena braced the hilt, pulling him free. Meanwhile, outside, Rosetta had arrived to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Lloyd, she launched into another performance. Oh my, Prince Lloyd, what are you doing here? Lloyd, his gaze fixed on the burning warehouse, didn't even acknowledge her presence. Stifling a giggle, Rosetta remarked, Fancy meeting you here. Lloyd politely replied, I could say the same to you, Lady Rosetta. Rosetta explained, I heard about the fire, but at the time, those in charge were unavailable, so I came in their stead. She asked, her smile thinly veiled, Have you seen Lady Rosalia? I'm quite worried about where she might be at this late hour. Lloyd clenched his fists, struggling to contain his anxiety. Rosetta continued to needle him. You don't suppose she was in the warehouse, do you? Lloyd could bear no longer. Lady Rosetta, he cautioned, choose your words carefully. In the background, guards wrestled with a struggling Sebastian. Let me go, he shouted. Hearing the commotion, Lloyd demanded, What's going on? A soldier immediately reported, Your Highness, this is the arsonist. He forced Sebastian to his knees. Lloyd's voice was glacial. You did this. You're the one who blew up the warehouse. Sebastian's face paled at the sight of Lloyd. Prince Lloyd, what are you doing here? He stammered, bewildered. Lloyd drew his sword and advanced on him. Then you must be the one distributing those illicit drugs. Sebastian recoiled in fear. Drugs? You misunderstand. Please, spare me. He noticed someone behind Lloyd. Lady Rosetta is behind you, isn't she? Seeing a potential lifeline, he pleaded, Lady Rosetta, please have mercy. Tell him it wasn't me. They were no longer in this together. Rosetta turned her face away. Sebastian, I don't know what you're talking about. Sebastian pressed on desperately. Remember what you said to me that day. Their collusion was a thing of the past. Rosetta feigned ignorance. I truly don't know what you're talking about. She affected innocence. All I know is that there was a fire, and you and those responsible for the epidemic were nowhere to be found when it started. Lloyd's fury ignited. He could no longer maintain his composure. I've heard enough. Despite Sebastian's pleas, wait. Lloyd slashed his sword across Sebastian's shoulder. Blood sprayed. Sebastian crumpled to the ground, begging for his life. Mercy, please have mercy. Lloyd's rage intensified. Your fate will be decided by Lady Rosalia, he declared. If her leg is injured, you will lose yours as well. No sooner had he spoken than he plunged his sword into Sebastian's leg. He pressed his advantage, and if she's dead, he threatened, pressing down on the wound in Sebastian's leg. I swear on everything I hold dear. You won't die easily. Rosetta was elated. She had escaped unscathed. Thankfully, the fire had been contained, and the building hadn't completely collapsed. But Elena was still nowhere to be seen. Lloyd stared intently at the building, murmuring her name. This means she really was inside. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed from within. Wait, what was that sound? Inside, Wellstone cried out, I won't let you do this. But there was no other way. Elena was resolute. I have to do this. Bracing herself against the debris with her sword, she pulled Wellstone free. Relieved to have saved him, she exclaimed, see, it worked. Wellstone could only concede. You always find new ways to surprise me. I'll keep coming up with new ways, so watch this. Elena knelt down. She noticed something. I think I just found the perfect tool. Wellstone was curious. What are you thinking now? Elena intended to use the object to make a noise. We need to let them know we're alive and where we are. Looks like your gift is going to come in handy, Lloyd, so please hurry and find us. Elena struck a golden vase hard with the hilt of her sword, producing a sharp clang. Outside, Lloyd mind raced. Elena hasn't appeared, which means she's inside. Wait, what was that sound? The noise Elena had made had successfully caught his attention. That must be a cry for help. It has to be Elena. Is she up ahead? No, there's no opening that way, and the sound seems farther off. She must have gone back to a less damaged area then. With that thought, Lloyd pushed forward. His guard called after him anxiously, Your Highness, where are you going? The cries grew fainter. Lloyd paused, calculating. The sound is weakening. If she collapses now, it will be disastrous. Lloyd barked orders to his men. There's someone in this direction. Take everyone to the back of the warehouse. We have to reach them before the sound disappears completely. In her dreams, Elena felt herself cradled on a bed of clouds, slumbering peacefully. This feels wonderful. I want to stay like this forever. As she drifted, a voice echoed in her mind, calling her name over and over. She felt it too. Someone is calling my name. Come back to me, he pleaded. Elena. Elena recognized the voice. Lloyd. He was holding her hand tightly, a tear falling onto her skin. Please, Lloyd. The name jolted Elena awake. She saw him sitting by her bedside. How long have I been unconscious? She asked. At the sound of her voice, Lloyd startled. Elena. Dark circles ringed his eyes. Seeing him, Elena smiled weakly. I knew you'd find me, Lloyd. Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against her hand. Lloyd, she asked, were you crying? Lloyd stood and moved closer. Actually, Elena, if you knew how many days you've been asleep, you'd understand why I was crying. Lloyd gently caressed Elena's cheek. She whispered, Lloyd, I'm sorry. He smiled tenderly. It's all right. You're finally awake. How was your sleep? Elena laughed happily. Wonderful. Elsewhere, Rosetta received news from a servant that Elena had awakened. I see. So, Miss Rosalia is awake now. Yes, Miss Rosetta. She pondered. Then there's nothing more for me to do here. It seems best I return to the palace and plan my next move. Rosetta instructed the servant. We're returning to the palace. The servant sounded surprised. The palace? Yes, of course. News of Elena's awakening spread like wildfire. Ern, upon hearing the news, rushed to her side. The moment she saw Elena, she launched into a tirade. What were you thinking? Do you think you have 9 lives? How could you do something so reckless? Elena stammered, Miss Ern, please calm down. Ern trembled, imagining the worst. If I hadn't gone with the person delivering the medicine, you might not have received treatment in time. You could have died. With that, Ern burst into tears. Elena, mortified, apologized. I'm sorry. She shot a desperate look at Lloyd behind her. Lloyd, do something. Help me. Lloyd intervened. That's enough. But Ern protested. I'm not finished, Your Highness. Lloyd offered a dazzling smile. You can say whatever you want after Miss Rosalia recovers. She's only just woken up. Elena's eyes widened in alarm. He's just giving her a break to recharge. She thought frantically. By now, Ern had stopped crying. She warned Elena, but be prepared, Miss Elena. Miss Rebecca and Miss Chetta both know about this. Elena gave a strained laugh. Is he trying to get me scolded 3 times over? I don't want to be lectured. She mumbled miserably. Lloyd smirked, enjoying her discomfort. Unscolded, then don't do things that warrant a lecture. Suddenly, Elena remembered her companion. By the way, how is Lord Wellstone? Is he all right? Both Ern and Lloyd hesitated. Un looked to Lloyd for guidance. Your Highness. He nodded. Un explained Wellstone's condition. It was worse than Elena had imagined. He was unconscious from hemorrhagic shock, his breathing shallow. Fortunately, they had stitched his wounds in time, preventing secondary infection, but he hadn't regained consciousness. In the worst-case scenario, he might remain in a coma for the rest of his life. The image of Wellstone, staying by her side through the ordeal, flashed before her eyes. Please wake up, Lord Wellstone. I still have so much to learn from you. Seeing Elena's distress, Lloyd covered her eyes. He can't just leave, she choked out, before burying her face in Lloyd's chest and sobbing. Please wake up. I can't let you leave me like this. If you just open your eyes, I'll open my heart to you, truthfully. After that day, Elena decided to rest until Wellstone awoke. But this respite didn't last long. It was soon interrupted. As Elena and Ern were engrossed in reading, Lloyd entered. Elena looked up in surprise. Lloyd, what are you doing here at this hour? Lloyd announced urgently. I think we need to return to the capital as soon as possible. Rosetta is making her move. Elena was still confused. Rosetta, what do you mean? Lloyd handed her a letter to read. I find it suspicious how quickly Elena Rosaria acted after the plague outbreak. Was it all planned from the beginning? I can't help but wonder if someone was investigating this from the start. After reading the contents of the letter, Elena chuckled softly. So that's why she rushed back to the capital. Lloyd asked worriedly, can you travel now? Are you feeling all right? Before he could finish, Elena interrupted him. No, I'm going with you. I've fully recovered, and I'm going to crush all of her schemes. Rewinding to the day Elena awoke, the carriage pulled up to where Rosetta stood. She stepped out with a dazzling smile. Your Highness. She immediately threw herself into Kaysen's arms, and he returned the embrace warmly. Welcome back, Rosetta. I trust you've had a difficult time. She replied coyly, nothing is difficult for you. Truly commendable. I'm sure you're tired. Let's continue our conversation in my office. Kaysen turned and walked away, his tone cool. Rosetta was taken aback by Kaysen's behavior. What's going on? Why does he seem worried about others seeing us? Something was amiss. Rosetta still followed Kaysen. She was surprised by his actions, attending to other work while she was right there, as if things had reverted to the time before she held sway over him. I went through all that trouble to ruin him, and he dares to try and slip from my influence. She gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing Rosetta's furious demeanor, the steward spoke up. Your Highness, I believe Lady Rosetta is waiting for you. Kaysen seemed to remember her presence only then. Rosetta, I apologize. Would you mind understanding? It's just an urgent matter. Rosetta forced a smile. Of course, work always comes first. But inwardly, she seethed. Don't fool me. I must always have the upper hand. Rosetta crumpled the hem of her dress. What should I do to make him focus on me again? An idea struck her. Yes, that's it. The moment his spirit breaks, I'll relay your message, the steward said to Kaysen, who responded politely, thank you. After the others left, only Kaysen and Rosetta remained in the room, but he still paid her no mind. Just a moment, Rosetta. I have some documents that need. Before he could finish his sentence, Rosetta jumped up and embraced him, sending papers flying everywhere. Without hesitation, Rosetta pressed a kiss to Kaysen's lips. He gripped her shoulders, reminding himself, no, I can't let her bewitch me. Kaysen pushed her away. Rosetta, enough. Rosetta was immediately embarrassed. Your Highness, Kaysen said helplessly, I don't think we should do this while others are present. Rosetta argued, but it's just the two of us here. Kaysen looked surprised at this. What? When did everyone leave? Rosetta asked plaintively. Do you not like me anymore? Kaysen soothed her. Don't be silly. How can I not like you? Rosetta glanced at the documents scattered on the table and replied, because of the mess I made in Robert County. The documents all alluded to her. Lady Rosetta is helping treat the commoners. Lady Rosetta pushed a frail boy to the ground. Your reputation has suffered because of it. We're doing our best to quell the rumors, but it's not enough. This incident has actually boosted Lady Rosalia's reputation instead. Kaysen comforted Rosetta. It's all right. I know you'll make mistakes. Everyone has their limits. You did your best. He offered her a gentle smile. A surge of anger coursed through her. He thinks I'm at my limit, she thought. Fine. Keep underestimating me. I'll use it to guilt you and break you. Maintaining her act, she choked out, I suppose I'm just not good enough. The sight of such beauty, laced with sorrow, unnerved Kaysen. Rosetta, that's not what I meant. Rosetta snapped. I've tried my best, but I just can't be like her. Kaysen tried to soothe her. Calm down. I think you're misunderstanding me. Tears began to well, and Rosetta aimed straight for Kaysen's insecurities. But that's what you're saying. A lowborn girl, like me, will never compare to Lady Rosalia. Kaysen floundered. That's not it. I misspoke. That's not what I truly feel. Please believe me. Despair clung to Kaysen, his head bowed in defeat. Rosetta pressed her advantage. Then why did you treat me like that back then? Why, Your Highness? Kaysen flinched, as if struck by a spell. Rosetta, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Rosetta softened her tone, offering a semblance of comfort. It's all right. I love you. I can overlook these foolish mistakes. But will others? She murmured, the question hanging heavy with implication. Leaning closer, Rosetta whispered in Kaysen's ear, do you think they will admire an imperfect prince, one who screams and can't control his emotions? But I still adore you, she purred, gently stroking Kaysen's cheek, slowly weaving her control over his senses. Rosetta loves you, Your Highness, with all her heart. Rosetta is the only one in this world who loves all of you. Kaysen was mesmerized, his reasons slipping away. She's right, he thought. Who else could love and understand someone like me? Elena said so much, and she changed in an instant. He pulled her close, holding her tightly. Rosetta, you're right about everything. A triumphant glint flashed in her eyes. Really, you'll believe everything I say now, won't you? He was hers again, the Kaysen she craved. Nestling against Kaysen's knee, Rosetta continued her manipulation. But Your Highness, don't you think this plague is suspicious? Kaysen, putty in her hands, readily agreed. If you think so, then it must be. She pressed further. How do you think Lady Rosalia was so prepared, as if she knew it was going to happen? Well, Elena is quite clever, Kaysen began, only to be cut off by Rosetta. No, this could all be her scheme. Her scheme. Yes, perhaps she orchestrated this plague herself to shift the attention from you to Prince Lloyd. The poisonous seed was planted. Kaysen looked dazed. Would Elena do such a thing? Intentionally cause a plague? But does it matter? She cooed, steering his thoughts away from doubt. Rosetta, my love, would never lie to me. That's right, Rosetta. I think you're right. We must expose her. Yes, Your Highness. For your sake, and for mine, get rid of her. Her plan had worked. The hearing was set for shortly after their return to the capital. A carriage pulled up before Elena. Lloyd stepped down. I'll come to escort you, Elena. You shouldn't have. I could have gone myself. Lloyd gently helped her into the carriage. How could I let you go to the battlefield alone? Elena smiled, her expression brightening. I feel much more confident now. Thank you. Inside the carriage, their concern for each other was palpable. Are you nervous? You go to the hearing, after all. Elena chuckled softly. Nervous? No, I'm actually more excited. Everything is going according to plan. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and Lloyd smiled back, his heart lighter. I knew it. At his words, Elena tilted her head. Then why did you ask? Lloyd leaned closer, his voice a low murmur. Because I wanted you to rely on me a little more. No matter what, I'll always be here, so don't worry if things don't go your way today. Suddenly, Elena cupped Lloyd's face in her hands and gently pressed a warm, fervent kiss to his lips. Lloyd, momentarily surprised, melted into the sweet embrace. Pulling back slightly, Elena smiled. I know I'm this confident because of you. So don't think I'm not leaning on your support, because I am. Lloyd's happiness bloomed. He placed his hand over hers on his cheek. Thank you, Elena. The carriage drew closer to the palace, the rising clamor of speculation reaching their ears. Do you think it's true? I personally find it laughable, but looking at Lady Rosalia's record, I wouldn't say it's impossible. Elena could hear them even from where she sat. Let them talk, let them gossip all they wanted. As Elena arrived, the guards announced in a booming voice, announcing the arrival of Lady Rosalia. The crowd, alerted by the announcement, hushed each other. She's here, quiet. Elena and Lloyd entered with an air of solemn dignity. Elena saw Kaysen and the woman beside him. What? Don't tell her that was Rosetta. Rosetta, in turn, met Elena's gaze with an equally haughty stare. This hearing was only open to the nobility. Elena hadn't expected her to be here. Rosetta's eyes bored into Elena. Did you think there was anywhere you could go that I couldn't? Just you wait and see. I'll fly higher. Lauren spoke up. Please be seated, Lady Rosalia. Yes. Your Highness, are you all right? I'm Euphine. Let the hearing commence. Kaysen rose and read from the report. This hearing has been called due to the suspicion that the recent outbreak of the Red Death in Robert County was deliberately orchestrated for personal gain. Kaysen glanced at Elena, the implication clear. That person is Lady Rosalia. He slapped the report down on the table with a rough thud. Elena found it ludicrous. We're in a hearing, my friend. Lady Rosalia, do you confess? Kaysen asked her directly. Elena, of course, did not. No, I don't. I find it offensive that someone's absurd conspiracy theories about me have led to this farcical hearing. Seeing Elena's sarcastic demeanor, Kaysen bristled. Are you defying me now? Defying? I'm merely refuting. You can't expect me to take responsibility for a crime I never committed. I like to ask everyone present, how much do you know about Robert County? Before the outbreak, did any of you pay attention to it? The nobles seated at the table remained silent at Elena's question. Then a man spoke up. Your question leads me to believe you were monitoring the situation in Robert before all this happened. Care to explain why? Is this truly for sympathy? Elena laughed aloud. Perhaps you're unaware, but Robert is quite close to the Duke's territory. In other words, what happens in Robert can easily affect my homeland. I'm about to inherit my father's land and title. What's so strange about me paying attention to the surrounding territories? Elena fixed the man with a steady gaze. Kaysen, though cornered, still attempted to argue. That still doesn't explain why you acted so swiftly, as if you knew this outbreak would happen beforehand. Your Highness, are you aware? Elena asked him. If you study the Empire's history, you'll find this isn't the first time a situation like Robert's has occurred. High taxes and insufficient food reserves make life difficult for the people, and this always leads to outbreaks that claim many lives. Kaysen suddenly shouted, "What does that have to do with now?" Before he could finish, Elena continued, "You think this is irrelevant?" Elena looked at him coldly. "Let's be honest, history is bound to repeat itself. I was simply preparing for this repetition in Robert." The man remained obstinate, objecting to Elena. "But regardless, the fact that you knew this would happen, doesn't that incriminate you?" The red-haired Earl, unable to listen any longer, spoke up. "If that's the conclusion you've come to, then it seems your head is merely for decoration, as you clearly don't use it. Since that's the case, shall I relieve you of that burden, Your Majesty?" Dane, too, had to be wary of his father's attitude. Father really knows how to shut them up. Elena reassured him. As nobles, we must be prepared for any tragedy that might befall the Empire. We exist for the Emperor and the Empire, and we live off the taxes collected from the commoners. So this is the duty of the nobles. Elena glanced at the other woman, her implication clear. Therefore, we don't need girls like you here, Rosetta. Fortunately, there are others here who wish to speak on this matter. The person Elena referred to was Kaysen, who had been acting benevolently. Kaysen, aware of her intentions, tried to stop her. Lady Rosalia. Elena, unfazed, continued, "I want to know Rosetta's opinion." Rosetta, startled at the sound of her name. Murmurs rippled through the room. Why ask the opinion of that girl? She had only been assisting Prince Kaysen with the treatment efforts, so she had witnessed Lady Rosalia's actions firsthand. The whispers, though hushed, reached Rosetta's ears. She stammered, "You want my opinion?" Elena smiled. "Yes, you were by my side in the affected area for quite some time. After seeing everything I did there, do you believe I am the one who caused this illness?" Rosetta's mind flashed back to all the good Elena had done, and she hesitated. If she sided with Kaysen, she would be accused of slandering a high-ranking noble. If she confirmed Elena's innocence, she would be betraying her beloved. It was a lose-lose situation. There was only one outcome. "So what is your choice?" Rosetta reached for Kaysen's hand. "Prince Kaysen's thoughts are my thoughts. I believe all the claims he has made here are correct." It was a cunning way to evade the question without giving her own opinion. Elena laughed, a bright, brittle sound. "I see." Rosetta pressed on, "But there is one thing I would like to say. It is said that those who understand medicine also understand poison. I know the researcher who developed this treatment is one of your close friends. My lady, I can't help but wonder if you ordered that person to develop the medicine to spread the disease." Seeing Rosetta going too far, Kaysen called her name as a warning. Rosetta flinched. "Forgive me, Your Highness." Confusion gnawed at her. Why is he stopping me? Elena seized the opportunity. "So that is your opinion, Miss Rosetta." Kaysen raised his voice at Elena. "Enough." Just then, the guards outside announced, "The head of the Royal Academy research team and owner of the Beatrice Guild has arrived." Kaysen was taken aback. "What is Miss Ern doing here? And Miss Rebecca as well?" Ern spoke up. "Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report regarding Lady Rosalia's trial. But I also happen to hear Miss Rosetta's accusations against me. On behalf of the research institution, I would like to ask you, Prince Kaysen, if I may understand that you are suspecting my team." "No, what did I do wrong?" Kaysen, wanting to protect Rosetta, stammered, "No, that was just the remark of a foolish girl who knows nothing about the incident. You don't need to take her foolishness seriously." Elena interjected, "But if I remember correctly, Miss Rosetta said that her thoughts are the same as yours. Isn't that why you convened this trial in the first place? Kaysen was stumped by the pointed question. Rosetta, standing behind him, calculated. If this continues, I'll be dragged into everything. It's best to stop now. So she stepped forward. I apologize. I made a mistake. Due to my ignorance, I offended Lady Rosalia and Lady Ern because I lacked a full understanding of the situation. Rosetta bit her lip, forcing down her resentment as she bowed. The whispers started again, sharper this time. See, this is why bloodline matters. Who does she think she is interfering in the affairs of nobles? She should just stay in the bedroom and receive His Majesty's favor. Why interfere? Elena understood what Rosetta was doing. I suppose this is the only way out you could think of, Elena murmured, standing before her. Rosetta replied, Thank you for your understanding. The words laced with a bitterness she could barely contain. Damn it. Luron listened for a while, then declared enough. This hearing is suspended. Kaysen, deeply dissatisfied, cried out, Father. Luron silenced his son with a gesture. My verdict is that Lady Rosalia is completely innocent. In fact, she has been fulfilling her duty as a noblewoman, protecting the empire from threats. You should all learn from her. Therefore, I believe Lady Rosalia should be awarded. Does anyone object? Those present voiced their agreement. His Majesty is truly wise. I agree. As do I. Elena had triumphed convincingly. This was her victory, and she savored it. At this moment, Ern approached Lauren. Your Majesty, she began, I have something to say. He granted her permission. Very well. You said you had information for me. What is it? Ern spoke up. I am here because the accusations made in this hearing are utterly absurd. Lady Rosalia has done more to end this epidemic than anyone. For example, Elena stood by, listening with a puzzled expression. No, she wouldn't. Ern recalled. She led me to the garden where I found the medicinal herbs for the cure. Elena took me to that garden, saying, when you feel stressed, come here to clear your head. I believe it will help. Medicinal herbs. Lauren inquired. Yes. While she couldn't tell me directly what they were, she answered all my questions about the various herbs and advised me not to be swayed by preconceived notions when examining the trees. So you were the first to discover which herbs could provide a cure. Is that right? Luron asked Ern. Yes. But I could never have done it without Lady Rosalia's help. Therefore, I wish for her to receive the credit for developing the cure. Indeed, I initially tried to prevent everything from unfolding as it did in the original novel. It was Rosetta who showed me those herbs. Elena was deeply touched by Ern's words. But I gave up because I knew how much effort she had put in. No, how much effort everyone had put in. Ern continued. Luron addressed Elena. Lady Rosalia, what are your thoughts on this? Caught off guard, she stammered. I'm simply grateful. Luron declared. If you insist on sharing your accomplishments, I need not intervene. Therefore, I must reward you for such remarkable actions. Kaysen stood in the back, feeling more bitter than if he had swallowed a chili pepper. Lady Rosalia, what is your desire? Elena, overjoyed, replied, Yes, this is precisely what I have always desired, Your Majesty. I wish for my reward to be a noble title bestowed upon Miss Rebecca. Rebecca, stunned, exclaimed what? Someone slammed their hand on the table. This is preposterous. I must reward you for such great deeds. Lady Rosalia, what is your desire? Yes, Your Majesty. I wish for you to bestow a noble title upon Miss Rebecca. Everyone present was astonished by Elena's words. A man angrily slammed his hand on the table, protesting a noble title. This is absurd. Rebecca Lander is the daughter of a merchant family, and a woman, no less. Elena turned to him. Am I to understand that you disagree with me, a woman, inheriting my father's title? He was rendered speechless by her pointed question. That's not what you have just insulted every noblewoman in this room. And as I understand it, imperial law clearly states that women can hold noble titles. Are you suggesting that family customs supersede the emperor's decrees? He was bombarded by Elena's rapid-fire words. That's not what I meant. I meant to say that I believe noble titles should only be granted to those who have made significant contributions to the empire. Elena smiled derisively. Then allow me to inform you of Miss Rebecca's significant contributions. Miss Rebecca is currently the head of the largest merchant association in the empire, and she played a vital role in containing the epidemic in Robert County. She provided us with a massive amount of masks free of charge, risked her life to supply us with various medical resources, and made a tremendous contribution to the empire. Therefore, I don't think my request to grant her a noble title is absurd. The man trembled with rage. Luron, having heard enough, had made up his mind. I'm not sure if you're too ambitious or not ambitious enough, but at least you've made today's meeting interesting. Miss Rebecca, I grant you the title of Countess. The man was still trying to salvage the situation. But your majesty, Elena breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Luron bestow the title. This was even better than she had anticipated. She had hoped for a baroness title at best. Since he was willing to give now, she might as well ask for more. This opportunity was not to be missed. Elena pressed further. Your majesty, please forgive me, but I have one more request. As the first countess, Miss Rebecca should be granted territory befitting her title. After all, what is a noble without land? Luron, upon hearing this, found the logic sound. You are right. Do you have any suggestions? Elena offered her suggestion. I propose granting her the territory of the Earl of Robert. The current Earl of Robert's grandfather took advantage of its proximity to the capital and laid the foundation for its development into a commercial center. If you grant that land to Countess Beatrice and her merchant association, she will surely develop it into the best commercial city on the continent. Luron was persuaded by Elena's words. If you're willing to vouch for her, then I suppose I must trust you. He declared loudly, I grant the current Robert County to Rebecca, the first countess of the Beatrice family. And just like that, the trial had become Elena's complete victory. After the trial, everyone was overjoyed, except for Kaysen and Rosetta, who were filled with sorrow. Dane's father approached the prince. Your Highness, I will not forget how my family was offended today. This was the day Dane's father finally abandoned his neutral stance and shifted his support to the first prince. Hearing this, Kaysen embraced Rosetta and left in silence. Observing this, Elena pondered, this is definitely not Kaysen's usual reaction. Something must be wrong. Just then, Ern called out to her, Miss Ern. Ern spoke, I apologize for keeping you waiting, but I have good news. Hearing this, Elena tensed, her heart pounding in her chest. Could it be? Mabel told me that Mr. Whalestone woke up this morning and is in good condition. After a long coma, the first thing he did upon waking was ask about you, and he's been begging me to help you. Elena was deeply moved. Really? Yes, he cares deeply for his student, but I must go see him now. I've ordered him to strict bed rest, but I have a feeling he'll try to get up and work just like someone else I know. The words, laced with a touch of irony, stung Elena. Was she referring to her? Elena gave Ern a small smile. Nevertheless, thank you for coming to help me despite your busy schedule. You've helped me a great deal. Ern responded politely, I'm simply doing what I should. Miss Ern's help has indeed made it easier for me to achieve what I wanted. Elena clasped Ern's hand warmly. I entrust Master Wastone and the people of Robert to you. Ern promised, you can trust me, my lady. I hope you can resolve everything here. Soon after, the court announced that the nationwide epidemic had subsided and released the list of those who would be rewarded for their contributions. Lloyd, Elena, Ern, and Rebecca were all on the list, but Kaysen's name was conspicuously absent. Those who saw the newspaper were utterly shocked. How could she do this to our hero? Who did what? Haven't you heard? Prince Kaysen's rumored lover. What did she do? I don't know what Rosetta did, but the reaction is shocking. The next morning, Elena was chatting with Bella. It seemed the rumors about Rosetta were spreading quickly. Of course, Elena remarked, a hint of steel in her voice. That's what happens to anyone who crosses me. Miss, Bella began, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Investing in an intelligence network certainly pays off. We've received the request you anticipated. Both women shared a look of amusement. This is from the Crown Prince. What would you like me to do? Shall I refuse? She paused, then continued, no. The prince has already outlined his demands in the letter. He wants you to do everything necessary to quell the malicious rumors surrounding Rosetta and instead spread tales of her virtue. He simply asked for a price. Elena finished reading and countered, no, accept it, and make sure we squeeze every last penny out of him. Bella, ever the dutiful servant, inquired, forgive me, miss, but Elena crumpled the letter in her hand. Just imagine what it would look like if we refused. Besides, the rumors about Rosetta are already widespread. Even if we tried to suppress them now, they wouldn't disappear entirely. Bella beamed. I understand. We've achieved our objective. Now it's time to profit. They can think Rosetta is the kindest girl in the Empire, but it won't erase the whispers. And that's enough to shift public opinion in her favor. Regardless, Elena mused, the Crown Prince is certainly becoming bolder. Bella inquired, is that the letter regarding the spring celebration? Elena confirmed, yes. The Empire holds events for each season. The spring event, aptly named the spring celebration, is primarily meant to showcase the power of the Empire's ruler. They also host the event, so Kaysen should be the one organizing everything. But he's chosen Lloyd and me to host this year's spring celebration. This must mean His Majesty is considering his options. A glint of understanding sparked in Elena's eyes. Essentially, he's pitting his sons against each other. Bella, picking up on Elena's train of thought, speculated, I'm certain His Majesty's faith in the Crown Prince has wavered after your trial. Elena smiled, radiating confidence. I must handle this perfectly, to make the Emperor's choice of heir that much easier. She set the letter down. Just then, Bella placed a hefty stack of papers before her. That's why I brought you records of every spring celebration in the Empire's history, just as you requested. Elena expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Bella. I knew I could rely on you. At that moment, Lena burst through the door, a look of urgency etched on her face. Mississippi Elena, startled by the interruption, questioned Lena, what is it? Do we have a guest? Lena, still catching her breath, reported, he's arrived in the capital. Confusion clouded Elena's features. Who has arrived? Lena finally managed to get the words out. Lord Willstone. His injuries haven't fully healed. He's covered in bandages. But Lord Willstone, Elena repeated, a mixture of surprise and concern in her voice. He insisted on coming to see me, even with a cane.